There are questions that follow us through the darkness of night, whispering at the edges of our understanding. Tonight, we'll walk together through 40 mysteries that have puzzled humanity for centuries, some for millennia. From the depths of ancient oceans to the silence of forgotten archives, from lights that dance in empty skies to voices that echo from vanished civilizations. These aren't tales crafted for entertainment. They're real phenomena, documented events, and archaeological discoveries that continue to challenge everything we thought we knew about our world. Some involve technologies that shouldn't exist. Others reveal patterns too precise to be coincidental. Many simply refuse to fit within the boundaries of accepted knowledge. As we journey through 4 hours of the unexplained, let these mysteries become a gentle companion to your rest. Each story carries its own quiet weight, its own unanswered questions. Together, they form a tapestry of wonder that spans continents and centuries. Close your eyes if you wish. Let the unknown guide you toward that peaceful space between curiosity and dreams. The lost city of Atlantis. Plato's student Critias once described a conversation that would haunt humanity for over 2 millennia. The year was 360 BCE, and the philosopher was documenting what he claimed was an ancient Egyptian account of a civilization that vanished 9,000 years before his time. This wasn't mythology to the Greeks. This was history. The priests of Sais had told Solon, the great Athenian lawgiver, about an island nation that existed beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. They described a maritime empire larger than Libya and Asia combined, populated by descendants of the sea god Poseidon himself. The civilization was called Atlantis, from the Greek word atlas, meaning to bear or endure. But here's what troubles scholars today. Plato's account contains geographical and technological details that shouldn't have existed in his imagination. He described a circular city with alternating rings of land and water, connected by tunnels large enough for ships to pass through. The architecture included a central temple covered in silver, with pinnacles of gold. The engineering required to create such a structure would challenge even modern capabilities. The Atlanteans, according to these ancient records, had developed a form of governance that balanced individual freedom with collective responsibility. Their ships could cross vast oceans, their agriculture could feed enormous populations, and their understanding of metallurgy produced alloys that made their weapons superior to any others of their time. They had discovered, Plato wrote, a mysterious metal called orichalcum, which was said to gleam like fire and was valued second only to gold. For 9 generations, this civilization thrived under divine guidance. But something changed. The Atlantean people began to exhibit what Critias called unseemly ambition. They expanded their empire aggressively, conquering territories across the Mediterranean and approaching the boundaries of Egypt and Greece itself. Their moral foundation, once solid as bedrock, began to crumble under the weight of material success and imperial power. Then came the cataclysm. In a single day and night of earthquakes and floods, the entire island disappeared beneath the Atlantic Ocean, leaving behind only an impassable barrier of mud and shallow seas. Modern archaeology has uncovered evidence that might support fragments of this account. Heinrich Schliemann, the same man who discovered Troy by following Homer's geographic clues, believed Atlantis could be found through similar textual analysis. In the early 20th century, researchers began identifying civilizations that matched certain Atlantean characteristics. The Minoan civilization of Crete, for instance, was a Bronze Age maritime power that dominated the eastern Mediterranean until approximately 1450 BCE. Their capital, Knossos, featured sophisticated plumbing systems, multi-story buildings, and elaborate frescoes depicting marine life and athletic competitions. Most significantly, Minoan civilization ended abruptly, possibly due to the massive volcanic eruption on the nearby island of Santorini. Geologists have determined that the Santorini eruption was one of the largest volcanic events in recorded human history. The explosion would have generated tsunamis over 100 feet high, devastating coastal settlements across the Mediterranean. The timeline matches certain interpretations of Plato's chronology, if we account for possible translation errors in the ancient Egyptian records. But the Minoan theory raises as many questions as it answers. Crete lies well within the Mediterranean, not beyond the Pillars of Hercules as Plato specified. The island's size and population, while substantial for the Bronze Age, fall short of the massive empire described in the Cretius dialogue, and the Minoans were conquered and absorbed by Mycenaean Greeks, not destroyed in a single catastrophic event. Alternative theories have placed Atlantis everywhere from the Black Sea to the Caribbean. Some researchers point to the Azores, a chain of volcanic islands in the Atlantic that could represent the remnants of a larger landmass. Others suggest the Sahara Desert, which satellite imagery reveals was once a region of lakes and rivers that could have supported a major civilization before dramatic climate changes transformed it into arid wasteland. Dr. Robert Ballard, the oceanographer who discovered the Titanic, has proposed that Atlantis might be connected to the flooding of the Black Sea basin around 5600 BCE. His underwater archaeological work has revealed evidence of human settlements that were submerged when rising Mediterranean waters breached the natural dam at the Bosphorus Strait. The resulting flood would have been catastrophic for anyone living in the area, creating the kind of cultural memory that could evolve into the Atlantis legend. Yet none of these theories fully satisfy the specific details in Plato's account. The philosopher was remarkably precise about Atlantis's location, size, and political structure. He described a confederation of 10 kingdoms, each ruled by descendants of Poseidon's 5 sets of twin sons. He specified that the central island was 50 stadia in diameter, surrounded by 3 circular canals, each separated by rings of land. These measurements, if accurate, would make the city approximately 6 miles across. Recent advances in underwater archaeology have revealed that human civilizations existed in areas now covered by ocean. The end of the last ice age raised global sea levels by over 400 feet, submerging vast coastal regions where early humans would have naturally settled. What we consider ancient civilizations like Sumer and Egypt might themselves be descendants of even older cultures whose remains lie beneath the waves. The most unsettling possibility is that Plato was neither creating an allegory nor preserving a corrupted historical memory. What if he was documenting an accurate account, passed down through Egyptian priesthood, of a real civilization whose technological capabilities we have yet to match? The orichalcum alloy, the precision engineering, the global navigation, these details suggest a level of advancement that doesn't fit our understanding of prehistoric human development. Every few years, sonar surveys of the ocean floor reveal new underwater formations that briefly ignite speculation about Atlantean ruins. Satellite imagery occasionally captures geometric patterns beneath the waves that suggest artificial construction, but the ocean keeps its secrets well, and the technology required to thoroughly explore the deepest parts of the Atlantic remains beyond our current reach. Meanwhile, Plato's words continue to echo across the millennia, carrying with them the possibility that somewhere beneath the dark waters of the Atlantic, the greatest civilization in human history lies waiting to be rediscovered. The enigma of the pyramids. When French physicist Jean-Pierre Houdin announced in 2007 that thermal imaging had revealed internal voids within the Great Pyramid of Giza, the archaeological community fell silent. Here was concrete evidence of chambers that had remained hidden for over 4,000 years, spaces that weren't supposed to exist according to every traditional understanding of pyramid construction. The Great Pyramid stands as humanity's most enduring riddle, wrapped in limestone and mathematical precision that continues to confound our modern world. We've mapped the surface of Mars with greater accuracy than we've explored the deepest recesses of this ancient monument that sits just outside Cairo. For a structure we've studied longer than any other human creation, the pyramid guards its secrets with remarkable tenacity. Dr. Mark Lehner, who has dedicated his career to pyramid research, remains candid about our limitations. After 30 years of excavation and analysis, he admitted in a 2019 interview, "We're still discovering fundamental aspects of how these structures were conceived and built. Each answer we uncover reveals 3 new questions we hadn't thought to ask." The numbers themselves tell a story that defies easy explanation. The Great Pyramid's base perimeter, when divided by its height, produces a near-perfect approximation of pi. The structure's orientation aligns with true north to within 3/60ths of a degree, a precision that modern construction equipment struggles to achieve. The internal temperature maintains a constant 20 degrees Celsius, regardless of external weather conditions, though no engineering plans explain this climate control. Consider the logistics that conventional archaeology asks us to accept. Over 2 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, were quarried, transported, and positioned with tolerances measured in millimeters. The entire construction supposedly took 22 years, requiring workers to place one block every 2 minutes, working day and night without interruption. When mechanical engineer Christopher Dunn calculated the drilling precision evident in the pyramid's granite passages, he found evidence of techniques that wouldn't be rediscovered until the industrial age. But the deeper mystery lies in what the pyramid was actually designed to accomplish. Traditional Egyptology maintains these were tombs for pharaohs, yet no mummy has ever been found within the Great Pyramid. No hieroglyphic decorations adorn its internal chambers, unlike every known pharaonic burial site. Instead, we find a complex arrangement of ascending and descending passages, chambers positioned with acoustic properties that amplify specific frequencies, and air shafts that align with stellar positions frozen in time around 2500 BCE. Dr. Robert Bauval's research into the pyramid's stellar alignments opened another layer of mystery. The air shafts in the king's chamber point directly toward Orion and Alpha Draconis as they appeared in the night sky during the pyramid's construction. These weren't casual architectural choices. They represent astronomical knowledge that required centuries of careful observation and mathematical calculation. The ancient builders were tracking celestial mechanics with an understanding that rivals our modern grasp of orbital dynamics. The internal chamber, known as the Grand Gallery, presents its own enigma. This ascending corridor rises at precisely 26 degrees, with walls that exhibit acoustic properties resembling those found in modern concert halls. When researchers tested the chamber's resonant frequency, they discovered it amplifies sounds at exactly 110 Hz, a frequency that modern neuroscience has linked to altered states of consciousness and enhanced cognitive function. Whether this was intentional design or remarkable coincidence remains unanswered. Recent discoveries have only deepened the mystery. In 2017, cosmic ray imaging revealed a large void above the Grand Gallery, a space roughly the size of a passenger jet that serves no obvious structural purpose. This chamber exists in violation of every known pyramid building principle, suggesting its presence serves a function we haven't yet comprehended. Multiple independent teams have confirmed the void's existence, yet accessing it remains impossible without potentially damaging the structure. The precision extends beyond individual measurements to the pyramid's relationship with the Earth itself. The structure sits at the geographical center of Earth's landmasses, positioned where the longest lines of latitude and longitude intersect. The mathematical relationships between the pyramid's dimensions and fundamental Earth measurements, the planet's circumference, the distance to the Sun, the length of a solar year, occur with such frequency that dismissing them as coincidence requires increasingly complex explanations. Engineering analysis continues to reveal impossibilities embedded in the construction. The foundation blocks, some weighing over 80 tons, were positioned with such precision that modern laser-assisted machinery cannot achieve tighter tolerances. Core samples from the pyramid's mortar revealed a chemical composition that doesn't match any known ancient cement techniques, yet the bonds remain stronger today than the stones they connect. Underground beneath the Giza complex, ground-penetrating radar has mapped an extensive network of tunnels and chambers that predate the pyramids themselves. These subterranean spaces connect the three main pyramids in a pattern that mirrors the constellation Orion, suggesting the entire complex was designed as an integrated system rather than three separate monuments. Egyptian authorities have restricted access to these underground areas, citing structural concerns that leave their contents officially unexplored. The pyramid's missing capstone adds another puzzle. Historical accounts describe a pyramidion, made of electrum or gold, that crowned the structure. Yet no trace of this element has been recovered. Some researchers propose the capstone served as more than decoration, that it completed an electrical or acoustic circuit designed into the pyramid's internal architecture. Without it, we're studying an incomplete machine whose original function remains obscured. Water erosion patterns on the Sphinx and surrounding structures suggest these monuments experienced significant rainfall, yet the Giza Plateau has remained arid for over 7,000 years. This evidence implies construction began during an earlier epoch. contradicting established chronologies and raising questions about the true age of the entire complex. Geological analysis supports this timeline, but accepting it requires rewriting fundamental assumptions about ancient civilization capabilities. What emerges from decades of study is a structure that transcends the concept of a tomb or monument. The Great Pyramid appears to be a sophisticated instrument built with knowledge that wouldn't resurface in human civilization for millennia. Its builders possessed understanding of mathematics, astronomy, acoustics, and engineering that challenges our assumptions about ancient limitations. The pyramid continues to guard its ultimate purpose, standing as evidence of human achievement that our modern perspective struggles to contextualize. Each technological advance we make reveals new aspects of its sophistication, suggesting that understanding the Great Pyramid completely may require capabilities we haven't yet developed. Secrets of the Vatican Archives. Behind the walls of Vatican City, sealed within temperature-controlled chambers beneath centuries of marble and prayer, lies the most restricted library on Earth. The Vatican Secret Archives, renamed the Vatican Apostolic Archives in 2019, though the secrecy remains unchanged, contains over 80 kilometers of shelving. That's enough manuscripts, scrolls, and documents to stretch from Rome to Naples. What makes this collection extraordinary isn't just its size, it's what isn't there. For over 400 years, scholars have documented systematic gaps in the Vatican's historical records, entire decades missing from papal correspondence, ancient texts referenced in medieval catalogs that simply vanished, documents that church historians themselves admit once existed, now absent from every inventory. In 1881, Pope Leo XIII opened portions of the archives to qualified researchers, a revolutionary decision that was supposed to demonstrate transparency. Yet even today, only credentialed scholars with specific research proposals gain access, and only to pre-selected materials. The majority remains off-limits, indefinitely. Dr. Margaret Henderson, a medieval historian who spent 3 years navigating Vatican bureaucracy for archive access, describes the experience as deliberately frustrating. You submit detailed requests for specific documents, she explains. Months later, you're told those particular manuscripts are unavailable for consultation. No explanation, no alternative access date. They simply don't exist for research purposes. But they do exist. Vatican librarians have confirmed the presence of documents they simultaneously refuse to release. The most intriguing gaps cluster around 3 historical periods: the early centuries of Christianity, the medieval Inquisition, and the Renaissance. These aren't random omissions. Church officials possessed extensive records from all 3 eras. We know because other documents reference them directly. Consider the missing years of Pope Joan. Medieval chronicles from the 9th century describe a woman who disguised herself as a man, rose through church hierarchy, and served as pope for over 2 years before her gender was discovered during childbirth. While most historians consider Pope Joan legendary, the Vatican archives contain no records from the specific years when she allegedly ruled. The papal chronologies skip directly from Pope Leo IV to Pope Benedict III, with no documentation explaining the gap. The Vatican's official position? Those years were simply unremarkable. More troubling are the absent Cathar documents. The Cathars were a Christian sect in medieval France whose beliefs differed significantly from Catholic doctrine. When the Church launched a brutal crusade against them in 1209, papal legates confiscated thousands of Cathar religious texts, philosophical treatises, and historical records. Medieval inventories confirm these documents reached the Vatican. Where are they now? Church archivists claim no knowledge of any Cathar collection. Yet Cathar scholars have identified numerous references to these texts in other Vatican documents, margin notes, bibliographic citations, even theological refutations that quote directly from Cathar sources. The refutations exist. The original sources they're arguing against have vanished. The pattern extends beyond religious controversies. Scientific manuscripts present equally puzzling absences. The Vatican once possessed extensive correspondence between Galileo and other astronomers, documents that would illuminate the scientific revolution's relationship with church authority. Papal records from the 1630s reference numerous letters where Galileo apparently defended heliocentrism in detail. Those letters haven't been seen since the 17th century. Cardinal José Tolentino Mendonça, current Vatican archivist, acknowledges that certain documents remain classified indefinitely. When pressed about the criteria for this classification, he responds with careful diplomatic language about sensitivity to living persons and protection of institutional integrity, but he won't specify what living persons could be affected by 800-year-old manuscripts or how institutional integrity relates to scientific correspondence from Galileo's era. The most significant absence involves the Vatican's relationship with World War II. Pope Pius XII's complete wartime correspondence remains substantially restricted, despite multiple papal commissions calling for transparency. The documents that have been released were carefully curated, focusing on humanitarian efforts while avoiding the politically complex decisions. Dr. David Kurtzer, whose research on Vatican archives earned him a Pulitzer Prize, spent years documenting systematic gaps in the World War II collection. It's not random preservation failure, he notes. Specific categories of documents are missing across multiple papal reigns. Someone made deliberate decisions about what future researchers would be allowed to discover. The missing documents weren't destroyed accidentally. The Vatican maintains meticulous preservation standards, with climate control and security systems that surpass most national libraries. When manuscripts disappear from the Vatican archives, it's intentional. But disappeared to where? Former Vatican insider Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, before his contentious departure from church hierarchy, hinted at secondary archives within Vatican City, not the apostolic archives accessible to researchers, but separate collections managed directly by the papal secretariat. These shadow archives allegedly contain the sensitive materials removed from scholarly access. Vigano's claims remain unsubstantiated, but other evidence supports the existence of restricted papal collections. Vatican procurement records show ongoing expansion of climate-controlled storage facilities, not connected to the main archives building. Construction permits reference specialized document preservation and limited access consultation rooms that don't appear on any Vatican tour or academic access program. The Church's official response to questions about secondary archives is consistent. Such facilities don't exist, yet the gaps in the public archives are too systematic, too carefully curated, to result from random loss or standard confidentiality protocols. Something happened to these missing documents. Either they were destroyed, which would violate the Vatican's own preservation mandates, or they were moved. The implications extend beyond historical curiosity. These aren't just dusty manuscripts. They're primary sources that could reshape our understanding of Christianity's development, the Church's political relationships, and the intellectual history of Western civilization. What truths were deemed too dangerous for scholarly examination? What historical narratives would change if these missing documents became available? The Vatican secret archives were created to preserve the complete record of Church history. Instead, they've become the institution that determines which parts of that history future generations will be permitted to discover. And in the quiet corridors beneath St. Peter's Basilica, thousands of documents that could answer centuries-old questions remain sealed away, their secrets as protected as the day they were written. The question isn't whether the Vatican has something to hide. The question is why they're still hiding it. The disappearance of the lost colony. When John White returned to Roanoke Island in 1590, he found something that would haunt historians for centuries. An entire settlement of 115 people had vanished without leaving behind a single body, a single grave, or any clear explanation. The only trace of their fate was a single word carved into a wooden post: Croatoan. 3 years earlier, White had reluctantly sailed back to England for supplies, leaving behind his daughter Eleanor, her husband, and his granddaughter Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the New World. The Spanish Armada's threat had delayed his return, and when he finally reached the shores of what is now North Carolina's Outer Banks, he discovered one of history's most enduring mysteries. The abandoned settlement told a strange story. Houses had been carefully dismantled, not destroyed by force or fire. Personal belongings were gone, but heavy items like cannons remained buried in specific locations. Most curious of all, There were no signs of struggle, no hastily abandoned meals, no indication of panic or sudden departure. This wasn't the scene of a massacre or a desperate flight. It looked almost methodical, as if the colonists had time to plan their departure. But where had they gone? And what did Croatoan mean? White knew the word referred to a nearby island, now called Hatteras Island, where the friendly Croatoan tribe lived. These were people the colonists had traded with, people who had helped them before. White had arranged with the colonists that if they needed to relocate, they would carve their destination into a tree or post. If they were in distress, they would add a cross above the name. No cross appeared above Croatoan. White attempted to sail to Croatoan Island immediately, but a fierce storm damaged his ships and forced him back to England. He would never return to search for his lost family and the vanished colony. The mystery was left to fester in the coastal mists and salt air of the Outer Banks. Over the centuries, investigators have proposed numerous theories. Some suggest the colonists integrated with local Native American tribes, a theory supported by later reports from English explorers who encountered fair-skinned, gray-eyed people among various tribal communities in the region. In the 1700s, settlers reported meeting Hatteras Indians who claimed English ancestry and possessed European features. Some could recite portions of the Lord's Prayer and had English surnames like Dare and Cooper. Archaeological evidence has emerged to support this integration theory. Excavations on Hatteras Island have uncovered 16th century European artifacts in Native American contexts, pieces of slate, copper ingots, and iron tools that match the period of the lost colony. These weren't items that would have reached the island through normal trade routes. They appeared to be personal possessions, integrated into daily tribal life. Yet other evidence suggests a more complex story. In recent decades, researchers have discovered additional archaeological sites on the mainland, nearly 50 miles from Roanoke Island. These sites contain artifacts that appear to be from the lost colonists: pottery fragments with European glazing techniques, metallurgical debris indicating European-style metalworking, and weapon fragments that match 16th century English military equipment. The Dare stones, discovered in the 1930s, presented another tantalizing clue. These carved rocks allegedly contained messages from Eleanor Dare, describing the colonists' fate and their movement inland. Most historians now consider them elaborate hoaxes, but they reflect the enduring human need to solve this mystery, to give voice to the vanished. Modern DNA analysis has added another layer to the investigation. Genetic studies of people living in the region have revealed European ancestry that predates the documented arrival of later English settlers. Some families on the Outer Banks carry genetic markers suggesting they descend from 16th century English colonists, but the evidence remains circumstantial rather than conclusive. More disturbing theories have emerged over time. Some researchers point to evidence of prolonged drought during the colony's final years. Tree ring data shows the region experienced its worst drought in 8 centuries between 1587 and 1589. This would have made survival extremely difficult, potentially forcing the colonists to abandon their settlement in search of water and arable land. Others suggest the colonists fell victim to rising tensions with less friendly tribes. Spanish records from the period mention English settlements in the region and discuss military actions against them. Some historians believe Spanish forces may have captured or killed the colonists as part of broader European territorial conflicts playing out in the New World. The most unsettling possibility is that the colonists simply died from disease, starvation, or exposure, and their remains were scattered by time, weather, and scavengers. The careful dismantling of their settlement might have been the work of Native Americans cleaning up after a natural disaster, removing useful materials from a site that had become a place of death. Recent technological advances have brought new tools to bear on the mystery. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed previously unknown structures on Roanoke Island, suggesting the settlement was larger and more complex than originally thought. LiDAR scanning has identified potential archaeological sites throughout the region, hidden beneath centuries of forest growth and vegetation. But perhaps the most intriguing development has been the discovery of what researchers call survival sites, locations where small groups might have lived after leaving the main settlement. These sites contain mixed European and Native American artifacts, suggesting cultural blending and adaptation. They tell a story not of sudden disappearance, but of gradual assimilation and transformation. the lost colony remains lost, not because no traces exist, but because the traces are too scattered, too ambiguous, too embedded in the complex cultural landscape of colonial America. The colonists may not have vanished as completely as we once believed. They may have simply become something other than what they started as, their English identity dissolving into the broader human story of survival and adaptation. What makes the Roanoke mystery so enduring isn't just the missing people, it's the missing certainty. In our age of surveillance and documentation, we struggle to comprehend how 115 people could simply fade into history, leaving behind only questions carved in wood and theories scattered like shells across an endless shore. Inexplicable sounds of the ocean. In 1997, hydrophones stationed across the Pacific detected something that shouldn't exist, a sound so profound it traveled over 3,000 miles through ocean depths, yet no known creature or geological process could account for its origin. The ocean keeps its secrets well. Beneath miles of water, in trenches that have never known sunlight, sounds emerge from the darkness that challenge everything we understand about life on Earth. These aren't the familiar calls of whales or the grinding of tectonic plates. These are voices from the abyss itself, speaking in frequencies that seem to come from another world entirely. The sound that changed everything was nicknamed the bloop, a name that feels almost childish when you consider the implications of what scientists recorded that summer day. The acoustic signature registered at an ultra-low frequency, around 20 Hz, placing it just at the edge of human hearing. But its magnitude was unprecedented. The sound rose from the depths of the South Pacific, somewhere near the coordinates that H.P. Lovecraft once imagined as the location of the sunken city of Raleigh. The coincidence feels too precise to ignore. Dr. Christopher Fox was among the first to analyze the recordings at NOAA's Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory. What he found defied immediate explanation. The sound profile exhibited characteristics of a biological origin. It had the frequency sweep pattern consistent with marine life. But here's what made seasoned oceanographers pause. Nothing alive in our current understanding of ocean biology could produce a sound of such immense volume and reach such distances. The bloop originated from a depth where the pressure would crush a human body in milliseconds, where no light has penetrated for millions of years. At those depths, around 15,000 feet below the surface, the environment is so extreme that life exists in forms we're only beginning to comprehend. The few creatures that survive there have evolved into shapes that seem alien to surface dwellers. Transparent bodies, bioluminescent organs, jaws that unhinge to impossible proportions. But even accounting for these deep-sea adaptations, no known creature could generate the acoustic power recorded in 1997. The sound was too loud, too structured, too deliberate. When marine biologists attempted to estimate the size of a creature capable of producing such a sound, their calculations led to something impossibly large, larger than any animal that has ever lived on Earth, including the blue whale. The bloop was not alone. Ocean monitoring stations have cataloged dozens of similar unexplained sounds over the decades. There's upsweep, a series of seasonal acoustic patterns detected in the Pacific that rise and fall like some vast breathing rhythm. The sounds appear each spring and summer, then fade during the winter months, as if something deep below follows the seasons despite being far from the sun's influence. Then there's slowdown, a sound that does exactly what its name suggests, a long, gradual decrease in frequency over several minutes, like the call of some massive creature settling into the depths. The acoustic signature suggests it originates from somewhere in the equatorial Pacific, but multiple expeditions to the source coordinates have found nothing unusual on the sea floor. Julia, another unexplained phenomenon, was recorded in 1999. Unlike the others, this sound had an almost musical quality, a haunting call that lasted for nearly 3 minutes. The frequency patterns were so complex that some researchers initially suspected human origin, perhaps from a submarine or underwater research vessel. But no nation claimed responsibility, and the acoustic properties didn't match any known human technology. The official explanation for the bloop came years later. Scientists at NOAA concluded it was most likely the sound of a massive iceberg breaking away from Antarctic ice and scraping along the ocean floor. The sound, they argued, had been distorted and amplified by the unique acoustic properties of deep ocean water, creating the illusion of biological origin. But this explanation raises as many questions as it answers. Ice movements are not uncommon in Antarctic waters, yet no similar sounds have been recorded before or since with the same intensity and acoustic signature. Moreover, the timing seems suspicious. Multiple unexplained ocean sounds detected within a relatively short period, all from different regions of the Pacific. Dr. Kate Stafford, a marine acoustician at Oregon State University, has spent her career studying the sounds of the ocean. She points out that we've acoustically mapped less than 5% of the ocean's depths. The deep sea remains more mysterious than the surface of Mars. In trenches like the Mariana, which plunges over 36,000 feet below sea level, entire ecosystems exist that have never been documented. Recent discoveries have revealed that the deep ocean is far more active than previously believed. In 2014, researchers discovered that fish populations in the deep sea undergo massive daily migrations, creating what's known as the deep scattering layer. These movements involve billions of creatures, creating acoustic phenomena that we're only beginning to understand. But perhaps most unsettling are the sounds that follow patterns, the ones that repeat at regular intervals, suggesting not just life but intelligence. The hum, detected off the coast of California, pulses in 20-second intervals year-round. Its source remains unknown, but the regularity suggests something more than random geological activity. Some marine biologists have proposed that the deep ocean might harbor species of unprecedented size, creatures that exist in the crushing depths where traditional marine biology breaks down. The giant squid, once considered mythical, grows to lengths of over 40 feet. The colossal squid extends even larger. What else might exist in the deepest trenches, in spaces so remote and hostile that we've never glimpsed them? The ocean sounds continue. Monitoring stations around the world detect new anomalies regularly, each one carefully cataloged and analyzed. Most receive mundane explanations: ship traffic, seismic activity, known marine life. But others remain filed away as unidentified biological or unknown origin. The bloop has been quiet now for decades. Whatever made that sound in 1997 has not spoken again, at least not loud enough for our instruments to detect. But in the deepest trenches of the Pacific, where the pressure creates a world unlike anything on the surface, something continues to move through the darkness. The ocean keeps its deepest secrets in places where no light can reach, where the weight of water above would crush our strongest vessels. Down there, in the eternal night, sounds emerge that remind us how little we truly know about our own planet. The Tunguska event. On the morning of June 30th, 1908, something fell from the sky over the remote forests of Siberia with the force of 1,000 Hiroshima bombs. The explosion was so powerful that seismic stations across Europe recorded the tremors. The light was so brilliant that people in London could read newspapers by its glow at midnight. Yet when scientists finally reached the blast site decades later, they found something impossible. There was no crater. The first clues emerged, not from the impact zone itself, but from the scattered testimonies of those who witnessed the event from hundreds of miles away. A farmer named Semyon Semenov, sitting on his porch 40 miles south of the explosion, described being thrown from his chair by a wave of heat so intense he thought his shirt had caught fire. The sky, he said, split in two, and fire appeared high and wide over the northern forest. Regional newspapers initially dismissed these accounts as the fantasies of isolated villagers, but the reports kept coming. Train conductors stopped their locomotives, convinced they were about to derail from the ground's violent shaking. Reindeer herders found their animals scattered and disoriented, some dead from what appeared to be severe burns. The indigenous Evenki people spoke of the sky being torn open by the thunder god Agdi, his fire flattening the forest like grass. What makes the Tunguska event particularly unsettling is not just the scale of destruction, but the pattern it left behind. When expedition leader Leonid Kulik finally organized the first scientific investigation in 1927, nearly 2 decades after the explosion, he expected to find a massive crater and scattered meteorite fragments that would make Russia wealthy from the rare metals within. Instead, he discovered something far more puzzling. The forest hadn't simply been destroyed, it had been sculpted by the blast in a way that defied conventional understanding of meteorite impacts. Trees lay flattened in a radial pattern stretching for miles, their tops pointing away from a central zone like the spokes of a giant wheel. But at the very center of this devastation, in the area where the destruction should have been most complete, some trees remained standing, stripped of their branches and bark, but somehow still upright, like ghostly sentinels marking the spot where the sky had exploded. Kulik's photographs reveal a landscape that seems almost deliberately arranged. The mathematical precision of the blast pattern suggested something far more complex than a simple rock falling from space. The energy required to flatten 2,000 square kilometers of dense forest was staggering, yet it had been released not at ground level, but somewhere high in the atmosphere. This wasn't an impact, it was an aerial detonation. The absence of a crater posed the first major challenge to the conventional meteorite theory. Kulik spent years searching for fragments of the extraterrestrial object, convinced that a meteorite large enough to cause such devastation must have left substantial remains. His teams dug through swamps, drained small lakes, and sifted through tons of soil. They found nothing. No twisted metal, no unusual rock formations, no evidence whatsoever of any object having struck the Earth. Even more mysteriously, the electromagnetic effects of the explosion continued for days after the event itself. Across northern Europe and Russia, the night skies glowed with an ethereal luminescence. Atmospheric disturbances created aurora-like phenomena as far south as the Mediterranean. Telegraph communications were disrupted across vast distances. Whatever had exploded over Siberia had left a signature in the Earth's magnetic field that persisted long after the initial blast. Scientific expeditions in subsequent decades have only deepened the mystery. Trees that survived the explosion show unusual growth patterns in their rings from 1908 onward. Some display accelerated growth, as if the blast had somehow enriched the soil with nutrients. Others show signs of genetic mutations that shouldn't occur from a conventional meteorite impact. Soil samples from the blast zone contain microscopic particles of a metallic composition that doesn't match known terrestrial or meteorological sources. The official explanation remains atmospheric detonation of a comet or asteroid, the object completely vaporized by the heat and pressure of entering Earth's atmosphere at tremendous speed. This theory accounts for the lack of crater and the aerial nature of the explosion. Computer models suggest that a rocky or icy object roughly 60 meters in diameter, exploding at an altitude of 5 to 10 kilometers, could produce exactly the kind of destruction witnessed at Tunguska. Yet aspects of the event continue to resist this neat categorization. Witnesses described the object changing direction during its descent, a behavior inconsistent with meteoric trajectory. The electromagnetic effects were far more pronounced and long-lasting than typical atmospheric explosions generate. Most puzzling of all, similar scale events should occur roughly every 1,000 years. Yet the Tunguska explosion remains unique in recorded history. Alternative theories have emerged from the data's anomalies. Some researchers propose that antimatter from deep space annihilated with terrestrial matter, creating a pure energy explosion that would leave no physical residue. Others suggest a natural hydrogen bomb, triggered by unknown atmospheric conditions. More exotic theories involve microscopic black holes or experimental military weapons, though the technology for such devices wouldn't exist for another 40 years. The indigenous Evenki people, whose ancestral lands bore the brunt of the explosion, maintain their own interpretation of events. Their oral histories describe not a falling star, but something that descended deliberately, something that chose to sacrifice itself above their sacred groves to prevent an even greater catastrophe. They speak of the forest spirits accepting this offering, allowing the land to regenerate with unusual vitality in the decades following the blast. Today, the Tunguska site remains a zone of active scientific investigation and persistent anomaly. The forest has regrown, but not quite as it was before. Plants display unusual characteristics. Wildlife populations show subtle genetic variations. The very soil retains traces of that morning in 1908, when something transformed the Siberian wilderness in ways we still struggle to comprehend. The explosion above the Podkamenia Tunguska River stands as a reminder that our planet exists within a cosmos full of forces and phenomena that occasionally make themselves known in ways that challenge our understanding. Whatever fell from the sky that June morning left behind, not answers, but better questions about the nature of space, energy, and the delicate relationship between Earth and the vast unknown that surrounds us. Nazca Lines, messages from the past. From 15,000 feet above the Peruvian desert, the Earth reveals secrets it has guarded for over 2 millennia. Etched into the barren plateau south of Lima, hundreds of lines converge and diverge across 13,000 square miles of parched ground. Some stretch perfectly straight for 30 miles. Others curve into intricate spirals that span football fields. And then there are the figures. A hummingbird with wings spread 200 feet wide, a spider precise enough to mirror actual arachnid anatomy, a monkey whose tail coils in a perfect spiral. These are the Nazca Lines, and they present us with an almost maddening paradox. Created between 500 BCE and 500 CE by the Nazca people, these geoglyphs are masterpieces of engineering and artistry, yet they can only be truly appreciated from an altitude the Nazca could never achieve. Dr. Marcus Rindel has spent over 2 decades studying these lines. His team from the German Archaeological Institute has mapped every known geoglyph, and still he admits the fundamental question haunts him. Why would an ancient civilization invest enormous effort creating art they could never properly see? The Nazca people were sophisticated, certainly. They developed complex irrigation systems that sustained agriculture in one of the world's driest deserts. Their textiles rival anything produced today, but flight, the archaeological record offers no evidence they ever left the ground. When Spanish conquistadors first crossed this region in the 1500s, they noted the lines but dismissed them as ancient roads. For 4 centuries, these geometric patterns lay essentially unnoticed. Then in 1927, Peruvian archaeologist Toribio Mejia Gespe was hiking through the foothills when he looked down and realized he was standing on something far more significant than a trail. The true scope became clear only when commercial aviation began regular flights over the area in the 1930s. Pilots reported seeing enormous drawings spread across the desert floor, a condor with a wingspan longer than 3 city blocks, a pelican that could hold a shopping mall within its outline, geometric shapes that defied easy categorization. Maria Rike dedicated her life to documenting these lines, armed with little more than a ladder and unwavering determination. This German mathematician spent 5 decades measuring, mapping, and protecting the geoglyphs. She slept in a small hut on the desert floor, surviving on rice and water, driven by an obsession to understand their purpose. Her work revealed that many lines align with astronomical phenomena: the winter solstice, the rising of certain constellations, the orbit of the Pleiades. Yet astronomical alignment explains only some of the lines. The figurative geoglyphs, the animals and humanoid shapes, seem to serve different purposes entirely. The spider depicted with scientific accuracy includes details of reproductive organs visible only under microscopic examination. How did the Nazca observe such minute anatomical features? The hummingbird captures the essence of flight with geometric precision that would challenge modern draftsmen. Carbon dating of wooden stakes found at line intersections confirms these were created over several centuries, suggesting not a single massive project, but an ongoing cultural practice. Different generations of Nazca added their own contributions to this vast desert canvas, but the consistency of technique and scale implies shared knowledge passed down through generations, knowledge that included sophisticated surveying methods. Giuseppe Orefici, who has excavated extensively at Cahuachi, the Nazca Ceremonial Center, proposes these lines served religious functions. Cahuachi sits at the heart of the line system, a sprawling pilgrimage site where the Nazca gathered for ceremonies. Perhaps the lines were pathways for ritual processions, sacred routes connecting earthly worship to celestial deities. This theory gains credibility when we consider Nazca pottery. Their ceramics frequently depict flying figures, human forms with bird-like features soaring above geometric patterns that mirror the ground lines. Did the Nazca believe their shamans could achieve spiritual flight? Were the lines meant to guide souls ascending to higher realms? Dr. David Johnson, who studies the lines using ground-penetrating radar, has discovered that many terminate at underground water sources. In a desert where water meant survival, these lines might have served practical navigation purposes, guiding travelers between precious aquifers during seasonal migrations. But practical explanations struggle with the sheer artistic ambition. The monkey geoglyph required removing specific stones to create consistent lines across terrain that rises and falls unpredictably. The creators had to visualize the final image while working on individual segments they could never see in relation to the whole. This suggests either remarkable spatial intelligence or some method of aerial perspective we haven't identified. Recent discoveries complicate our understanding further. In 2019, researchers using artificial intelligence identified 143 previously unknown geoglyphs. Some were small enough that erosion had nearly erased them. Others depicted human figures, warriors carrying clubs, decapitated heads, scenes of ritual sacrifice. These images tell stories, but stories written for an audience that remains unclear. The preservation of the lines presents its own mystery. The Nazca Desert receives less than 20 minutes of rain annually. The dark desert stones, when removed, reveal lighter soil beneath, a perfect natural canvas. But over 15 centuries, these lines should have been obscured by wind-blown sand, seismic activity, or simple erosion. Instead, they remain crisp enough to photograph from commercial aircraft. Climate scientists note that the region's weather patterns have remained remarkably stable for 2 millennia. The same lack of precipitation that allowed the lines to survive may have influenced their creation. Perhaps the Nazca, desperate to ensure rainfall for their crops, created these massive drawings as offerings to sky gods who controlled their water supply. Each theory carries compelling evidence, yet none fully explains the Nazca line's complexity. Astronomical calendar, religious pathway, water-finding map, artistic expression, perhaps they were all of these simultaneously. The Nazca may have embedded multiple meanings in their desert masterpiece, creating layers of significance that served practical, spiritual, and aesthetic purposes. Standing today where Maria Rika once stood, looking out across these eternal lines, we confront the humbling reality that ancient minds conceived and executed projects beyond our full comprehension. The Nazca lines remain what they have always been, messages written in earth and stone, waiting for readers who can truly understand their language. The unyielding Bimini Road, 28 feet beneath the crystalline waters off North Bimini, a limestone formation stretches across the ocean floor that has divided the scientific community for over half a century. What marine archaeologist Dr. Manson Valentine discovered in 1968 appears to be a precisely constructed road, complete with fitted blocks and intentional curves that follow the seafloor's natural contours. The formation extends roughly 1,600 feet in a sweeping J-shape, composed of rectangular and polygonal stones, some measuring 15 feet in length. Each block appears deliberately placed, with joints so tight that generations of marine growth have failed to penetrate the seams. The uniformity troubles geologists. Natural limestone formations rarely display such geometric precision, yet accepting human construction raises questions that challenge our understanding of ancient maritime capabilities. Dr. Eugene Shin, a respected marine geologist with the U.S. Geological Survey, has spent decades arguing for natural formation. His core samples reveal that the blocks extend only 2 feet into the seafloor before hitting bedrock, suggesting they're fragments of a fractured limestone shelf rather than individually quarried stones. The joints, he contends, result from systematic cracking patterns common in limestone exposed to temperature variations. Yet other researchers find Shin's explanation insufficient. Dr. David Zink led multiple expeditions to the site in the 1970s and documented anomalies that natural formation couldn't adequately explain. Beneath several blocks, his team discovered a layer of smaller stones that appeared to serve no geological purpose, but would function perfectly as a foundation for human construction. Tool marks on some blocks suggested artificial shaping, though these findings remain disputed. The timing of the road's submersion adds another layer to the mystery. Sea levels in the Bahamas were significantly lower during the last ice age, with current underwater formations potentially exposed until roughly 12,000 years ago. This time frame precedes the accepted emergence of complex stoneworking civilizations in the Americas by thousands of years, creating an archaeological paradox that mainstream scholarship struggles to address. Local Bahamian folklore, however, had long spoken of underwater ruins in the area. Elders told stories of a great civilization that once flourished when the waters were lower, their roads and buildings eventually claimed by the rising seas. These oral traditions gained sudden credibility when Valentine's discovery brought international attention to what locals had quietly acknowledged for generations. The road's construction technique, if indeed artificial, demonstrates sophisticated understanding of marine engineering. The blocks show no evidence of mortar, yet remain stable despite decades of hurricane activity and tidal forces. Each stone appears to be positioned to complement its neighbors, creating a structure that has withstood oceanic conditions that would have destroyed conventional masonry. Carbon dating of organic material found beneath the blocks has yielded inconsistent results, ranging from 3,000 to 12,000 years old. The wide variation reflects the difficulty of dating limestone formations, where organic contamination and chemical processes can skew results by millennia. Without more definitive dating methods, the road's age remains frustratingly ambiguous. Dr. William Donato, who has studied the formation extensively, points to additional underwater structures in the vicinity that suggest a larger complex. Aerial photography has revealed other linear formations nearby, some extending in directions that would connect with the main road if they were part of an integrated system. These secondary features share the primary road's characteristics, but have received less scientific scrutiny. The geological argument faces its own complications. While limestone can fracture in geometric patterns, the Bimini Formation displays characteristics that are unusual even among known examples of natural limestone breakage. The block's consistent thickness and the road's overall linear design don't match typical patterns of geological stress fracturing, which tend to be more irregular and random. Skeptics note that enthusiasts often overlook mundane explanations in favor of extraordinary ones. The human tendency to perceive intentional design in natural patterns has created countless false mysteries throughout history. Rock formations that appear artificial exist worldwide, from the Giant's Causeway in Ireland to the tessellated pavement in Tasmania, all products of natural geological processes. Yet the Bimini Road's defenders argue that dismissing the formation too quickly ignores legitimate anomalies that deserve serious investigation. They point to the limited funding available for unconventional archaeological research, suggesting that mainstream academia's reluctance to pursue alternative theories stems partly from institutional bias rather than scientific rigor. The debate has persisted because neither side can provide conclusive proof. Natural formation advocates cannot fully explain the road's geometric precision, while artificial construction theorists cannot demonstrate how such a project could have been completed by peoples supposedly lacking advanced maritime technology. Both explanations require accepting certain improbabilities. Recent technological advances offer new approaches to resolving the controversy. Ground-penetrating sonar can now map subsurface structures with unprecedented detail, potentially revealing whether the blocks rest on prepared foundations or natural bedrock. Chemical analysis of the limestone could determine whether the stones originated from a single quarry or formed in place through geological processes. The broader implications extend beyond archaeology into our understanding of ancient capabilities and climate history. If the road proves artificial, it suggests that sophisticated civilizations were manipulating coastal environments thousands of years earlier than currently accepted. If natural, it demonstrates how easily geological formations can mimic human engineering, cautioning against hasty archaeological conclusions. For now, the Bimini Road remains suspended between possibilities, neither proven nor disproven. The limestone blocks continue their silent existence beneath the Bahamian waters, holding secrets that may reshape our understanding of ancient human achievement, or simply remind us that nature's artistry can rival our own. In the shifting light of the shallow seas, the road leads us toward questions that may be more valuable than the answers we seek. The formation waits, patient as stone, for science to catch up with mystery. Oak Island's elusive treasure. For more than 2 centuries, a small island off the coast of Nova Scotia has consumed fortunes, claimed lives, and defied every attempt to unlock its secrets. Oak Island measures just 140 acres, yet it has drawn treasure hunters, engineers, and dreamers from around the world, all chasing the same elusive promise buried somewhere beneath its surface. The obsession began in 1795, when 3 teenage boys discovered a depression in the ground beneath an old oak tree. What they found when they started digging would launch one of history's longest treasure hunts. Daniel McGinnis, John Smith, and Anthony Vaughan uncovered layers of flagstone, then logs placed at precise 10-foot intervals. Someone had clearly gone to extraordinary lengths to hide something deep underground. But Oak Island wasn't content to give up its secrets easily. Every 20 feet, the boys encountered another barrier. Oak logs, charcoal, coconut fiber shipped from hundreds of miles away. The deeper they dug, the more elaborate the construction became. This wasn't a simple burial. It was an engineering marvel, designed to protect whatever lay at the bottom. Word spread, and by 1804, the first organized expedition arrived. The Onslow Company brought proper equipment and determination, reaching 90 feet before making a discovery that would haunt treasure hunters for generations. At that depth, they found a stone tablet covered in mysterious symbols. When finally translated decades later, the inscription allegedly read, "40 feet below 2 million pounds are buried." They were tantalizingly close. But Oak Island had one more defense mechanism. The next day, the excavation site had flooded with seawater. Not just filled, it was actively refilling as fast as they could pump it out. Someone had engineered an ingenious booby trap, connecting the treasure shaft to the ocean through a series of flood tunnels. The water maintained the same level as the nearby Smith's Cove, rising and falling with the tides, touched the treasure, and the sea itself would guard it. This flooding system revealed something remarkable about whoever built it. They possessed sophisticated knowledge of hydraulic engineering, understanding how to create artificial beaches and control water flow through underground channels. In the 18th century, such expertise was rare and expensive. Whatever they were protecting had to be worth an extraordinary sum. The flood tunnels weren't random construction either. Engineers have discovered at least 2 separate systems, suggesting multiple building phases or redundant security measures. The eastern flood tunnel runs approximately 500 feet from Smith's Cove to the Money Pit area, while a western tunnel provides backup protection. Both were carefully constructed with layers of rocks, eelgrass, and coconut fiber, materials that would maintain water flow while preventing tunnel collapse. Over the decades, theories about Oak Island's buried treasure have grown as deep as the excavations themselves. Some believe it holds Captain Kidd's legendary pirate treasure, while others suggest it might contain manuscripts proving Francis Bacon wrote Shakespeare's plays. More ambitious theories propose it houses the lost treasures of the Knights Templar, spirited away during their persecution in the 14th century. The Templar connection isn't entirely far-fetched. Their documented presence in nearby regions, combined with their reputation for elaborate underground construction projects, makes them plausible candidates. If fleeing Templars did reach Oak Island with their accumulated wealth and sacred artifacts, they certainly possessed the resources and motivation to create such an elaborate hiding place. But perhaps the most intriguing theory involves the French fortress of Louisbourg. Before its final defeat in 1758, the fortress held the accumulated wealth of French colonial operations in North America. Military records show that significant treasures disappeared during the fortress's evacuation. The timeline aligns perfectly with Oak Island's construction, and the French certainly had the engineering expertise to design the flood tunnel system. Modern technology has revealed Oak Island's underground complexity extends far beyond the original Money Pit. Ground-penetrating radar and seismic surveys have identified numerous underground chambers, metal anomalies, and structural remains. Some readings suggest large metallic objects buried at depths exceeding 200 feet, well beyond what 18th century treasure hunters could have reached. The island has claimed its share of victims too. In 1861, the first fatality occurred when a boiler burst during excavation. In 1965, 4 men died from carbon monoxide poisoning in a shaft accident. The island seemed to demand blood in exchange for its secrets, adding a supernatural element to an already mysterious story. Recent excavations have yielded tantalizing clues without providing definitive answers. Searchers have found fragments of parchment, pieces of lead, and small amounts of gold at significant depths. Carbon dating on wooden platforms confirms construction occurred in the late 1600s or early 1700s, matching historical theories about the treasure's origins. But each discovery only deepens the mystery rather than solving it. The money invested in Oak Island searches now totals in the tens of millions of dollars. The Lagina brothers, featured in the television series The Curse of Oak Island, represent just the latest chapter in this centuries-long quest. Their systematic approach, combining historical research with modern technology, has uncovered more clues about the island's past than any previous expedition. Yet after more than 200 years of searching, Oak Island's deepest secret remains buried. The flood tunnels still function as designed, protecting whatever lies beneath. Every technological advance seems to reveal new layers of complexity, rather than bringing searchers closer to the ultimate prize. What drives this obsession? Perhaps it's the mathematical certainty that someone, centuries ago, went to extraordinary expense and effort to hide something on this small island. The engineering alone cost more than most people's fortunes, suggesting the buried treasure must be worth far more than the elaborate precautions taken to protect it. Or perhaps Oak Island endures in our imagination because it represents the perfect mystery, complex enough to challenge the best minds, promising enough to justify enormous risks, yet elusive enough to remain forever just out of reach. The treasure hunters keep coming, each generation believing they'll be the ones to finally solve Oak Island's riddle. Whether they're chasing pirate gold, Templar artifacts, or something else entirely, the island keeps its secrets buried beneath centuries of legend, seawater, and human ambition. The Voynich manuscript, deep within Yale University's Bineca Rare Book Library, behind climate-controlled glass, sits a manuscript that has broken the careers of cryptographers and driven scholars to madness. The Voynich manuscript, a book that refuses to surrender its secrets. Carbon dating places its creation somewhere between 1404 and 1438, yet the knowledge it appears to contain seems to transcend medieval understanding. Written in an unknown script, illustrated with plants that don't exist, and filled with astronomical diagrams that follow no earthly logic, this 240-page vellum codex has become the most mysterious book in human history. The manuscript first surfaced in 1912, when antique book dealer Wilfrid Voynich purchased it from the financially struggling Jesuits of Villa Mondragone in Italy. Hidden in their archives for centuries, the book came with a letter dated 1665 from Johannes Marcus Marci, rector of the University of Prague. The letter claimed the manuscript had once belonged to Emperor Rudolph II, who believed it to be the work of the great philosopher Roger Bacon, and had paid 600 gold ducats for it, a fortune that would equal hundreds of thousands of dollars today. But the letter raised more questions than it answered. If this truly was the work of Roger Bacon, why did it contain knowledge that seemed to predate the Renaissance understanding of botany, astronomy, and human anatomy? And why was it written in a script that no scholar of the 13th century had ever documented? The text itself defies classification. Its flowing characters contain roughly 25 distinct symbols, arranged in patterns that suggest a sophisticated language structure. Words appear to have prefixes and suffixes. Certain character combinations repeat with the frequency of common words. The writing flows from left to right, with justified margins and careful paragraph breaks. This is not the random scribbling of a madman. This is systematic, purposeful communication. Yet no earthly language matches its patterns. Computer analysis has compared the manuscript script to every known alphabet, from ancient Sumerian cuneiform to medieval cipher systems. The character frequency distributions suggest a natural language, not a code, but the vocabulary appears to contain only 8,000 to 35,000 unique words, far fewer than most languages require for complex communication. The illustrations only deepen the mystery. The botanical section shows over 100 plant species drawn in vivid detail, yet botanists have identified none of them. The drawings show roots, leaves, and flowers rendered with scientific precision, but the plants themselves appear to be fantasy. Some researchers suggest they might represent extinct species, while others believe they could be stylized versions of known plants, altered beyond recognition by the artist's interpretation. The astronomical section presents circular diagrams filled with celestial bodies, zodiac symbols, and naked female figures. Some pages show what appear to be star charts, but they don't match any known constellation patterns. Others display intricate fold-out diagrams that seem to map cosmic relationships no medieval astronomer would have understood. Most disturbing are the manuscript's biological illustrations. Pages of nude women bathing in green pools connected by an elaborate plumbing system. Some figures appear to be giving birth. Others seem to be engaged in ritualistic activities. The drawings suggest knowledge of human anatomy that was supposedly unknown in medieval Europe, yet they're presented in a context that seems part medical textbook, part alchemical manual. William Bennett, a former NSA cryptographer who spent decades analyzing the manuscript, concluded that the text shows statistical properties consistent with natural language. Every attempt to break it as a conventional cipher has failed. The patterns are too complex for a simple substitution code, yet too consistent for random text. Bennett's analysis suggested something troubling. The manuscript might be written in a language that no longer exists, or perhaps one that never existed at all. Recent computer analysis has yielded contradictory results. In 2014, University of Bedfordshire professor Stephen Bax claimed to have identified certain words by matching illustrations to text, suggesting the manuscript might be written in a previously unknown form of Near Eastern language. Yet his translations have been disputed by other scholars, and his methodology questioned by cryptographic experts. Other theories venture into stranger territory. Some researchers propose the manuscript is a genuine medieval text written in a constructed language, created perhaps by a secret society or alchemical cult. The consistent internal logic of the script, combined with its sophisticated illustration program, would represent an extraordinary achievement in artificial language creation centuries before such endeavors were documented. More unsettling is the possibility that the manuscript represents knowledge acquired through means we don't understand. The astronomical diagrams, the unknown plants, the advanced understanding of human anatomy, if genuine, they suggest access to information that medieval scholars couldn't have possessed through conventional means. Roger Bacon, the manuscript's alleged author, was known for his interest in experimental science and his belief that knowledge could be acquired through direct observation rather than scholarly tradition. But if Bacon truly created this manuscript, he was documenting knowledge that wouldn't be discovered by mainstream science for centuries. The manuscript's modern history only adds to its mystique. During World War II, it was studied by the U.S. Army's top codebreakers, who were fresh from cracking German and Japanese military ciphers. They made no progress. The manuscript has been analyzed by IBM computers, subjected to statistical analysis by professional cryptographers, and studied by scholars representing every major university. None have succeeded in extracting meaning from its pages. Today, the Voynich manuscript remains as impenetrable as when Wilfrid Voynich first acquired it over a century ago. Digital copies circulate freely on the internet, allowing thousands of amateur cryptographers to attempt their own solutions. Yet the book maintains its silence, its secrets locked behind centuries of encoded text and impossible illustrations. The manuscript forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of knowledge itself. If this document truly contains advanced information encoded in a sophisticated unknown language, then our understanding of medieval learning may be fundamentally flawed. The possibility that such knowledge existed in the 15th century, yet left no trace in the historical record, suggests gaps in our comprehension of the past that run deeper than we've imagined. In the quiet halls of Yale's library, the Voynich manuscript waits. Its pages continue to resist every attempt at understanding, holding secrets that may be nothing more than an elaborate hoax or everything we thought we knew about the limits of human knowledge. The Dyatlov Pass Incident. 9 experienced hikers ventured into the Ural Mountains in January 1959. 3 weeks later, search teams discovered their tent torn open from the inside, their bodies scattered across the frozen wilderness in various states of undress. The investigation that followed raised more questions than it answered, and 65 years later, the true events of that night remain locked in the mountain silence. The group consisted of 10 students and graduates from the Ural Polytechnical Institute, led by 23-year-old Igor Dyatlov. They were seasoned outdoors enthusiasts planning a challenging winter expedition to reach Otorten, a mountain whose name translates to "don't go there" in the local Mansi language. One member, Yuri Yudin, turned back early due to illness, a decision that likely saved his life and left him as the sole survivor to piece together the group's final days. On February 1st, the hikers established their final camp on the eastern slope of Kholat Syakhl, another mountain with an ominous Mansi name, meaning Mountain of the Dead. Weather conditions had worsened, and rather than retreat to the forest line below, they chose to pitch their tent on the exposed slope. This decision puzzled investigators later, as experienced hikers would typically seek shelter from the elements. What happened next defies rational explanation. Something compelled 9 people to cut through their tent from the inside and flee into the brutal Siberian night. The temperature was estimated at -25 to 30 degrees Celsius. Most were barefoot or wearing only socks. Some had managed to grab a single boot. The cuts in the tent were deliberate, methodical, made by someone trying to escape quickly, but not in blind panic. The first searchers, arriving on February 26th, found the abandoned tent partially buried in snow. Inside, they discovered the hikers' belongings neatly arranged: cameras, journals, and personal items left behind. Footprints led away from the tent toward the tree line, approximately 1,500 meters down the slope. The prints suggested the group had walked calmly at first, not run in terror. At the forest edge, searchers discovered the remains of a small fire, and the first two bodies, Yuri Krivonishenko and Yuri Doroshenko, were found shoeless and dressed only in underwear. They had climbed a cedar tree, breaking branches up to 5 meters high, apparently trying to see back toward their tent. Both had died from hypothermia, but their hands bore cuts and scrapes consistent with desperate climbing. Between the cedar tree and the tent, 3 more bodies were found over the following days. Igor Dyatlov, Zenaida Kolmogorova, and Rustam Slobodin appeared to have been attempting to return to the tent when they succumbed to the cold. Slobodin had a small skull fracture, but not severe enough to cause death. All 3 died from hypothermia. The remaining 4 hikers weren't found until May, when the snow melted. Alexander Kolovatov, Lyudmila Dubinina, Semyon Zolotaryov, and Alexander Zolotaryov were discovered in a ravine about 75 meters from the cedar tree. They were better dressed than the others, wearing clothes that had been removed from the bodies found earlier. This suggested they had survived longer and had taken clothing from their deceased companions. But these 4 told a different story. Unlike the others, they hadn't died from exposure. Dubinina and Zolotaryov had massive chest trauma, ribs fractured with force equivalent to a car crash. Dubinina was found without her tongue, eyes, and part of her lips. The medical examiner noted that these soft tissues appeared to have been removed, though whether before or after death remained unclear. One of the 4 had a skull fracture. The official investigation, led by prosecutor Lev Ivanov, concluded that the deaths were caused by a compelling natural force. The case was quickly classified and sealed. Ivanov later admitted that he had been pressured to close the investigation and had been forbidden from including certain evidence in his report. Local Mansi people reported seeing strange orange lights in the sky on the night of the incident. Other hiking groups in the area also reported similar phenomena. Some search team members claimed to have seen these lights as well. Military personnel later suggested the lights could have been parachute mines being tested in the region, though no official confirmation was ever provided. The bodies showed unusual characteristics that defied explanation. Despite being buried in snow for months, they had deep tans, almost orange-colored skin. Their hair had turned gray. Tests revealed elevated levels of radiation on some clothing items, though the significance of this finding remains disputed. Several theories emerged over the decades. Avalanche seemed obvious, but the slope angle was insufficient, and an avalanche wouldn't explain why they fled the tent or the severe injuries to the final 4 victims. Military weapons testing gained traction, particularly theories involving infrasound weapons or rocket tests that could have caused panic and disorientation. Hypothermia can cause paradoxical undressing, a phenomenon where people remove clothing as their body temperature drops critically. This might explain why some were found partially clothed, but it doesn't explain the tent cuts, the organized departure, or the severe trauma injuries. Recent investigations using modern technology and forensic techniques have proposed new theories. In 2019, researchers suggested a delayed avalanche caused by katabatic winds could have damaged the tent, forcing the evacuation. Computer modeling showed how such an avalanche might occur hours after the initial trigger. Yet questions persist. If an avalanche forced them out, why cut the tent instead of using the entrance? Why were the injuries so selective, devastating to 4, minor to the others? Why the elevated radiation levels? Why did local authorities initially restrict access to the area? The Dyatlov Pass incident remains one of the most analyzed yet unexplained mysteries of the 20th century. Each new investigation reveals more questions than answers. The mountain keeps its secrets, and somewhere in the silence between the official reports and the classified files, the truth of what happened on that February night continues to elude us. The pass now bears Dyatlov's name, a memorial to 9 lives lost to circumstances that may never be fully understood. The Taos Home. In 1993, Joe Mullins called the town offices in Taos, New Mexico, with what seemed like a simple complaint. There was a sound, he said, a low, persistent hum that wouldn't stop. The secretary took his information politely, expecting maybe 1 or 2 similar calls. By the end of that first week, the phones hadn't stopped ringing. What started as isolated reports from a few residents quickly became something far stranger. The sound wasn't coming from machinery, wasn't traceable to any identifiable source, and seemed to affect only certain people in very specific ways. Some described it as similar to a diesel engine idling in the distance. Others compared it to the low throb of electrical equipment. But when investigators arrived with sensitive audio equipment, they found something deeply unsettling. The Taos Hum, as it came to be known, could be heard by roughly 2% of the local population, not the tourists passing through, not the skeptical scientists who flew in from universities across the country, just certain residents, most of them between the ages of 40 and 80, who suddenly found themselves tormented by a sound that seemed to exist only for them. Dr. James Kelly was among the first researchers to take the report seriously. A physicist from the University of New Mexico, Kelly had initially assumed the phenomenon would have a straightforward explanation: industrial noise, perhaps, or low-frequency vibrations from mining operations in the area. But his initial sound surveys revealed something that challenged those assumptions entirely. The hum appeared to be most intense during evening hours, typically between 7 and 10 p.m. It seemed to intensify during certain weather conditions, particularly when atmospheric pressure dropped before storms. But most puzzling of all, the sound could be heard indoors, even in specially constructed soundproof chambers. When Kelly brought sensitive recording equipment to locations where residents reported the strongest intensity, his instruments detected nothing unusual. Margaret Chavez lived on the outskirts of Taos for 37 years before the hum began affecting her in 1991. She described waking in the middle of the night to what sounded like a large truck running outside her bedroom window. But when she looked outside, the desert stretched empty under starlight. The sound would fade during daylight hours, only to return each evening like some invisible tide. What made Chavez's case particularly significant was her husband's complete inability to hear what was tormenting her. They would stand in the same room, and she would point toward the direction the sound seemed strongest, while he heard only the normal ambient noise of their home. This pattern repeated itself across dozens of households throughout the Taos area. The phenomenon wasn't entirely without precedent. Similar unexplained hums had been reported in Bristol, England, and in various locations across Australia and Canada. But the Taos case presented unique characteristics that set it apart from these other acoustic mysteries. Dr. Timothy Layton, an acoustics expert from Southampton University, proposed that the hum might result from very low-frequency, electromagnetic radiation, interacting with the human auditory system in ways science didn't yet fully understand. His research suggested that certain individuals might be more sensitive to these frequencies, experiencing them as actual sound even when no acoustic waves were present. But this theory raised its own questions. Why would such sensitivity suddenly manifest in people who had lived in the area for decades without incident? And why did the phenomenon seem to cluster in specific geographic regions rather than appearing randomly across the population? The U.S. Congress eventually took notice of the Taos hum, commissioning a formal investigation in 1997. A team of researchers from Los Alamos National Laboratory, Phillips Laboratory, and the Naval Air Station conducted extensive studies throughout the Taos Valley. They interviewed affected residents, measured electromagnetic fields, analyzed local geology, and monitored atmospheric conditions. Their final report, released after months of investigation, reached a conclusion that satisfied almost no one. The team confirmed that a small percentage of the population was indeed experiencing a real auditory phenomenon. The sound wasn't psychosomatic or imagined, but despite their sophisticated equipment and exhaustive methodology, they couldn't determine what was causing it. Some residents suspected military testing from nearby Los Alamos or other classified facilities scattered throughout New Mexico. The timing seems suspicious, they argued. Why would this phenomenon suddenly appear in an area known for sensitive government research? but investigators found no correlation between reported military activities and the intensity or timing of the human. Others pointed to the unique geology of the Taos region. The Rio Grande Rift runs directly beneath the area, creating a complex landscape of underground caverns and fractures in the Earth's bedrock. Could seismic activity, too subtle to register on conventional instruments, be creating low-frequency vibrations that only certain people could perceive? Dr. David Deming, a geophysicist from the University of Oklahoma, studied this possibility extensively. His research revealed that the Earth constantly generates low-frequency acoustic waves through natural processes. Ocean waves, atmospheric pressure changes, and even distant earthquakes can create these infrasonic vibrations that travel through bedrock over vast distances. But Deming's work also revealed a troubling gap in scientific understanding. The human ear, according to conventional acoustic science, shouldn't be able to perceive frequencies below 20 Hz. Yet the Taos hum seem to exist in exactly this range, audible to some people despite being technically inaudible. As years passed, the phenomenon continued to affect the same core group of residents. Some reported that the sound had become so constant they learned to ignore it, like tinnitus that eventually fades into background awareness. Others said the intensity varied unpredictably, sometimes disappearing entirely for weeks before returning stronger than ever. What remains most unsettling about the Taos hum isn't the mystery of its source, but the questions it raises about perception itself. How many other phenomena exist at the edges of human sensory experience, detectable by some, but invisible to scientific instruments designed around our assumptions of what should be measurable? The investigation officially ended, but the hum continues. On quiet evenings in Taos, a small percentage of the population still hears something that science cannot explain, cannot record, and cannot make disappear. The Mothman of Point Pleasant. For 13 months between 1966 and 1967, the residents of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, lived under the shadow of something that defied explanation. More than 100 witnesses reported encounters with a creature that seemed torn from the pages of nightmare, a being with glowing red eyes, massive wings, and an aura of impending catastrophe that would prove tragically prophetic. The first documented sighting occurred on November 12, 1966, when 5 gravediggers working in Clendenin Cemetery reported seeing a dark, winged figure rise from the trees and glide overhead. But it was 3 days later that the Mothman truly announced its presence to the world. 2 young couples, Roger and Linda Scarberry, and Steve and Mary Mallette, were driving near an abandoned TNT plant outside Point Pleasant when their headlights illuminated something that would haunt them forever. What they described stretched the boundaries of belief. A creature standing 6 to 7 feet tall, with wings folded against its back, and eyes that burned red in the darkness. When their car approached, the being spread wings that spanned 10 feet and took flight, keeping pace with their vehicle as they accelerated to over 100 miles per hour. The witnesses were credible, young adults with no history of fabrication, no desire for publicity, and nothing to gain from their account except ridicule and fear. Sheriff George Johnson investigated their report and found the couples genuinely terrified. He would later state that in his years of law enforcement, he had never encountered witnesses so clearly traumatized by what they had experienced. The physical evidence was minimal, some disturbed vegetation and unusual scratches on the ground, but the psychological impact was undeniable. Word of the encounter spread through Point Pleasant like wildfire, and with it came more sightings. Newell Partridge, a local contractor, reported that his television reception had been disrupted by strange patterns before his dog began howling at something in the darkness beyond his porch. When Partridge shined a flashlight toward the sound, 2 red eyes reflected back at him from near his barn. His dog, a seasoned hunting companion, ran toward the eyes and never returned. The encounters followed a pattern that would become disturbingly familiar. Witnesses described the same massive wingspan, the same hypnotic red eyes, and most unsettling of all, the same sensation of overwhelming dread that accompanied each sighting. Unlike typical cryptid encounters, these witnesses didn't just feel afraid, they felt warned. Marcella Bennett's experience on November 16th exemplified this prophetic quality. While visiting friends near the TNT plant with her infant daughter, she encountered the creature near an abandoned building. As she struggled to restart her car, the being approached, its red eyes fixed on her with what she described as an almost intelligent curiosity. The encounter left her hospitalized with chronic anxiety, but she remained convinced that the creature hadn't meant her harm. Rather, it seemed to be trying to communicate something urgent. Local reporter Mary Heyer documented dozens of these encounters for the Point Pleasant Register, noting that witnesses came from all walks of life: farmers, business owners, police officers, and teenagers. The consistency of their descriptions was remarkable, yet the creature seemed to appear randomly, without pattern or predictable location. Some witnesses reported encountering it along the Ohio River, others in the dense forests surrounding the abandoned munitions facilities left over from World War II. The TNT plant itself became central to the mystery. Built during the war to manufacture explosives, the facility consisted of several hundred concrete bunkers scattered across 2,500 acres of woodland. After the war, the area was largely abandoned, creating a maze of empty structures and overgrown paths. Some theorized that chemical contamination from decades of munitions production might have created mutations in local wildlife, though no known animal matched the creature's description. Throughout 1967, sightings continued with disturbing regularity. The Mothman appeared to different witnesses across Point Pleasant and surrounding Mason County, always maintaining the same essential characteristics. Paranormal investigator John Keel arrived in Point Pleasant to document the encounters and found a community genuinely grappling with something beyond their understanding. Keel's investigation revealed patterns that defied conventional explanation. Several witnesses reported that their encounters with the Mothman were followed by unusual phone calls, electronic interference, and visits from unidentified individuals. The creature itself seemed to possess an almost supernatural awareness, appearing and vanishing without trace, leaving minimal physical evidence despite its substantial size. Then came December 15, 1967. The Silver Bridge, a vital connection between Point Pleasant and Ohio, collapsed during rush hour traffic. 46 people died as the suspension bridge fell into the icy Ohio River, taking cars and their occupants into the dark water below. The collapse was later attributed to the failure of a single eye-bar in the suspension chain, a defect that had gone undetected for years. The timing was impossible to ignore. For 13 months, Point Pleasant residents had reported encounters with a creature that seemed to herald disaster. Within hours of the bridge collapse, the Mothman sightings ceased entirely. The correlation between the creature's presence and the tragedy created a narrative that transcended local folklore and entered the realm of prophecy. Engineering investigations revealed that the bridge had been structurally compromised for an extended period. The failed eye-bar showed signs of stress fractures that had developed gradually over time. Yet this technical explanation did little to address the central mystery. Had the Mothman somehow sensed the approaching catastrophe, or was its presence merely coincidental? The witnesses to the Mothman encounters remained consistent in their accounts decades later. They described not just a creature, but an experience that conveyed impending doom, a sensation that something terrible was approaching Point Pleasant. Whether this represented supernatural precognition or the unconscious recognition of environmental stresses remains unexplained. What emerged from 13 months of terror in Point Pleasant was more than just another cryptid legend. The Mothman encounters represented a collision between the rational and the inexplicable, documented by credible witnesses and culminating in genuine tragedy. The creature, whatever its nature, had announced its presence to an entire community and vanished only when prophecy became reality. The Bermuda Triangle. 3 oceanographers in 2019 made simultaneous readings from different vessels scattered across the western Atlantic. Their equipment registered the same impossible phenomenon: massive electromagnetic disturbances occurring in perfect synchronization across a triangular area stretching from Florida to Puerto Rico to Bermuda. Yet when they compared their data later, each device showed the readings happening at different times. This is the Bermuda Triangle, and after 70 years of investigation, we still can't explain what's happening in those waters. The mathematics alone should give us pause. Over 1,000 documented disappearances in a region covering 440,000 square miles of ocean, ships vanishing in calm seas, aircraft losing radio contact on clear days, their final transmissions cut mid-sentence, search and rescue teams finding nothing, no wreckage, No debris, no bodies, just empty water where something should be. Flight 19 remains the most documented case. On December 5, 1945, 5 Navy Avenger torpedo bombers departed Fort Lauderdale Naval Air Station for a routine training mission. Lieutenant Charles Taylor, an experienced pilot with over 2,500 flight hours, led the formation. The weather was clear, visibility unlimited. At 3:45 p.m., the control tower received Taylor's first distress call. His compass was spinning wildly. His backup compass showed a different heading entirely. Radio transmissions between the aircraft revealed growing confusion, as all 5 pilots reported identical instrument failures. "We don't know which way is west," Taylor transmitted. "Everything is wrong. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should." The final transmission came at 4:25 p.m. "We are entering white water. Nothing seems right." 2 hours later, a Martin Mariner flying boat launched to search for the missing squadron. 13 crew members aboard. At 7:50 p.m., the rescue aircraft's radio went silent. 6 aircraft, 27 men, gone. The Navy's investigation concluded that Taylor became disoriented and flew the formation east over the Atlantic until their fuel ran out. But this explanation requires accepting that 5 experienced military pilots, flying in formation, all misread their instruments simultaneously. It requires believing that a rescue aircraft with advanced navigation equipment suffered an unrelated catastrophic failure on the same day. Dr. Wayne Mashasian, a former Navy flight instructor, studied the flight transcripts for 30 years. His analysis revealed something the official report didn't mention. Taylor's final compass reading placed the formation directly over the Puerto Rico Trench, the deepest part of the Atlantic Ocean in that region. Water depth there exceeds 28,000 feet. Any wreckage would be unrecoverable. But the ocean floor tells a different story. In 1991, deep-sea exploration vessels mapping the Puerto Rico Trench discovered something extraordinary. Sonar detected large metallic objects on the abyssal plain, positioned in a perfect V formation. The objects appeared to be aircraft, but they rested at depths that would have crushed any 1940s military plane beyond recognition. When research teams returned the following year with better equipment, the formations were gone. The Triangle's ship disappearances follow similar patterns. The SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a 524-foot tanker, vanished in February 1963 while carrying molten sulfur from Texas to Virginia. The last radio message reported normal weather and operations. Coast Guard searches found only a few life preservers and sulfur residue floating in calm seas. What disturbed investigators was the cargo manifest. The ship carried 15,000 tons of molten sulfur, heated to 275 degrees Fahrenheit. If the vessel had sunk normally, the superheated cargo would have created massive steam explosions visible for miles. The water temperature in the disaster area would have remained elevated for days. Temperature readings taken during the search showed normal levels. Captain Jim Richardson, who commanded Coast Guard rescue operations in the region for 23 years, documented 14 major vessel disappearances during his tenure. His classified reports, released through Freedom of Information Act requests in 2008, reveal a troubling pattern. "In normal maritime disasters, we find debris fields," Richardson wrote. "Wood, metal, plastic, fuel slicks, personal effects. The ocean gives up its secrets. In Triangle cases, there's nothing. It's as if the vessels were never there." Richardson's most unsettling case involved the merchant vessel MV Joyita in 1967. The ship sent a standard position report at 11:30 a.m., placing it 40 nautical miles southwest of Bermuda. Weather conditions were ideal. At 11:45 a.m., a Coast Guard cutter visually confirmed the Joyita's position and watched it continue on course. At 12:15 p.m., air traffic controllers lost the ship's radar signature. The Coast Guard cutter, still in visual range, reported empty ocean where the Joyita had been 15 minutes earlier. Modern technology has only deepened the mystery. Satellite tracking systems that monitor every ship over 300 tons worldwide have recorded similar events. In 2003, GPS data showed the cargo vessel Excellency traveling at normal speed through the Triangle's southeastern boundary. The ship's automatic identification system transmitted regular position updates every 6 minutes. At 2:48 a.m., the vessel's GPS showed it at coordinates 25°19 N, 67°45 W. At 2:54 a.m., the system showed no position data. The ship had vanished between scheduled transmissions. Satellite surveillance from 3 different countries confirmed no vessel existed at the last known coordinates. Dr. Catherine Morrison, who analyzes maritime disappearances for the International Maritime Organization, has studied 37 triangle cases with complete documentation. Her findings contradict conventional explanations about dangerous weather or navigational hazards. The statistical probability of so many complete disappearances in this specific area approaches 0, Morrison concluded. Ships sink, but they leave evidence. Aircraft crash, but we find debris. The triangle cases show neither. Morrison's research revealed another anomaly. In 90% of triangle disappearances, the final radio transmissions included reports of instrument malfunctions, compasses spinning unpredictably, GPS systems showing impossible coordinates, radar detecting land masses in open ocean. The electromagnetic theory gained credibility in 2016 when oceanographers detected massive methane hydrate deposits beneath the triangle's seafloor. These crystalline structures, formed under extreme pressure, could theoretically release enormous gas bubbles capable of reducing water density enough to sink ships instantly. But methane releases leave chemical signatures. They create temporary dead zones where marine life cannot survive. Satellite imagery can detect the surface disturbances. None of these indicators appear in triangle disappearance areas. The deeper we investigate, the more the triangle resists explanation. Ocean currents here flow in patterns that should disperse debris across thousands of miles. Yet search teams find nothing. The seafloor geology shows no unusual features that might explain ship disappearances. The magnetic field variations, while present, occur in similar strength throughout the western Atlantic. Something waits in those waters. Something that erases ships, aircraft, and the 27,000 people who vanished without trace. The triangle keeps its secrets beneath 28,000 feet of dark water, and after 7 decades of searching, we're no closer to understanding what lies hidden in its depths. Elongated skulls of Peru. Deep within the desert museums of Peru, rows of ancient skulls rest behind glass cases, their elongated forms catching the light in ways that make visitors pause mid-step. These aren't the skulls we expect to see. They stretch backward in impossible curves, some nearly twice the length of modern human craniums, their bone structure so dramatically altered that they barely seem to belong to our species at all. The practice of cranial modification swept through pre-Columbian Peru like a cultural wildfire, transforming the very shape of human consciousness. From the Paracas culture of 800 BCE to the height of the Inca Empire, generation after generation of children underwent a process that would fundamentally alter their appearance for life. But what drove entire civilizations to reshape the human skull? The mechanics seem straightforward enough. Wooden boards, tightly bound cloth, and relentless pressure applied to infant skulls while the bone remained soft and malleable. Month after month, the growing brain pushed against artificial constraints, forcing the cranium to expand backward and upward instead of following its natural spherical development. The result was a distinctive conical or tubular head shape that set the modified apart from the unmodified for their entire lives. Yet the simplicity of the technique belies the complexity of the practice. Not everyone received cranial modification. Archaeological evidence suggests it was reserved for specific social classes, religious groups, or geographic regions. In some Peruvian cultures, the elongated skull marked nobility. In others, it indicated shamanic or priestly status. The Huanca people of the Central Highlands modified their skulls differently than the coastal Chimu, who in turn used techniques distinct from the mountain-dwelling Inca. Dr. Ann Teitelbaum, who spent decades studying cranial modification practices, documented at least 5 different techniques used across Peru. Some involved circular binding that created a more uniform elongation. Others used angular boards that produced distinctive flattening patterns. The most extreme modifications resulted in skulls so dramatically altered that early European colonists refused to believe they were human remains at all. The Spanish conquistadors, who first encountered these skulls in the 1500s, were genuinely disturbed by their appearance. Their chronicles described the elongated craniums as evidence of demonic influence or possibly the remains of a lost race of giants. The cultural gulf between European and Andean practices meant that most colonial observers completely missed the sophisticated social and spiritual systems that had motivated generations of cranial modification. But the deeper mystery lies in what cranial modification actually did to the people who underwent it. Modern neuroscience tells us that skull shape influences blood flow patterns in the brain, potentially affecting everything from cognitive function to sensory perception. The elongated skulls of Peru weren't just cosmetic alterations, they were neurological experiments conducted on a civilizational scale. Some of the modified skulls show cranial capacities significantly larger than average modern humans. The famous Paracas skulls, discovered in the 1920s by archaeologist Julio Tello, include specimens with brain volumes approaching 1,500 cubic centimeters, nearly 25% larger than the typical modern human brain. Whether this increased volume translated to enhanced cognitive abilities remains unknown, but the possibility has captured the imagination of researchers for decades. The Paracas findings proved particularly intriguing because they suggested different degrees of modification within single burial sites. Some skulls showed obvious signs of binding and artificial shaping. Others displayed elongated forms that appeared completely natural, as if the individuals had been born with dramatically elongated craniums. This discovery sparked ongoing debates about whether some of the skulls represented a distinct genetic lineage rather than artificial modification. DNA analysis of the Paracas skulls, conducted in 2014, produced results that geneticists are still working to interpret. The mitochondrial DNA showed unusual markers that didn't match typical Amerindian populations. Some sequences appeared to have closer connections to populations from the Black Sea region than to native South American groups. The findings were preliminary and controversial, but they added another layer of mystery to skulls that were already difficult to explain. The spiritual dimensions of cranial modification may have been just as important as the social ones. Many Andean cultures believed that consciousness resided not just in the brain, but in the specific shape of the skull that housed it. Elongated skulls might have been seen as vessels better suited to receiving divine visions or communicating with ancestral spirits. The distinctive head shape could have marked individuals as intermediaries between the human and spiritual worlds. Archaeological evidence supports this interpretation. Modified skulls often appear in burial contexts associated with shamanic or religious practices. Grave goods found with elongated skulls frequently include objects related to divination, healing, or ritual ceremony. The positioning of the skulls within burial chambers sometimes suggests they held special status even after death. The practice wasn't limited to Peru. Similar cranial modifications have been documented across the Americas, from the Pacific Northwest to the southern tip of Chile. Each culture developed its own techniques and meanings, but the widespread adoption of skull modification suggests it addressed some fundamental human need for transformation and identity. The Inca, who eventually conquered much of Peru, maintained their own cranial modification traditions while allowing conquered peoples to continue their practices. This tolerance suggests that the Inca recognized the deep cultural significance of skull shaping and didn't see it as a threat to their imperial authority. Instead, they may have viewed the diversity of skull shapes as a form of human catalog, with each type serving different functions within their complex society. Modern attempts to understand cranial modification face significant challenges. The living practitioners are gone, and their oral traditions were largely lost during the Spanish conquest. We're left with the physical evidence of the skulls themselves, plus fragmentary archaeological contexts and scattered references in colonial documents. The full meaning of Peru's elongated skulls remains locked in the bone itself. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of these skulls is how they force us to confront the malleability of human identity. In our modern world, we tend to think of physical appearance as fixed and natural, but the elongated skulls of Peru demonstrate that human societies have always been willing to reshape themselves in pursuit of social, spiritual, or aesthetic goals. The question isn't whether these modifications were possible, but whether we've lost something essential about human adaptability in our modern reluctance to embrace such transformations. The elongated skulls continue to rest in their museum cases, silent witnesses to a human creativity that extended even to the fundamental shape of consciousness itself. The Ghost of Flight 401, December 29, 1972. Eastern Airlines Flight 401, descended through the humid Florida night, carrying 176 souls toward what should have been a routine landing in Miami. Captain Bob Loft, a veteran pilot with over 30,000 flight hours, guided the L-1011 TriStar through the darkness alongside flight engineer Don Repo, a man known for his meticulous attention to detail. Within minutes, both would be dead. Within months, their colleagues would begin reporting something far more unsettling than mechanical failure. The crash itself defied expectation. Flight 401 had been circling the Everglades, troubleshooting what appeared to be a faulty landing gear indicator light. A burned-out bulb, nothing more. But in the focused attention required to diagnose this minor issue, no one noticed the autopilot had been inadvertently disengaged. The aircraft descended steadily into the swamp, impacting the ground at over 200 miles per hour. The fuselage disintegrated across the wetlands, leaving 101 people dead and 75 survivors scattered among the wreckage. Eastern Airlines faced a practical problem in the aftermath. The relatively new TriStar had been destroyed, but many of its components remained salvageable. In an industry where every part carries immense value and strict certification requirements, the decision seemed logical. Galley equipment, seats, avionics, and various mechanical components from Flight 401 were cleaned, inspected, and quietly installed aboard other aircraft in Eastern's fleet. The reports began approximately 6 months later. Flight attendant Faye Merriweather was conducting her pre-flight inspection when she encountered a man in an Eastern Airlines uniform sitting in the rear galley. She didn't recognize him, which was unusual given the close-knit nature of the crew community. When she approached to ask his identity, he looked directly at her and spoke, "Watch out for fire on this airplane." The figure then simply vanished. Merriweather would later identify the man from photographs as Don Repo, the flight engineer who had died in the Everglades crash. Captain Jerry Kuyu was performing his scheduled inspection of aircraft N318EA when he noticed someone in the flight engineer's position, assuming it was a colleague running late checks. Kuyu began his standard pre-flight dialogue. The figure responded appropriately to technical questions, demonstrating intimate knowledge of the aircraft's systems. Only when Kuyu turned to make eye contact did he realize he was speaking to Don Repo. The engineer's face bore the injuries he had sustained in the crash, yet his voice remained calm and professional. "You don't need to worry about the pre-flight," Repo told him. "I've already done it." The apparition faded before Kuyu could respond. These encounters followed a pattern that distinguished them from typical ghost stories. The appearances occurred exclusively on aircraft containing salvaged components from Flight 401. The witnesses were experienced aviation professionals, not passengers prone to nervousness or suggestion. Most significantly, the apparitions consistently provided practical warnings about mechanical problems that were later confirmed by maintenance crews. Vice President of Eastern Airlines John Olson received a report that would fundamentally change his perspective on the situation. A TriStar captain, approaching retirement after decades of service, submitted a detailed account of his encounter with Bob Loft. The captain had been reviewing flight plans when he noticed someone in the co-pilot's seat. Assuming his first officer had arrived early, he continued his preparations without looking up. When he finally turned, he found himself face to face with Captain Loft, who warned him about a specific hydraulic system malfunction. The captain immediately contacted maintenance, who discovered the exact problem Loft had described. The airline's response was swift and comprehensive. Management issued strict instructions that employees were not to discuss the sightings with passengers, media, or outside parties. Internal memos classified the reports as confidential, and crew members who spoke publicly about their experiences faced disciplinary action. Eastern Airlines had built its reputation on safety and reliability. Ghost stories, however credible the witnesses, threatened that carefully constructed image. Don Repo's appearances proved particularly persistent. Flight attendants reported conversations with him regarding passenger safety, often receiving specific warnings about turbulence or mechanical issues that proved accurate. On one occasion, a flight attendant serving dinner noticed Repo standing beside her galley cart. He pointed to the oven and said, "Watch out for fire on this airplane." 20 minutes later, that same oven experienced an electrical malfunction that could have resulted in an in-flight fire. The airline industry operates on strict protocols and documented procedures. When experienced pilots and flight attendants began reporting encounters that potentially involved safety implications, the situation required careful evaluation. Some crews refused to fly certain aircraft, particularly those known to contain substantial components from Flight 401. Others requested transfers to different fleets entirely. Dr. Elizabeth Fuller, a researcher investigating the phenomenon, documented over 20 separate encounters across Eastern's fleet. Her interviews with crew members revealed consistent details. The apparitions appeared solid and three-dimensional, engaged in normal conversation, and demonstrated technical knowledge consistent with their former positions. The encounters typically lasted several minutes, allowing for detailed observation and interaction. The sightings continued for approximately 2 years before gradually diminishing. Industry observers noted that this timeline coincided with Eastern's quiet program to remove and replace the salvaged Flight 401 components. The airline never officially acknowledged this connection, but maintenance records suggest a systematic replacement of parts that exceeded normal operational requirements. Captain Bob Loft and flight engineer Don Repo had dedicated their careers to aviation safety. Their commitment to protecting passengers and crew had defined their professional lives. If the reports from their colleagues carry any truth, that dedication transcended even death itself, manifesting in warnings that potentially prevented further tragedies. The Flight 401 encounters remain unique in the annals of aviation history. Unlike folklore or unsubstantiated claims, these reports originated from trained professionals whose careers depended on accuracy and reliability. Their testimonies suggest that some connections between the living and the dead operate beyond our current understanding, particularly when bound by duty, tragedy, and the salvaged remnants of a disaster that should never have occurred. The unfinished map of Piri Reis. In 1929, a palace renovation in Istanbul uncovered something that would puzzle scholars for nearly a century. Workers dismantling walls in the Topkapi Palace discovered fragments of a world map, inked on gazelle hide, bearing the signature of Admiral Piri Reis. The date inscribed read 1513, 21 years after Columbus first reached the Americas. What made this discovery extraordinary wasn't just its age, but what it depicted. The southern portion of the map showed a landmass that wouldn't be officially discovered until 1820, Antarctica. But there was something else, something that defied explanation. The coastline matched perfectly with what we now know lies beneath 2 miles of ice. Piri ibn Haji Mehmed, known to history as Piri Reis, served as a cartographer and naval commander in the Ottoman Empire during its golden age. His uncle, the notorious corsair Kemal Reis, had introduced him to the maritime world, where maps held the power of empires. By 1513, Piri had access to the vast Ottoman naval archives, repositories of knowledge gathered from conquered territories and captured vessels. In his own notes, Piri claimed to have consulted more than 20 source maps when creating his world chart. Some, he wrote, dated back to the time of Alexander the Great. Others came from contemporary Portuguese and Spanish expeditions. One source he mentioned specifically, a map drawn by Columbus himself, captured during a naval engagement. But here's where the mystery deepens. The Antarctic coastline shown on Piri's map corresponds remarkably with seismic surveys conducted in 1949 by the Byrd Antarctic Expedition. These surveys revealed the true shape of the continent's land beneath its ice sheet, ice that has covered Antarctica for at least 6,000 years, possibly much longer. Dr. Charles Hapgood, a professor of history at Keene State College, spent years studying the Piri Reis map during the 1960s. His analysis revealed mathematical sophistication that shouldn't have existed in 1513. The map's projection system accurately portrayed the curvature of the Earth, accounting for longitude calculations that European navigators wouldn't master for another 2 centuries. Hapgood's team made another startling discovery. When they overlaid modern satellite imagery with Piri's coastal outlines, the correlation proved almost exact, not just for Antarctica, but for South America's eastern coast, the Caribbean islands, and even the western shores of Africa. The precision suggested surveying techniques and mathematical knowledge that contradicted everything historians believed about 16th century cartography. The Ottoman admiral had noted something else in his marginalia. He wrote of lands where it is said that there are white-haired monsters in this country. Modern researchers wondered, Could this have been a reference to polar bears, animals that don't exist in Antarctica today, but might have once inhabited different polar regions in ancient maps he consulted? In 1960, the U.S. Air Force officially examined the Peary Race map. Their conclusion, delivered in a formal statement, acknowledged that the map showed the coast of Antarctica as it exists beneath the ice cap. They couldn't explain how this was possible, given that the ice had covered the continent long before any known civilization possessed the technology for such detailed surveying. Some researchers propose that Peary had access to maps created by an unknown ancient civilization, one that existed during a time when Antarctica's coastline remained visible. This theory suggests that survivors of some great cataclysm preserved their geographical knowledge, passing it down through generations until it reached classical antiquity, eventually finding its way into medieval Islamic libraries. Others point to the Orontes Phineas map of 1531, which also depicts Antarctica with suspicious accuracy, and the Mercator map of 1569, showing similar impossible details. If these were all copying from the same ancient sources, it might explain the recurring precision. Critics argue that the apparent accuracy results from selective interpretation. They claim that medieval mapmakers often drew hypothetical southern continents to balance northern landmasses, following classical Greek theories about global symmetry. The apparent coastline matches, they suggest, represent coincidental similarities rather than actual knowledge, yet this explanation struggles with the mathematical precision. The map's coordinate system demonstrates understanding of spherical trigonometry and longitude calculation that European scholars wouldn't develop until the 18th century. The projection method itself required knowledge of the Earth's exact circumference, a measurement not accurately determined in Peary's time. Professor Gregory McIntosh of Macalester College spent decades analyzing the map's construction techniques. His research revealed that Peary had somehow corrected for magnetic declination, the difference between magnetic north and true north. This correction required knowledge of magnetic field variations that wouldn't be understood until centuries later. The mystery deepens when we examine what Peary didn't include. His map shows no trace of the Drake Passage, the channel between South America and Antarctica. Modern geology tells us this passage opened relatively recently in geological time, perhaps 25 million years ago. If ancient cartographers had surveyed Antarctica when it was ice-free, they might have mapped it when the passage was indeed closed. In his second map, created in 1528, Peary added more detail to the North American coast. These additions showed geographical features that Spanish explorers were only beginning to discover. The accuracy suggests access to intelligence networks that spanned continents, or sources of knowledge that predated contemporary exploration entirely. Recent analysis using computer modeling has revealed another puzzle. The map's distortions follow patterns consistent with a spherical projection centered on Cairo. This suggests that whoever created the original sources understood not just global geography, but the mathematical challenges of representing a sphere on flat surfaces. The Peary Race map remains stored in the Topkapi Palace Museum, its gazelle hide surface carefully preserved under controlled conditions. Researchers continue to discover new details in its intricate lines and notations. Each analysis raises fresh questions about the extent of ancient geographical knowledge and the possibility that our understanding of historical exploration may be incomplete. What sources did Peary Race truly consult? Were they remnants of some lost civilization's comprehensive survey of our world? Or do we misunderstand the sophisticated knowledge networks that connected distant cultures 5 centuries ago? The map offers no final answers, only the persistent whisper that perhaps our world held secrets long before we thought possible. The Green Children of Woolpit. In the summer of 1186, during the harvest season in the village of Woolpit, Suffolk, workers made a discovery that would perplex historians for nearly 1,000 years. 2 children emerged from ancient wool pits that dotted the countryside, children whose skin held an unmistakable green tint that seemed to emanate from within. The account comes to us through the chronicles of 2 respected medieval historians, Ralph of Coggeshall, abbot of a Cistercian monastery, and William of Newburgh, whose Historia Rerum Anglicorum remains one of the most reliable sources of 12th century English history. Neither man was prone to fantasy or embellishment. Both documented the event with the same meticulous care they applied to recording births, deaths, and political upheavals. According to their accounts, the children, a boy and a girl who appeared to be siblings, spoke no recognizable language. They wore clothes made from unfamiliar materials, woven in a style that bore no resemblance to any known textile work of the period. Most disturbing to the villagers was their refusal to eat any food offered to them. For days, they would touch nothing but fresh beans still in their pods, consuming them with an almost desperate hunger. Sir Richard de Calne, a local knight, took the children into his household. The boy, who appeared to be the younger of the two, grew increasingly weak and died within months. The girl, however, gradually adapted to her new environment. Her skin slowly lost its green coloration, fading to a pale but normal human complexion. More remarkably, she began to learn English. When she could finally communicate, her story became even more extraordinary. She described her homeland as a place called St. Martin's Land, where the sun never fully rose and the light remained perpetually dim, like twilight. She spoke of a great river that separated her world from a land of eternal light. She and her brother had been following the sound of bells, possibly church bells, when they became lost in underground passages and eventually emerged into the blinding daylight of 12th century England. The girl, who was eventually baptized and given the name Agnes, lived for many years in the household and later married a man from King's Lynn. Some accounts suggest she lived a relatively normal life, though she was always considered different by those who knew her origins. Modern scholars have proposed various theories to explain the green children of Woolpit, but none adequately address all the documented facts. The most common explanation suggests they were Flemish immigrants who had suffered from hypochromic anemia, a condition that can give skin a greenish tint due to iron deficiency. The theory proposes they were children of persecuted Flemish settlers who had fled into the forests and emerged disoriented and malnourished. Yet this explanation falters when examining the specific details. The children's clothing was described as being made from unknown materials, not typical Flemish textiles. Their complete inability to communicate in any recognizable language seems implausible for children who would have been raised in a community with at least some contact with English speakers. Most puzzling is their exclusive consumption of beans, which suggests a dietary restriction so specific it borders on the physiological. Dr. Paul Harris, a researcher at the University of East Anglia, has noted that the children's description of their homeland matches no known geographical location in medieval England or continental Europe. The reference to St. Martin's Land is particularly intriguing because St. Martin's Day was associated with the twilight time of year when daylight hours dramatically shortened, but the children described this as a permanent condition, not a seasonal one. The underground passages they described have been partially mapped in the region around Woolpit. Extensive chalk tunnels and natural caves do exist throughout Suffolk, some connecting to ancient flint mines. However, none of these passages would lead to any location matching the children's description of their homeland. Archaeological evidence from the site has yielded few clues. Woolpit itself was an established village by the 12th century, and the wolf pits from which the children emerged were human-made traps designed to capture wolves that threatened livestock. The pits were typically 15 feet deep and covered with branches and foliage. Children falling into these pits would face serious injury or death, yet the green children appeared unharmed. Perhaps most unsettling is how the story has been preserved across centuries. The accounts of Ralph of Coggeshall and William of Newburgh are remarkably consistent, despite being written independently. Neither historian gained any apparent benefit from recording such a bizarre event. In fact, including such a story risked undermining their credibility as reliable chroniclers. The Catholic Church's response to the children was notably restrained. Despite their unusual appearance and origins, church officials showed no inclination to declare them demonic or supernatural. The girl was baptized without controversy, suggesting church authorities found nothing inherently threatening about her nature. This measured response contrasts sharply with the Church's typical reaction to genuinely unexplained phenomena during the medieval period. The linguistic evidence presents its own mysteries. The children's original language was described as containing sounds that had no equivalent in contemporary English or other known languages. Several scholars have attempted to identify potential linguistic connections, but no definitive matches have been found with any European language family from the period. Local folklore in Suffolk has preserved fragments of the story that don't appear in the official chronicles. Some versions describe the children as being afraid of iron objects, while others mention their unusual reaction to sunlight, requiring gradual exposure to prevent burning. These details, if accurate, suggest physiological differences that extend beyond simple malnutrition or disease. The Green Children of Woolpit remain one of medieval England's most perplexing mysteries. They represent a documented encounter with the truly unknown, recorded by reliable sources who had no apparent motive for deception. Whether they were lost children from a forgotten community, visitors from a parallel dimension, or something else entirely, their story continues to challenge our understanding of what's possible within the carefully documented framework of medieval history. The girl who became Agnes lived out her days in a world fundamentally different from the one she had known. Her integration into 12th century English society was complete, yet the mystery of her origins remained forever unsolved. In the end, only she knew the truth about St. Martin's Land, and she took that knowledge with her to the grave. Aleister Crowley's Haunted Abbey. When Aleister Crowley arrived in Cefalù, Sicily in April 1920, locals whispered that he brought darkness with him. The self-proclaimed Great Beast 666 inches had come seeking sanctuary for his radical spiritual practices, but what unfolded within the walls of his Abbey of Thelema would haunt the seaside town for decades to come. The villa Crowley chose sat perched on rocky cliffs overlooking the Mediterranean, its weathered stone walls already bearing the scars of centuries. Built in the 1600s, the structure had housed monks, merchants, and aristocrats before falling into disrepair. But under Crowley's influence, it would become something entirely different, a place where the boundaries between ritual and reality seemed to dissolve completely. Crowley christened his commune the Abbey of Thelema, naming it after the fictional abbey in François Rabelais' satirical novel. His philosophy centered on the principle, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law," a doctrine that would manifest in ways both profound and disturbing within those ancient walls. The occultist believed he could commune directly with supernatural entities, and the abbey would serve as his gateway to realms beyond human understanding. The first sign that something unusual was taking root came from Crowley himself. He spent weeks painting elaborate murals directly onto the villa's walls, creating scenes that depicted sexual and magical imagery in vivid, unsettling detail. These weren't mere decorations. According to Crowley's journals, each symbol and figure served a specific purpose in his magical workings. Visitors reported that the painted eyes seemed to follow them through rooms, and that certain images appeared to shift and change depending on the light and viewing angle. Local craftsmen hired to make repairs fled the site regularly, claiming they heard voices emanating from empty rooms and felt invisible hands touching them while they worked. One mason, Giuseppe Torrisi, documented his experiences in letters to his brother in Palermo. He described tools moving on their own, sudden drops in temperature that made his breath visible even in Sicily's warm climate, and the persistent sensation of being watched by unseen presences. The abbey attracted followers from across Europe, artists, intellectuals, and spiritual seekers drawn by Crowley's promise of enlightenment through transgression. But many who arrived with enthusiasm left in terror. Nanette Shumway, an American artist who spent 3 months at the Abbey in 1921, kept detailed diary entries that survive today. She wrote of nocturnal ceremonies where participants claimed to witness materialized spirits, and of mornings when she would find strange symbols carved into wooden furniture that had appeared overnight. The most documented supernatural incident occurred in February 1922, when Rowell Loveday, a young Oxford graduate and follower of Crowley, died suddenly at the Abbey under mysterious circumstances. While official records attribute his death to acute enteritis, witnesses reported far more disturbing details. Loveday's wife, Betty May, claimed he had been participating in an intense magical ritual when he suddenly collapsed, speaking in unknown languages and describing visions of dark entities surrounding him. She insisted that something had been summoned during the ceremony, something that had remained in the abbey even after her husband's death. Local physician Dr. Francesco Renda, who examined Loveday's body, noted in his private medical journal that the young man showed symptoms inconsistent with typical intestinal illness. His notes, discovered in Sicily's state archives decades later, describe marks on Loveday's body that resembled ritual scarification, though no one could explain how they had appeared. Dr. Renda wrote that Loveday had been conscious until his final moments, repeatedly warning that it won't stay contained and begging those present not to continue the ritual practices at the Abbey. After Loveday's death, supernatural activity at the Abbey intensified dramatically. Neighbors reported seeing lights moving through the building at all hours, accompanied by sounds they described as resembling both human voices and animal cries. The local priest, Father Antonio Messina, documented multiple attempts to bless the property, claiming that his blessed water would boil spontaneously when brought near certain rooms, and that religious artifacts would crack or tarnish within minutes of entering the building. When Italian authorities expelled Crowley from Sicily in April 1923, they sealed the Abbey, but the strange occurrences continued. Caretakers hired to maintain the empty property rarely lasted more than a few weeks. Records from the Cefalu municipal office show a consistent pattern. Maintenance workers would report equipment malfunctioning inexplicably, cold spots that persisted even during Sicily's blazing summers, and the sound of footsteps echoing through rooms where Crowley's painted figures gazed down from deteriorating walls. In 1955, a team of researchers from the University of Palermo attempted the first systematic study of the Abbey's reported phenomena, led by Professor Marco Benedetti, an expert in historical psychology. The team spent 2 weeks documenting what they initially assumed would be easily explained environmental factors. Instead, their equipment recorded temperature fluctuations of up to 30 degrees within single rooms, electromagnetic readings that defied conventional explanation, and audio recordings that captured voices speaking in what linguists later identified as Enochian, the same angelic language that Crowley claimed to use in his rituals. The Abbey stands today much as Crowley left it, though decades of neglect have taken their toll. Local authorities have repeatedly attempted to renovate the building for historical preservation, but construction crews continue to report the same unsettling experiences that plagued workers nearly a century ago. Recent investigations using modern paranormal research equipment have detected consistent electromagnetic anomalies concentrated around the rooms where Crowley conducted his most intensive magical workings. Whether one believes in supernatural forces or not, the Abbey of Thelema presents a compelling question. How does a building retain such a consistent reputation for unexplained phenomena across multiple generations of witnesses? The answer may lie not in what Aleister Crowley believed he accomplished within those walls, but in what he may have actually awakened, something that continues to make its presence known to anyone brave enough to enter the decaying chambers where one man's quest for ultimate knowledge created mysteries that persist to this day. The Hessdalen Lights. Since 1981, the Hessdalen Valley has hosted one of the most persistent and well-documented unexplained phenomena on Earth. In this remote stretch of Norwegian wilderness, lights appear with such regularity that locals no longer pause their conversations when the sky begins to glow. The valley sits roughly 120 kilometers south of Trondheim, carved between rolling hills that rise like gentle guardians over scattered farms and forests. Here, where the nearest neighbor might be kilometers away, something extraordinary happens with almost mundane frequency. Orbs of light emerge from nowhere, hover above the tree line, pulse with colors that shift from white to yellow to red, then vanish as suddenly as they appeared. These aren't fleeting glimpses that leave witnesses questioning their own eyes. The Hessdalen lights linger. They dance across the horizon for minutes, sometimes hours. They've been filmed, photographed, measured with instruments, and tracked by radar. Yet after 4 decades of scientific investigation, they remain as mysterious as the night they were first reported. The phenomenon gained serious attention in 1983, when Project Hessdalen was established, one of the first scientific studies to approach unexplained aerial phenomena with rigorous methodology rather than skeptical dismissal. Led by engineer Erling Strand, the team set up monitoring stations throughout the valley, equipped with cameras, magnetometers, spectrum analyzers, and seismographs. What they found defied comfortable explanations. The lights appeared to be plasma-like formations, glowing masses of ionized gas that moved with apparent intelligence. They would respond to flashlight signals from observers, approaching when beckoned, retreating when pursued. Some remained stationary for hours while others zipped across the valley at impossible speeds, making right-angle turns that would crush any physical object. Massimo Teodorani, an Italian astrophysicist who joined later investigations, documented lights that emitted both visible and infrared radiation. His thermal imaging revealed objects maintaining temperatures of several hundred degrees Celsius while displaying behavior that suggested conscious awareness of their surroundings. When researchers flashed lights at the phenomena, they often received responses, not random flickers, but seemingly deliberate patterns of illumination. This interaction challenged the assumption that they were dealing with natural atmospheric phenomena like ball lightning or aurora-related effects. The scientific data painted an increasingly complex picture. Radio frequency measurements detected unusual electromagnetic pulses preceding many sightings. Ground-penetrating radar occasionally registered anomalous readings in areas where lights had appeared. Most puzzling were instances where multiple detection systems recorded the presence of something substantial, something with mass, in locations where visual observation showed only empty air. Local residents speak of the lights with a mixture of familiarity and respect that comes from decades of coexistence. Farmer Bernd Svor tells of nights when his cattle refused to graze in certain pastures, clustering near the barn, while orbs of white light drift silently overhead. Maria Holstad describes lights that seem to follow her car along the valley road, maintaining a constant distance of perhaps 50 meters, matching her speed until she reached her driveway. These aren't stories told with wild-eyed enthusiasm, but with the matter-of-fact tone of people reporting unusual but undeniable aspects of their daily lives. The lights have become part of Hessdalen's character, like knowing which roads flood in spring or where the best cloudberries grow. Yet the phenomena show patterns that suggest something more complex than random atmospheric events. The lights appear more frequently during autumn and winter months. They tend to manifest most often during specific weather conditions. Clear, cold nights with minimal atmospheric disturbance. Certain locations within the valley see repeated activity, while others remain consistently quiet. Traditional explanations have been proposed and systematically eliminated. The lights aren't aircraft. Radar confirms their impossible flight characteristics and absence of engine signatures. They're not meteorological phenomena. They appear in weather conditions that preclude ball lightning, aurora, or atmospheric reflection effects. Mining activity was suggested, but the valley has no active mines, and the lights predate industrial development in the region. Some researchers have theorized about piezoelectric effects generated by geological stress in the Earth's crust. The valley does sit on a boundary between different rock formations, and tectonic pressure might theoretically produce electrical phenomena. However, this fails to explain the light's apparent responsiveness to human activity or their complex movement patterns. The plasma hypothesis offers partial explanations. Ionized gases could account for the electromagnetic signatures and thermal readings, but naturally occurring plasma typically requires extreme conditions absent from the Hessdalen environment. Creating stable plasma formations that persist for hours and move with controlled direction would require energy sources that remain unidentified. Dr. Strand's research has documented over 4,000 sightings since systematic recording began. Modern monitoring stations continue operating, now equipped with automated systems that trigger recording when unusual phenomena appear. The data reveals lights that pulse at specific frequencies, emit coherent radio signals, and display spectral signatures unlike any known atmospheric phenomenon. Skeptical investigators have visited Hessdalen, expecting to debunk local folklore and find mundane explanations for misidentified natural events. Many leave with more questions than answers. The sheer volume of consistent documented evidence makes dismissing the phenomena increasingly difficult for honest scientific inquiry. International interest has grown as similar lights have been reported in other valleys with comparable geological characteristics. Locations in Australia, Chile, and Romania have documented phenomena sharing key features with Hessdalen's displays. This suggests either a worldwide pattern of atmospheric effects science hasn't recognized, or something even more intriguing. The mystery deepens with each passing year. Advanced monitoring equipment reveals new layers of complexity rather than providing simple answers. The lights continue appearing, continue interacting with human observers, continue defying attempts at categorization. In Hessdalen Valley, the impossible has become routine. Residents check the weather forecast, and wonder if tonight might bring visitors from wherever the lights originate. Scientists continue gathering data, hoping the next measurement might unlock understanding. Meanwhile, the lights dance on, indifferent to human attempts at explanation, carrying their secrets through the Norwegian darkness like luminous question marks written across the sky. Rongo, the untranslated script. 27 wooden boards sit in museums across the world, their surfaces carved with symbols that have confounded linguists for over a century. These artifacts from Easter Island, known as Rapa Nui to its inhabitants, represent one of humanity's last unbroken codes. The script is called Rongo, meaning to recite in the island's native tongue, and despite decades of scholarly investigation, we still cannot read a single complete sentence. The mystery deepens when you consider that Easter Island, isolated in the Pacific Ocean over 2,000 miles from the nearest populated land, developed this sophisticated writing system in complete isolation. No other Polynesian culture created anything remotely similar. The symbols themselves range from human figures to birds, fish, plants, and geometric patterns, all meticulously carved into wood that has somehow survived the island's harsh climate for centuries. Brother Eugène Eraud, a French missionary, first documented Rongo in 1864. He described seeing wooden tablets covered in hieroglyphic characters in nearly every house on the island. The islanders, he noted, showed great reverence for these objects, handling them with careful ceremony. Yet when he tried to learn their meaning, he encountered only silence. The knowledge, it seemed, was already slipping away. What makes this loss particularly haunting is the timing. By the 1860s, Easter Island had endured a catastrophic population collapse. Slave raids, disease, and ecological disaster had reduced the island's inhabitants from an estimated 15,000 to just over 100 souls. The last native speakers who could read Rongo were dying, taking their knowledge with them to graves that would never reveal their secrets. The few attempts to record the script's meaning came too late. In 1886, ethnologist William Thompson convinced an elderly islander named Ur to recite from one of the tablets. The old man chanted for hours, his voice carrying melodies that seemed to match the rhythm of the carved symbols. But when Thompson asked him to repeat the same passage, Ur words were entirely different. The scholar realized with growing despair that the man was improvising, using the symbols merely as prompts for traditional stories he already knew by heart. The structure of Rongo presents puzzles that challenge every attempt at decipherment. The symbols are arranged in a pattern called reverse bostrafiden. Each line reads in the opposite direction from the line above it. You begin at the bottom left, read right to left, then flip the tablet 180 degrees, and continue reading the next line from left to right. This unusual method suggests a sophisticated understanding of textual organization, yet it makes analysis extraordinarily difficult. Modern scholars have identified approximately 600 distinct glyphs within the corpus, though many appear to be variations of more basic symbols. Some researchers believe they've detected repeated sequences that might represent proper names or religious formulas. The Santiago staff, one of the longest surviving texts, contains over 2,300 individual glyphs arranged in 13 lines. If it tells a complete story, that story remains locked in patterns we cannot comprehend. Digital analysis has revealed tantalizing hints about the script's nature. Statistical studies suggest Rongo shares characteristics with other logographic writing systems like Chinese characters, where symbols represent concepts rather than sounds. Computer modeling has identified internal structures that seem too regular to be decorative art, too complex to be simple pictographs. The symbols appear to follow grammatical rules, suggesting a true writing system rather than mere memory aids. One of the most compelling theories comes from linguist Stephen Fisher, who proposed that Rongo represents a form of cosmological creation chant. He argued that the symbols describe the procreation of all things on Earth, beginning with basic elements and progressing through increasingly complex life forms. Fisher claimed to have identified recurring patterns that support this interpretation, including symbol sequences that seem to represent copulation leading to birth. His translation of one tablet begins, "All the birds copulated with the fish, and there issued forth the son." Yet Fisher's work remains controversial. Critics point out that his methodology relies too heavily on speculation, connecting symbols to meanings without sufficient evidence. The tragic reality is that Rongo may be fundamentally untranslatable without a bilingual text or native speakers to guide interpretation. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs, which were decoded using the Rosetta Stone, Rongo exists in isolation, with no parallel texts in known languages. The tablets themselves hold clues about their original function. Nearly all show signs of heavy use: worn edges, polished surfaces, repairs made with careful stitching. These were not ceremonial objects stored in temples, but working documents handled regularly by people who understood their contents. The wood used comes from the Toromiro tree, once common on Easter Island, but now extinct in its native habitat due to deforestation. Even the medium carries the weight of loss. Some researchers have turned to the island's oral traditions for insights. Polynesian cultures typically maintained historical knowledge through spoken genealogies, creation myths, and ceremonial chants. The patterns carved into Rongo tablets might represent mnemonic devices for these oral traditions, visual cues that helped storytellers remember complex narratives spanning generations. If true, the symbols we see might be only fragments of much larger stories, incomplete without the voices that once gave them meaning. Recent discoveries continue to complicate our understanding. In 2010, researchers using high-resolution photography revealed previously unknown details on several tablets, including symbols that had been invisible to earlier scholars. These new glyphs don't match any known categories, suggesting the script's complexity exceeds even current estimates. The deeper mystery may be why Rongo developed at all. Writing systems typically emerge from complex societies with administrative needs, record-keeping, trade, governance. But Easter Island's isolation meant no external trade, and its small population could have managed social organization through oral tradition alone. Perhaps the script served spiritual purposes, recording sacred knowledge that demanded written preservation. Or maybe it represents something else entirely, a communication system whose very purpose remains beyond our comprehension. Today, Rongo endures as a testament to human intellectual achievement and tragic cultural loss. Somewhere in those carved symbols lie stories, genealogies, perhaps even personal thoughts of people who lived on one of Earth's most remote islands. Their voices call to us across centuries, speaking in a language we cannot understand, carrying messages we may never receive. The Curse of the Pharaohs. When Howard Carter's candle first illuminated the antechamber of Tutankhamun's tomb on November 26, 1922, Lord Carnarvon asked what he could see. Carter's famous reply was simple: wonderful things. What he couldn't have known was that within 5 months, his financial backer would be dead, and a legend would begin that continues to puzzle researchers nearly a century later. The deaths began almost immediately. Lord Carnarvon, who had funded Carter's excavations for 15 years, died on April 5, 1923, from what appeared to be an infected mosquito bite that led to pneumonia. At the moment of his death in Cairo, witnesses reported that all the lights in the city went out simultaneously. More unsettling still, back at his estate in England, his dog howled once and collapsed dead at the exact same time. Arthur Mace, Carter's right-hand man, and the person who actually broke down the wall into the burial chamber, fell into a coma-like exhaustion shortly after the tomb's opening. He never recovered, dying in 1928 without ever regaining his strength. George J. Gould, an American railroad executive who visited the tomb, developed a fever the same day and died within 24 hours. Hugh Evelyn White, an archaeologist on the team, took his own life, leaving a note that read, "I have succumbed to a curse which forces me to disappear." By 1929, 11 people connected to the opening of Tutankhamun's tomb had died under circumstances that defied easy explanation. The British press dubbed it the Pharaoh's Curse, but the deaths weren't random. They followed a pattern that seemed almost methodical. Richard Bethel, Carter's secretary, died suddenly in his bed in 1929. His father, Lord Westbury, jumped from his 7th-floor apartment window 4 months later, leaving behind a note referencing his son's involvement with the tomb. The hearse carrying Lord Westbury's body to the cemetery struck and killed an 8-year-old boy. 3 deaths, connected by an invisible thread that stretched back to a tomb sealed for over 3,000 years. The Egyptian workers who actually entered the tomb told different stories than the archaeologists. They spoke of protective spirits called jinn, and warned that disturbing the pharaoh's eternal rest would bring consequences. When several of the Egyptian team members died within the first 2 years, their families refused to let any other relatives work on the excavation. Scientific analysis of the deaths reveals troubling patterns. Dr. Mark Nelson of Monash University conducted a comprehensive study in 2002, examining the mortality rates of everyone present at the tomb's opening. His findings were unsettling. Those who entered the burial chamber had a significantly higher mortality rate than those who remained outside, and the deaths clustered in the first few years after exposure. But the curse's reach seemed to extend beyond direct contact. In 1966, Mohammed Ibrahim, Egypt's director of antiquities, fought to prevent Tutankhamun's treasures from being exhibited in Paris. On the day he finally agreed to the exhibition, he left the meeting and was struck by a car. 2 days later, his successor also died suddenly. The treasures went to Paris, but the exhibition was plagued by accidents and equipment failures that museum staff couldn't explain. More recently, scientists have proposed biological explanations for the curse. Dr. Jennifer Wegner from the University of Pennsylvania discovered that ancient Egyptian tombs often contain high concentrations of ammonia gas, formaldehyde, and hydrogen sulfide, all toxic to human respiratory systems. Additionally, mold spores preserved in the sealed environment for millennia could cause severe respiratory infections in those with compromised immune systems. The tomb itself contained another disturbing element: radioactive materials. Some of the artifacts showed traces of uranium and other radioactive elements that were unknown to the ancient Egyptians, but could have accumulated naturally over thousands of years. Prolonged exposure to low-level radiation matches many of the symptoms experienced by the excavation team: fatigue, compromised immune systems, and various cancers. Yet these scientific explanations don't account for all the evidence. Howard Carter himself lived until 1939, 17 years after opening the tomb, despite being the most exposed to any environmental hazards. Dr. Douglas Derry, who performed the autopsy on Tutankhamun's mummy, lived to be 87. Several other team members lived normal lifespans, seemingly immune to whatever affected their colleagues. The curse's psychological component may be more significant than initially recognized. Recent research into the nocebo effect, the evil twin of the placebo effect, demonstrates that believing in a curse can actually cause physical symptoms and even death. The constant media attention and public expectation of doom may have created a self-fulfilling prophecy for those who believed they were cursed. Egyptian texts discovered in later excavations revealed that cursing tomb robbers was indeed a genuine practice. Inscriptions threatened intruders with disease, drowning, and attack by lions and crocodiles. The ancient Egyptians understood psychological warfare and designed their curses to be memorable and terrifying. Today, Tutankhamun's treasures are housed in museums around the world, but strange incidents continue. In 1977, fragments of the pharaoh's mummy were sent to various laboratories for analysis. The plane carrying one sample to London experienced sudden decompression and nearly crashed. The laboratory analyzing tissue samples in Paris suffered a power failure that destroyed months of research just days before their results were to be published. The most unsettling aspect of the curse may be its selectivity. It seems to distinguish between those who approach the pharaoh's remains with respect and those who treat them merely as scientific specimens. Egyptian museum curators, who perform daily rituals of acknowledgement and respect, report far fewer incidents than foreign researchers who handle the artifacts purely as archaeological specimens. Whether the curse of the pharaohs represents ancient Egyptian spiritual protection, environmental toxicity, psychological suggestion, or something else entirely remains an open question. What cannot be disputed is that the pattern of deaths, accidents, and mysterious illnesses surrounding Tutankhamun's tomb has continued for nearly a century, affecting people who never set foot in Egypt, but whose lives became entangled with the boy pharaoh's eternal rest. The tomb that revealed wonderful things also revealed that some mysteries refuse to be solved by science alone. The Bell Witch. For over 2 centuries, the residents of Adams, Tennessee, have carried stories their ancestors wished they could forget. Stories of a presence so malevolent so persistent that it drove a respected farmer to his grave and left an entire community questioning the very nature of reality itself. The Bell family seemed unremarkable by all accounts. John Bell, a prosperous landowner, had built a comfortable life for his wife Lucy and their 9 children in the rolling hills of Robertson County. The year was 1817, and their red brick home stood as a testament to honest work and quiet ambition. Yet within those walls, something began to stir that would transform the Bells from ordinary settlers into the centerpiece of America's most documented supernatural haunting. John Bell first noticed the disturbances in his cornfield during the late summer harvest. Workers reported strange sounds emanating from the rows of grain, a rhythmic knocking that seemed to follow no earthly pattern. Bell himself witnessed what he described as an enormous black dog with the head of a rabbit, a creature that vanished the moment he raised his rifle. His neighbors might have dismissed these accounts as the imaginings of a man working too hard under the Tennessee sun, but the phenomena refused to remain confined to the fields. The entity, whatever it was, moved into the Bell home with the calculated precision of an unwelcome guest who intended to stay. It began with subtle manifestations, the sound of rats gnawing inside the walls, despite no evidence of rodent infestation. Chains dragged across floors in the dead of night, though morning light revealed nothing disturbed. The Bell children woke to their bed covers being methodically pulled away by invisible hands, leaving them exposed to the autumn chill. What separated the Bell Witch, as the entity came to be known, from other reported hauntings was its apparent intelligence and its voice. Unlike the mournful wailing typically associated with restless spirits, this presence spoke with calculated malice. It engaged visitors in conversation, demonstrated knowledge of biblical scripture, and even sang hymns with perfect pitch. The witch claimed to be the spirit of Kate Batts, a neighbor who had died bearing a grudge against John Bell over a land dispute. Yet the voice also identified itself by other names, sometimes claiming to be an Indian spirit, other times announcing itself as a demon sent from hell itself. The torment escalated with surgical precision. The entity focused particular attention on John Bell and his youngest daughter, Betsy. Bell suffered mysterious illnesses that left him bedridden for days at a time, his face contorting in pain while his tongue swelled to proportions that made speech impossible. During these episodes, the witch's voice would fill the house with triumphant laughter, promising that John Bell's suffering had only just begun. Betsy, barely 13 when the haunting began, endured physical attacks that left visible marks on her young body. Witnesses reported seeing her hair pulled by invisible hands, her face slapped by unseen forces, and her body lifted and thrown across rooms. The witch claimed to despise Betsy's relationship with Joshua Gardner, a local young man, and would torment the girl relentlessly whenever his name was mentioned. The psychological trauma proved as devastating as the physical abuse. Betsy eventually broke off her engagement to Gardner, unable to bear the entity's jealous rage. Word of the Bell Witch spread throughout Tennessee and into neighboring states. The haunting attracted visitors from hundreds of miles away, all seeking to witness the impossible. General Andrew Jackson, later to become the 7th President of the United States, traveled to the Bell farm with a group of men intent on exposing what they assumed to be an elaborate hoax. According to surviving accounts, Jackson's wagon became mysteriously stuck on the road leading to the Bell property, despite the wheels turning freely and the horses straining against their harnesses. Only after the witch's voice rang out across the countryside, welcoming the general to witness her power, did the wagon suddenly lurch forward. Jackson's men spent the night in the Bell home, and by morning, several had fled in terror. The general himself reportedly cut his visit short, later stating that he would rather face the entire British army than spend another night with the Bell Witch. This endorsement from a decorated military hero lent credibility to the Bell family's claims and attracted even more curious visitors to their tormented household. The haunting lasted 4 years, during which time the Bell family endured constant psychological warfare. The entity predicted John Bell's death with chilling accuracy, announcing the exact date and method of his demise. On December 20th, 1820, Bell was found in a comatose state beside his bed. A small vial of unknown liquid sat on the nightstand, and when the family cat was given a drop to test its contents, the animal died instantly. The witch's voice filled the room, claiming credit for the poisoning and celebrating its successful revenge. John Bell died the following morning, and the witch's laughter reportedly echoed through the house as his body was prepared for burial. During the funeral, the entity sang drinking songs and made crude jokes, showing no respect for the grief of the survivors. Yet with Bell's death, the intensity of the haunting began to diminish. The witch announced it would leave the family in peace, though it promised to return in 7 years to visit Bell's descendants. True to its word, the entity returned briefly in 1828, manifesting primarily to John Bell's widow, Lucy. The second visitation lasted only a few weeks and lacked the vicious intensity of the original haunting. The witch claimed satisfaction with its revenge and departed with a final promise to return in 1935 to terrorize Bell's descendants. That date came and went without incident, though residents of Adams, Tennessee continued to report strange occurrences near the original Bell property. The Bell Witch case remains unique in the annals of paranormal investigation due to its extensive documentation and the credibility of its witnesses. Unlike many supernatural claims that rely on second-hand accounts or questionable testimony, the Bell haunting was witnessed by dozens of respected community members, including clergymen, doctors, and government officials. The consistency of their accounts, recorded in letters, journals, and sworn statements, creates a historical record that defies easy dismissal. Modern investigators have proposed various theories to explain the Bell Witch phenomena, ranging from mass hallucination to poltergeist activity triggered by adolescent psychic energy. Yet none of these explanations adequately address the intelligence and consistency of the manifestations or the physical evidence that accompanied them. In Adams, Tennessee, the mystery endures, and the Bell Witch remains America's most authenticated encounter with the inexplicable darkness that sometimes chooses to make itself known. The mystery of the copper scroll. When archaeologists first unrolled the oxidized copper sheets in 1952, they expected religious texts or philosophical teachings. Instead, they found something that shouldn't have existed among the sacred Dead Sea Scrolls: a treasure map. Not metaphorical treasure, not spiritual wealth, but precise locations for 64 caches of gold, silver, and sacred artifacts buried across ancient Palestine. The copper scroll stands alone among the nearly 900 manuscripts discovered in those desert caves, while its companions were written on parchment and papyrus, filled with prayers and prophecies. This document was hammered into metal, preserved for eternity, as if someone desperately needed these locations to survive the ages. The scroll's Hebrew differs from classical biblical text. Its language is colloquial, almost hurried, like someone working against time, recording vital information before fleeing, before dying, before an army arrived at the gates. Each entry follows the same urgent pattern: a location, a measurement, a buried fortune. In the cave of the old washer's chamber, on the third terrace, 65 bars of gold. In the hill of Kolit, 420 talents of silver. Under the corner of the eastern gate, 6 jars of silver, their total weight 17 talents of silver. By conservative estimates, that single cache would be worth over $1 million today. The scroll describes treasures totaling nearly 200 tons of precious metals, an incomprehensible fortune for any ancient civilization to accumulate, let alone hide. Professor Joseph Millick, who first translated the scroll, declared it fiction, a fantasy written by someone who had never possessed such wealth. But his certainty began cracking under scrutiny. The geographical references were too precise, too specific to known locations in first-century Palestine. The measurements used authentic ancient standards. The locations described real places that wouldn't be rediscovered by archaeologists until decades later. John Marco Allegro disagreed with his colleagues. In 1962, he mounted the first expedition to find the scroll's treasures. Armed with metal detectors and the copper document's cryptic directions, his team searched the wadis and caves near Qumran. They found pottery shards, ancient coins, evidence of excavation that predated their arrival by centuries. Someone else had been looking for these treasures. Someone else had found them first, or had they? The scroll contains a final, haunting entry that sets it apart from all others. In the pit adjoining on the north, in a hole opening northward, and buried at 24 cubits, a copy of this document and its explanation, and their measurements, and the inventory of each thing. A second copper scroll exists, with explanations, with detailed measurements, with an inventory that could unlock everything. That second scroll has never been found. Modern treasure hunters haven't abandoned the search. In the 1980s, Vendel Jones spent decades combing the Judean wilderness, convinced the scroll described temple treasures hidden during the Roman siege of Jerusalem. His expeditions discovered ancient oil that matched biblical descriptions of the sacred anointing compound, clay vessels filled with reddish powder that laboratory analysis suggested could be the temple incense described in Exodus. But not the gold, never the gold. Other theories emerged from the scroll's stubborn resistance to simple explanation. Some scholars suggested it described the treasury of the Essenes, the ascetic Jewish sect believed to have hidden the Dead Sea Scrolls. Others proposed it cataloged the wealth of the Jerusalem temple, secreted away before Roman legions could plunder it in 70 CE. The most unsettling possibility remains largely unspoken in academic circles. What if the Copper Scroll's treasures were never ordinary wealth at all? What if they described religious artifacts too sacred or too dangerous to be captured by Rome? Objects whose power or significance made their concealment a desperate act of preservation. Consider the scroll's most mysterious entry. In the Cave of Letters, in the Queen's house, vessels of offering and sikkos. Sikkos appears nowhere else in ancient Hebrew literature. Translators have guessed at its meaning for 70 years. Coins, vessels, sacred objects. The word remains untranslatable, its significance lost to time. DNA analysis of the copper revealed something unexpected. The metal contained trace elements consistent with mines in the Jordan Valley, but worked using techniques that wouldn't become common in the region for another century. Someone used advanced metallurgy to ensure these directions would survive when parchment and papyrus crumbled to dust. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys in areas described by the scroll show consistent anomalies, cavities in bedrock, chambers that appear artificial, spaces that shouldn't exist according to the region's geology. Permission to excavate these sites remains tangled in political and religious complications. The locations span territories controlled by different nations, different faiths, different authorities who view treasure hunting with deep suspicion. In 2007, researchers at the University of Manchester created detailed digital reconstructions of the scroll's locations using satellite imagery and archaeological surveys from the past 50 years. Their computer models identified 37 sites where the ancient directions corresponded to real geographical features, 37 places where someone with Bronze Age tools could have buried tremendous wealth. 17 of those locations show evidence of ancient excavation, holes dug with careful precision, then filled in according to the scroll's own instructions for concealment. Someone found parts of this treasure map before. Someone followed its directions across the Judean hills and recovered what? The question haunts every scholar who studies the Copper Scroll. Its treasures may be gone, discovered by unknown seekers across the centuries, or they remain buried, waiting beneath stone and sand for someone to correctly interpret those hurried, urgent directions hammered into copper 2,000 years ago. What drives someone to preserve a treasure map in metal? What precious cargo required such desperate measures for concealment? And why, among all the sacred texts hidden in those desert caves, does only this document promise earthly wealth while maintaining such profound and enduring mystery? The copper sheets remain on display in Jordan's National Museum, their green patina concealing secrets that continue to draw seekers into the wilderness. Somewhere in the Holy Land, chambers carved from living rock still guard their ancient deposits, waiting for the right combination of scholarship, permission, and luck to bring them back to light. The scroll's final secret may be simpler than treasure hunters believe. Perhaps its real value lies not in the wealth it describes, but in the desperate hope it represents. The hope that something precious can survive any catastrophe, if only we protect it well enough. The Lascaux Cave Paintings. 4 amateur explorers crawled through a narrow opening in 1940, following their dog down what they thought was just another hole in the French countryside. What they discovered would rewrite our understanding of human consciousness and leave us questioning whether our ancestors knew something we've forgotten. Deep beneath the hills of southwestern France, The Lascaux caves hold 17,000 years of secrets painted across limestone walls. But these aren't crude scratches or simple hunting scenes. These are masterworks that rival anything created in the Renaissance, executed by people we've been taught to think of as primitive. The paintings shouldn't exist. Not like this. Not with this level of sophistication. Marcel Ravadat and his 3 companions had stumbled into what would become known as the Sistine Chapel of prehistoric art. Room after room of impossibly detailed animals galloped across the cave walls, bulls with muscles rendered in perfect perspective, horses captured mid-stride with anatomical precision that suggests intimate knowledge of animal movement, deer that seem to breathe in the flickering light. But it's what these paintings reveal about their creators that truly disturbs our comfortable assumptions about human development. The caves were sealed from the outside world for millennia before that September day in 1940. No light had touched these walls for longer than recorded history. Yet the artists who worked here demonstrated techniques that wouldn't be rediscovered until the Italian Renaissance. They understood perspective, used the natural contours of the cave walls to create 3-dimensional effects, and mixed pigments with a chemistry that has kept their work vibrant for nearly 200 centuries. Dr. Norbert Ojula spent decades studying every brushstroke, every color choice, every placement of these ancient images. His conclusion was unsettling. These weren't random decorations or casual doodles. They were created according to a deliberate plan that suggests a level of abstract thinking we didn't believe existed in Paleolithic humans. The Hall of Bulls contains what might be the most sophisticated composition in all of prehistoric art. 4 enormous aurochs, each over 15 feet long, dominate the chamber. But here's what makes researchers pause. The artists deliberately varied the scale of these animals, not based on their actual size, but to create visual hierarchy and narrative flow. This is advanced artistic conceptualization. Even more puzzling are the techniques used to create these masterpieces. The artists built scaffolding systems to reach the high cave walls. They developed specialized tools for different effects, twisted hair for fine lines, chewed sticks for broader strokes, hands and fingers for smudging and shading. They understood how to use the natural mineral deposits in the cave walls to enhance their pigments, creating colors that have retained their intensity across millennia. Radiocarbon dating confirms what seems impossible. Multiple generations of artists returned to these caves over thousands of years, adding to and modifying the existing works. This wasn't casual art making. This was a sustained cultural project that spanned centuries, suggesting a continuity of purpose and meaning that challenges everything we thought we knew about Stone Age society. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Lascaux isn't the technical mastery, it's the subject matter that was deliberately excluded. These caves contain nearly 2,000 individual images, yet human figures are almost entirely absent. The few human representations that exist are crude and abstract, in stark contrast to the photorealistic animals. Why would artists capable of such precise animal renderings reduce humans to stick figures? Some researchers suggest this was intentional, that the caves represent a realm where animals held spiritual significance that humans were not meant to share. Dr. Jean Clot, one of the world's leading experts on prehistoric cave art, believes the Lascaux paintings weren't mere decoration, but served as portals to the spirit world. The acoustic properties of the painted chambers support this theory. Sounds reverberate in ways that create supernatural auditory experiences. The placement of certain animals corresponds to areas where the cave walls produce drum-like sounds when struck. Recent analysis has revealed even more unsettling details. Many of the animals are depicted in positions and groupings that don't occur naturally. Horses run alongside aurochs that lived in different seasons. Species are shown together that occupied different ecological niches. Either the artists were terrible observers of nature, or they were depicting something beyond simple hunting scenes. The pigment analysis adds another layer of mystery. The ochre and manganese used in these paintings came from sources dozens of miles away. These weren't local materials casually gathered for decoration. Someone was making deliberate journeys to obtain specific colors, suggesting the paintings held significance that justified considerable effort and planning. When thermal imaging was applied to the cave walls in recent years, researchers discovered that many of the painted animals were placed over natural rock formations that already resembled the creatures being depicted. The artists were enhancing shapes that already existed in the stone, as if they were revealing images that were somehow already there, waiting to be uncovered. The preservation of Lascaux itself presents another puzzle. The caves were sealed by rockfall shortly after their creation, creating a perfect environment for preservation. But the timing seems impossibly convenient, as if the caves were meant to be preserved exactly as they were, waiting for some future discovery. Today, the original caves are closed to the public. The breath and body heat of too many visitors began to damage the paintings, creating bacterial growth that threatened to destroy what had survived for 17 millennia. Now only a handful of researchers are allowed inside each year, and they work under strictly controlled conditions. Perfect replicas have been constructed nearby, but they somehow lack the visceral impact of the originals. Visitors to the reconstructions report that while impressive, they feel like museums. Those few who have experienced the real caves describe something entirely different, a sense of presence, of standing in a space that was transformed by human consciousness in ways we can't fully comprehend. The Lascaux cave paintings force us to confront an uncomfortable possibility that our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that we've lost track of in our rush toward technological advancement. These weren't primitive people stumbling toward civilization. They were sophisticated beings creating deliberate, complex works of art that continue to challenge our understanding of human development. What did they know that we've forgotten? What were they trying to preserve on those cave walls? And why does standing before these 17,000-year-old masterpieces feel less like looking back at our past and more like glimpsing a future we haven't reached yet? The Mary Celeste ghost ship. When the DEI Gratia's crew spotted her on December 4, 1872, drifting between Portugal and the Azores, nothing seemed immediately wrong. The brigantine moved steadily through Atlantic swells, her sails partially set, responding to wind and current as any well-built vessel should. Captain David Morehouse raised his spyglass for a closer look at what he assumed was simply another merchant ship crossing familiar shipping lanes. Then he noticed the silence. No figures moved across her deck. No response came to their hailing calls. The ship that would become history's most famous maritime mystery sailed empty through waters that had claimed countless vessels, but never quite like this. The Mary Celeste had departed New York just over a month earlier, carrying Captain Benjamin Briggs, his wife Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and 7 experienced crew members. Her cargo hold contained 1,701 barrels of denatured alcohol bound for Genoa, a valuable shipment that represented months of careful planning and substantial financial investment. Briggs himself was no stranger to Atlantic crossings, having commanded vessels for over 2 decades without significant incident. When Morehouse's boarding party climbed aboard the drifting ship, they found a scene that defied logical explanation. The vessel remained seaworthy, with 6 months of food and fresh water still in storage. Navigation instruments lay undisturbed in the captain's cabin. Personal belongings remained exactly where they should be. Sarah Briggs's sewing materials beside her husband's charts. Sophia's toys arranged neatly in their quarters. Yet every soul had vanished. The ship's single lifeboat was missing, suggesting the crew had deliberately abandoned ship. But here the logical explanations began to unravel. The Mary Celeste showed no signs of violence, storm damage, or fire. Her cargo remained intact and properly secured. The ship's papers were missing, but everything else suggested a routine voyage interrupted by nothing anyone could identify. Oliver DeVoe, the experienced seaman who led the boarding party, later testified that he found the ship's compass destroyed and considerable water between decks, though not enough to threaten the vessel's integrity. The galley contained half-prepared meals, as if the cook had simply stopped mid-task and walked away. Most unsettling of all, he discovered the captain's log with its final entry dated November 25, 9 days before the discovery, with nothing recorded to suggest impending disaster. The Maritime Court in Gibraltar spent 3 months investigating the abandonment, hearing testimony from every available witness, and examining the physical evidence with unprecedented thoroughness. Investigators proposed piracy, mutiny, insurance fraud, even waterspouts and seaquakes. Each theory crumbled under scrutiny. Pirates would have taken the valuable cargo. Mutineers would have left signs of struggle. The weather during the Mary Celeste's final recorded position had been calm according to other ships in the area. Most critically, Captain Briggs owned shares in both the vessel and cargo, hardly the profile of a man planning insurance fraud. Dr. J. Habakkuk Jepson, in a fictionalized account that unfortunately muddied historical waters, suggested racial conflict aboard the ship. Arthur Conan Doyle later wrote his own interpretation, adding to the layers of speculation that gradually obscured the factual evidence. But the documented testimony from the Gibraltar proceedings paints a far stranger picture than any fictional narrative could provide. The alcohol cargo presented one compelling theory. Denatured ethanol could produce potentially explosive vapors under certain conditions, and 9 barrels showed signs of leakage when the ship was discovered. Some maritime experts suggest Captain Briggs might have ordered temporary abandonment if he suspected his cargo posed immediate danger, planning to return once any threat passed. But experienced captains knew that lifeboats offered poor odds of survival in Atlantic waters, especially with a woman and small child aboard. Recent scientific analysis has revealed additional mysteries within the mystery. The sword found aboard, initially thought to show bloodstains, actually contained no human blood according to modern forensic testing. However, traces of unusual chemical compounds were discovered in the wood around the cargo area, substances that shouldn't have been present during a normal voyage. Weather records from 1872 reveal atmospheric disturbances in the North Atlantic during late November that meteorologists still struggle to categorize completely. Several ships reported unusual cloud formations and electromagnetic phenomena that interfered with compass readings. The Mary Celeste was found with her compass binnacle damaged in a way that suggested sudden, powerful magnetic interference rather than gradual deterioration or impact damage. What happened to the 10 people who vanished remains equally mysterious. No bodies were ever recovered. No survivors emerged at any port. Extensive searches of Atlantic islands and coastlines yielded nothing. It was as if Captain Briggs, his family and crew, had simply ceased to exist the moment they left their ship. The Mary Celeste herself continued sailing for 12 more years under different owners, carrying cargo across familiar routes without incident. But sailors whispered about the cursed vessel, and securing crews became increasingly difficult. She finally ran aground off Haiti in 1885, under circumstances that investigators deemed suspicious, as if her final captain deliberately destroyed the ship that had become impossible to sail profitably. Modern satellite technology and deep-sea exploration capabilities have allowed researchers to examine the waters where the abandonment likely occurred. The ocean floor in that region shows unusual magnetic anomalies that could potentially affect navigation instruments, though nothing that would explain the complete disappearance of 10 human beings. The Mary Celeste challenges our understanding of how disasters unfold at sea. Ships sink in storms, burn in fires, or fall victim to human violence. Events that leave evidence, witnesses, or at least logical explanations. But here was a vessel abandoned by people who made a calculated decision to risk almost certain death rather than remain aboard a perfectly seaworthy ship. The Atlantic guards its secrets carefully, but few as completely as this. Somewhere in its depths lie answers that have eluded investigators for over a century and a half. Explanations for why 10 people chose the vast uncertainty of open ocean over the familiar safety of their floating home. Stonehenge, ancient timekeeping. The massive trilithons have stood sentinel on Salisbury Plain for over 4,500 years, yet a computer calculation in 1965 revealed something that changed everything we thought we knew about these ancient stones. Gerald Hawkins, an astronomer at Boston University, fed measurements of Stonehenge into an early IBM computer and discovered 165 significant astronomical alignments, a mathematical precision that seemed impossible for Neolithic builders working with nothing but rope, wood, and human muscle. The most famous alignment occurs twice each year. During the summer solstice, the sun rises directly over the heel stone when viewed from the monument's center, creating a perfect frame of light through the massive archway. But Hawkins found far more than this singular moment of celestial theater. His calculations revealed that Stonehenge could predict eclipses, track the 18.6-year lunar cycle, and mark the rising and setting positions of both sun and moon across multiple seasons. The precision troubles archaeologists even today. The builders would have needed to observe celestial patterns for generations, recording minute changes in the positions of heavenly bodies across decades. They would have required mathematical concepts that weren't supposed to exist for another 1,000 years. The monument's circular design, with its 56 Aubrey holes arranged in perfect symmetry, suggests knowledge of geometry that challenges our understanding of Neolithic capabilities. Archaeological evidence paints a picture of construction spanning centuries. The first phase, around 3,100 BCE, consisted of a simple circular earthwork with wooden posts. The massive sarsen stones, some weighing up to 50 tons, weren't erected until around 2,500 BCE. The smaller blue stones, transported from the Preseli Hills in Wales, a distance of 150 miles, arrived at various stages throughout the monument's development. Each phase demonstrates increasingly sophisticated understanding of engineering and astronomy. The transportation of those Welsh blue stones remains one of archaeology's most perplexing puzzles. Recent research suggests the stones were selected not just for their durability, but for their acoustic properties. When struck, many of the blue stones produce clear bell-like tones. Some researchers propose that Stonehenge functioned as a massive sound chamber designed to amplify voices or create specific auditory experiences during ceremonies aligned with astronomical events. Carbon dating of cremated remains found within the monument reveals another layer of mystery. The site served as a cemetery for at least 500 years, with burials concentrated around the Aubrey holes. Analysis of the cremated bone fragments shows that many of the individuals buried there had spent their childhoods far from Salisbury Plain. These people traveled great distances to be interred within the stone circle, suggesting Stonehenge held significance across vast regions of ancient Britain. The alignment theories gained further credibility in the 1990s when archaeologists discovered the Stonehenge cursus, a 1.8-mile-long earthwork that predates the stone circle by centuries. The cursus runs parallel to the winter solstice sunrise, indicating that the site's astronomical significance began long before the first stones were erected. This suggests a continuity of purpose spanning over a millennium, a dedication to celestial observation that persisted through multiple cultures and generations. Yet the timekeeping theory faces serious challenges. Critics point out that many of Hawkins' alignments could be coincidental. With enough stones arranged in a circle, some astronomical correspondences are inevitable. The margin of error in ancient construction methods makes precise stellar alignments unlikely. Furthermore, the monument underwent significant modifications over centuries, with stones being moved, removed, and replaced. If Stonehenge was truly a sophisticated astronomical instrument, these alterations would have destroyed its precision. Recent discoveries add new dimensions to the mystery. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed a vast underground landscape of burial mounds, ritual pits, and wooden structures extending for miles around the stone circle. The entire area appears to have been a sacred landscape, with Stonehenge serving as its focal point. This broader context suggests the monument's purpose extended far beyond simple timekeeping. The revelation that most intrigues researchers emerged from soil analysis around the monument. Chemical signatures in the earth indicate that massive feasts took place at Stonehenge during the winter solstice, with people bringing cattle and pigs from across Britain. These gatherings appear to have been carefully timed to coincide with the sun's southernmost position, the moment when daylight begins its return to the northern hemisphere. Modern experiments have revealed another startling possibility. When recreating the monument's acoustics, researchers found that voices speaking normally at the center of the stone circle can be heard clearly at the perimeter, while sounds from outside are significantly dampened. The massive sarsen stones create a natural amphitheater effect, amplifying sounds produced within while filtering out external noise. This acoustic property, combined with the monument's astronomical alignments, suggests ceremonies that merged celestial events with carefully orchestrated human performances. The Blue Stone mystery deepened in 2018 when archaeologists discovered that one of the Welsh quarries had been abandoned around 3,400 BCE, several centuries before the stones appeared at Stonehenge. This temporal gap suggests the blue stones may have been part of an earlier monument in Wales, dismantled and transported to Salisbury Plain as part of a deliberate unification of sacred sites. DNA analysis of remains found at Stonehenge reveals connections to populations across Europe, from the Mediterranean to Scandinavia. The monument appears to have drawn people from extraordinary distances, perhaps serving as a pilgrimage destination where different cultures gathered to observe shared celestial events. The cremated remains include individuals whose bone chemistry indicates childhood spent in regions with distinct geological signatures, some possibly from as far away as the Alps. The question of whether Stonehenge functioned as an ancient observatory remains unresolved. While the astronomical alignments are undeniable, their significance continues to divide experts. What seems certain is that the monument's builders possessed knowledge of celestial cycles that required generations of careful observation. Whether they were creating a functional calendar, a sacred space for ritual communion with cosmic forces, or something else entirely, may be a question that the standing stones will never fully answer. The mystery endures because Stonehenge represents something that shouldn't exist, a monument of impossible precision created by people who left no written records, no explanations, only the stones themselves, standing in eternal silence on the windswept plain. The legend of Bigfoot. For decades, forest rangers across the Pacific Northwest have filed reports that officially don't exist. Footprints measuring 18 inches long, pressed deep into mountain soil, massive tree structures bent and woven in patterns that require strength no known animal possesses, and testimonies from experienced outdoorsmen who swear they've encountered something that walks upright through old-growth forests, standing over 8 feet tall and covered in dark, matted fur. The creature has earned 1,000 names across Native American cultures: Sasquatch, Skookum, the wild man of the woods. But to the modern world, it's simply Bigfoot, and the evidence for its existence grows more compelling with each passing year, even as mainstream science refuses to acknowledge what hundreds of witnesses claim they've seen with their own eyes. Dr. Jeffrey Meldrum, an anatomist at Idaho State University, has spent the better part of 2 decades studying plaster casts of footprints attributed to Bigfoot encounters. His laboratory houses over 300 specimens, collected from locations spanning British Columbia to Northern California. What troubles him isn't the hoaxes, those are easy to identify. It's the authentic prints that display anatomical features no human foot could create, even with elaborate prosthetics. The dermal ridges are consistent with what you'd expect from a primate foot of this size, Meldrum explains, running his fingers along the cast of a print discovered near Mount Hood in 2003. The toe flexion, the pressure distribution patterns, these details would be nearly impossible to fabricate convincingly. The scientific community remains largely skeptical, arguing that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, but the accumulated data suggests something more nuanced than mass delusion or coordinated deception. Hair samples recovered from encounter sites have yielded DNA results that consistently return as unknown primate. Thermal imaging has captured bipedal figures moving through dense forest canopy at speeds that would challenge even trained athletes, and acoustic analysis of recorded vocalizations reveals a vocal range extending far below human capabilities. The most compelling evidence may be testimonial. Captain William Rowe, a seasoned outdoorsman and former military officer, filed a sworn affidavit in 1957 describing his encounter with a female Bigfoot near Tete Jaune Cache, British Columbia. His account remains one of the most detailed on record, describing a creature that observed him with apparent intelligence before disappearing into thick brush. She was about 6 feet tall and had dark brown, silver-tipped hair covering her entire body. Rowe testified. Her stride was much longer than a man's, and she moved with a fluid grace that seemed almost human, but her shoulders were incredibly broad, far broader than any person I've ever seen. More recently, the Olympic Project, a research group founded by former law enforcement officers, has employed sophisticated trail cameras and audio equipment throughout the Olympic Peninsula. Their recordings capture sounds that terrestrial biologists struggle to explain, deep, resonant calls that carry for miles through mountain valleys, often answered by similar vocalizations from distant ridgelines. Paul Freeman, a U.S. Forest Service employee, documented 17 separate Bigfoot encounters during his career, patrolling the Blue Mountains of Washington and Oregon. Freeman's testimony carries particular weight because he initially approached the subject as a skeptic, filing his first report only after multiple sightings convinced him that something extraordinary inhabited the remote wilderness areas under his jurisdiction. "You have to understand, reporting these encounters put my career at risk," Freeman admitted during a 1994 interview. "But I took an oath to document everything I observed in these forests, and I observed creatures that don't appear in any zoology textbook. The possibility of an undiscovered primate species surviving in North America's vast wilderness isn't entirely without precedent. New large mammal species continue to be discovered globally, even in the 21st century. The Saola, a large bovid, wasn't scientifically documented until 1992 in Vietnam. The Arunachal macaque remained unknown to science until 2005, despite inhabiting regions of India with significant human populations. North America's remaining wilderness encompasses over 700 million acres of forest, mountain, and swampland, territory vast enough to support small populations of large predators without regular human contact. Grizzly bears, which require similar habitat ranges, maintain viable populations throughout Alaska and western Canada, while remaining largely invisible to human observation. Primate fossil records in North America are sparse but not absent. Gigantopithecus, an enormous ape that stood over 8 feet tall, lived in Asia until relatively recently in evolutionary terms, possibly as recently as 100,000 years ago. During ice ages, land bridges connected Asian and North American continents, providing migration routes for numerous large mammal species. The challenge facing Bigfoot research lies not in the absence of evidence, but in the scientific establishment's reluctance to seriously examine that evidence. Peer review processes typically reject papers addressing cryptozoological subjects, regardless of methodological rigor. Academic careers can suffer from association with fringe research topics, creating institutional pressure to avoid investigating anomalous phenomena. Dr. Grover Krantz, a late anthropologist at Washington State University, sacrificed his professional reputation to study Bigfoot evidence scientifically. His biomechanical analysis of footprint casts revealed anatomical details consistent with a large bipedal primate adapted for traversing rough terrain. Krantz calculated that a creature of Bigfoot's reported size would require approximately 4,000 calories daily, necessitating a diet combining vegetation, fish, and small game, resources abundantly available throughout the Pacific Northwest. The Lumi Nation, whose ancestral territories encompass much of the Cascade Range, maintains oral histories describing Sasquatch as an intelligent, generally peaceful creature that avoids human contact. These accounts span generations, predating modern Bigfoot folklore by centuries. Elder Johnny Moses describes traditional protocols for wilderness travel that include showing respect for Sasquatch territory and avoiding behaviors that might provoke confrontational encounters. "Our people have always known they were there," Moses explains. "They're part of the forest, like the bears and elk. But they're different. They understand things. They watch. They know when humans are coming long before we arrive." Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Bigfoot encounters is their consistency across geography and time. Witnesses who have never met describe identical behavioral patterns: prolonged observation from concealed positions, deliberate noise-making to announce presence, and rapid retreat when discovered. These behaviors suggest intelligence rather than mere animal instinct. The question remains open. Somewhere in the mist-shrouded forests of the Pacific Northwest, something large continues to leave tracks in streambeds and mudslides. Whether that something represents an unknown species, a surviving relic population, or simply the collective projection of human imagination onto the wilderness may determine how we understand our relationship with the untamed natural world. The forests keep their secrets well. The curse of the Hope Diamond. For 3 centuries, everyone who possessed it met ruin. Bankruptcy, suicide, madness, and death followed this brilliant blue stone like shadows trailing light. The Hope Diamond sits behind bulletproof glass in the Smithsonian today, visited by millions who marvel at its impossible color. Yet few know the arithmetic of tragedy that surrounds its history. 45.5 carats of crystallized curse, they call it. But curses belong to folklore, not gemology. Don't they? Jean-Baptiste Tavernier first encountered the stone in 1666, somewhere in the Kolar mines of India. The French merchant had made 6 voyages to the east, accumulating wealth and reputation as Europe's premier gem trader. This particular diamond was different, larger than his fist, weighing over 112 carats in its rough form, and possessed of a blue so deep it seemed to hold midnight within its facets. The stone's origins trace back further still. Hindu texts speak of a sacred gem torn from the forehead of a deity statue, stolen by a priest who died in agony shortly after. Local folklore insists the diamond carried divine retribution for this sacrilege. Tavernier, practical man of commerce that he was, likely dismissed such superstitions as the fantasies of a conquered people. He shouldn't have been so quick to judge. Tavernier sold the stone to King Louis XIV in 1668, receiving a fortune that should have secured his family's wealth for generations. Instead, the merchant's final years were marked by financial disasters. His investments collapsed, his properties were seized, and he died penniless in Russia, far from home, after losing everything he had spent a lifetime building. Louis XIV had the stone cut and polished, reducing it to 67 carats, but intensifying its hypnotic blue fire. The Sun King wore it as the centerpiece of a ceremonial pendant, delighting in how it captured light and seemed to glow with inner flame. For 15 years, he enjoyed robust health and unprecedented power. Then, in 1683, gangrene began consuming his leg. The infection spread slowly, agonizingly, until it killed him in 1715, a death so prolonged and painful that court physicians recorded his screams echoing through Versailles. The diamond passed to Louis XV, who wisely chose never to wear it. He lived to be 64, dying peacefully in his sleep. His successor, Louis XVI, was less cautious. Both he and Marie Antoinette wore the stone at court functions, enchanted by how it complemented the Queen's elaborate gowns and reflected the candlelight of Versailles' great halls. Their heads were severed by the guillotine in 1793. During the chaos of the French Revolution, the royal treasury was looted. The blue diamond vanished for nearly 20 years, surfacing again in London in 1812, mysteriously recut and reduced to its current size. This is where the trail leads to Henry Philip Hope, the wealthy British banker, whose name the stone would forever bear. Hope acquired the diamond through channels he never fully disclosed. His collection was legendary: coins, sculptures, paintings that lesser men could only dream of owning. The blue diamond became his prized possession, displayed in a custom setting that maximized its ethereal glow. Hope lived comfortably until his death in 1839, seemingly unaffected by any curse. But the pattern was only beginning. Hope's nephew, Henry Thomas Hope, inherited the stone along with the family fortune. Financial troubles plagued him almost immediately. Poor investments, market crashes, and inexplicable business failures drained the Hope estate. When Henry Thomas died in 1862, his widow was forced to sell family heirlooms to maintain their lifestyle. Their son, Henry Francis Hope, inherited what remained of the collection, including the diamond. Henry Francis married an American actress, May Yohei, whose beauty was said to rival the stone's allure. The marriage was tumultuous from the start. Hope's gambling debts mounted while his wife's theatrical career faltered. In 1894, financial pressure forced him to put the diamond up as collateral for loans. When he defaulted, creditors seized the stone. His wife left him for another man, and Henry Francis spent his remaining years fighting unsuccessful legal battles to reclaim his family's treasure. The diamond changed hands rapidly thereafter, each owner experiencing their own variation of catastrophic misfortune. Simon Frankel, the New York jeweler who acquired it in 1901, lost his fortune in a single disastrous investment scheme. Abdul Hamid II, the Sultan of Turkey, purchased it as a gift for his favorite concubine, only to watch her die mysteriously 3 days after receiving it. The Sultan himself was deposed in a military coup shortly thereafter. Jacques Collot, a French dealer, went insane after owning the stone for less than a year. Russian Prince Konitovsky was murdered by revolutionaries, while the diamond was in his possession. Greek merchant Simon Mankarides drove his car off a cliff with his entire family inside, just months after acquiring the gem from Konitovsky's estate. In 1910, Pierre Cartier sold the Hope diamond to Evelyn Walsh McLean, the wife of Washington Post owner Ned McLean. Cartier, perhaps recognizing the pattern of misfortune, had the stone reset in a necklace surrounded by smaller diamonds, as if diluting its potency might break whatever force seemed to animate it. It didn't work. Evelyn's eldest son, Vincent, was killed in a car accident at age 9. Her daughter, Emily, died from a drug overdose at 25. Ned McLean descended into alcoholism and mental illness, eventually requiring institutionalization. The family newspaper empire crumbled under financial scandals, and Evelyn herself became addicted to morphine, wearing the diamond even as her world collapsed around her. When Evelyn McLean died in 1947, the Hope diamond was sold to pay her debts. Harry Winston, the renowned jeweler, purchased it as part of McLean's entire collection. Winston had handled countless precious stones throughout his career, but even he seemed to recognize something different about the Hope diamond. He rarely wore it, rarely displayed it, treating it more like a dangerous animal than a piece of jewelry. In 1958, Winston donated the stone to the Smithsonian Institution, mailing it in a plain brown box via registered post. The mailman who delivered it, James Todd, had his leg crushed in a truck accident the following day. His wife died of a heart attack soon after. His dog was accidentally poisoned. Even the man who transported it couldn't escape unscathed. Today, the Hope diamond rests in the National Museum of Natural History, where 6 million visitors view it annually. Scientists have studied its unusual phosphorescent properties. Under ultraviolet light, it glows red for several minutes, a phenomenon unique among blue diamonds. Geologists theorize about its formation deep within the Earth's mantle, where extreme pressure and trace amounts of boron created its impossible color. But no scientific analysis can explain the mathematical improbability of its history. The cascade of tragedy that follows its path through time defies statistical explanation. Perhaps coincidence can account for 1 or 2 instances of misfortune among its owners, but 37 separate tragedies spanning 3 centuries and multiple continents suggest something beyond mere chance, something that continues to pulse within the stone's crystalline structure, waiting for its next victim to claim its beauty. The Hope diamond remains one of the most visited attractions in Washington, D.C., admired by millions who know nothing of its history. They see only the mesmerizing blue that seems to contain the depth of ocean trenches. They don't see the shadows that gather wherever it goes. The Salisbury Plains crop circles. The Salisbury Plain stretches across Wiltshire like an ancient canvas, its rolling fields bearing witness to humanity's deepest mysteries for millennia. Tonight, we turn our attention to phenomena that appear with the wheat harvest each summer, geometric patterns of impossible precision that materialize overnight, leaving behind questions that grow more complex with each passing season. Since the 1970s, over 10,000 crop formations have been documented worldwide, with the highest concentration appearing within a 20-mile radius of Stonehenge. The mathematics alone should give us pause. These aren't random swirls of fallen grain. They're expressions of advanced geometry. Fractals, spirals following the golden ratio, 3-dimensional projections rendered in 2 dimensions with surgical accuracy. Dr. Balda Benipsivian Perd, William Levengood, a biophysicist who spent decades analyzing affected crops, discovered something that challenges every simple explanation we might cling to. The cellular structure of plants within genuine formations shows elongated growth nodes, as if the stalks were bent by intense heat applied for microseconds. The grain doesn't break. It continues growing horizontally, forming living geometric patterns that persist until harvest. Even more intriguing are the magnetic anomalies. Magnetometers detect field changes that linger for years after formation. Compasses spin wildly within certain circles. Electronic equipment fails without apparent cause. These aren't the signatures of planks and rope. The tools skeptics insist explain every formation. The Milk Hill Formation of 2001 contained 409 perfect circles, arranged in a spiral pattern spanning 900 feet. Created in a single night during a 4-hour window, witnesses reported strange lights and a low humming sound that seemed to emerge from the earth itself. To execute such precision manually would require a team of surveyors with laser equipment, working in complete darkness, without leaving a single footprint in the surrounding mud. Consider the timing. Most formations appear between 2 and 6 a.m., during the brief English summer night, when darkness provides maximum cover. Yet this narrow window also coincides with something else, the hours when electromagnetic fields fluctuate most dramatically. Solar-wind interaction with Earth's magnetosphere creates precisely the conditions that could, theoretically, produce the cellular changes Levengood documented. Local residents have become reluctant chroniclers of the phenomenon. Farmers wake to find their crops transformed into elaborate mandalas, losing thousands of pounds in destroyed wheat while gaining unwanted attention from tourists and researchers. Few have ever reported seeing anything suspicious. Instead, they describe nights of unusual stillness, as if the countryside itself held its breath. The scientific community remains divided in ways that reveal as much about human nature as crop circles themselves. Mainstream researchers dismiss the entire phenomenon, pointing to confessions from circle makers and dismissing any contradictory evidence. Alternative scientists present compelling data about plant pathology and electromagnetic signatures, only to find their work excluded from peer-reviewed journals. This institutional resistance might explain why serious research remains limited. In 1999, when a prominent agricultural college attempted to study fresh formations, funding was mysteriously withdrawn. Government agencies that investigate everything from UFO sightings to livestock diseases maintain conspicuous silence about formations that appear annually in their own backyard. The patterns themselves seem to follow a strange evolution. Early formations were simple circles, often accompanied by smaller satellite rings. Through the 1980s and 1990s, they grew increasingly complex, incorporating pictographs that resembled ancient symbols, mathematical constants, and astronomical alignments. By 2000, three-dimensional designs appeared, visual illusions that created the appearance of depth and movement from aerial perspectives. Some formations appear to respond to location with unsettling appropriateness. Near radio telescopes, patterns mimic signal processing diagrams. Close to research facilities, formations incorporate elements that directly reference ongoing experiments. The 2001 Arecibo response, appearing near Chilbolton Observatory, reproduced the format of humanity's 1974 message to space, but with subtle modifications suggesting a reply from non-human intelligence. Weather patterns add another layer of mystery. Formations appear regardless of conditions, in drought-hardened soil, during violent storms, throughout freezing winters when crops should be too brittle to bend without breaking. Time-lapse cameras positioned across known hotspots capture nothing, as if the phenomenon actively avoids documentation. The few recordings that do exist raise more questions than they answer. Bright lights moving in impossible patterns, geometric shapes projected onto clouds, beams of energy that seem to emanate from underground sources. Professional photographers using military-grade night vision equipment have captured formations appearing in fast-forward entire designs, materializing in minutes rather than hours. Local wildlife behaves strangely during formation events. Dogs refuse to walk through affected areas for weeks afterward. Migratory birds avoid flight paths over active sites. Even insects seem to recognize something humans cannot, clustering at specific nodes within formations as if drawn to invisible energy sources. The human element complicates every analysis. Yes, people create crop circles, but the handful of documented hoaxes pale beside the thousands of formations that appear annually worldwide. The logistics alone argue against human creation for the majority of cases. The most complex formations would require teams of specialists, heavy equipment, artificial lighting, and hours of work, all somehow accomplished without detection in the most surveilled countryside on Earth. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect isn't what crop circles might represent, but how desperately we need them to be simple. The alternative, that consciousness beyond our understanding, is attempting communication through agricultural art, challenges fundamental assumptions about humanity's place in the universe. Each summer brings new formations, each more sophisticated than the last. They appear overnight, vanish with harvest, and leave behind only photographs and questions. In the pre-dawn darkness of Wiltshire, something continues its patient work, creating beauty from grain and mystery from mathematics. The wheat remembers what we cannot understand, bending to forces that operate beyond our instruments and intentions. Until we develop the courage to seriously investigate rather than dismiss, the Salisbury Plain will continue hosting conversations we're not yet ready to join. The uncertainty of dark matter. When physicists calculated the rotational speed of galaxies in the 1970s, they discovered something that should have torn our universe apart. The stars at the outer edges were moving so fast that galaxies should be flinging themselves into cosmic oblivion, scattering like water from a broken wheel. Yet here we are, in a cosmos that somehow holds together against all mathematical probability. This impossibility led to one of the most unsettling revelations in modern science. We can only see 5% of everything that exists. The rest remains hidden in what we call dark matter and dark energy, invisible forces that shape reality while remaining completely beyond our detection. No telescope has ever glimpsed it. No instrument has ever measured it directly. Yet without it, nothing we know could exist. Swiss astronomer Fritz Zwicky first sensed something was wrong in 1933. He was studying the Coma Cluster, a collection of over 1,000 galaxies bound together by gravity. When he calculated their combined mass based on the light they emitted, the numbers didn't add up. The galaxies were moving far too quickly to be held together by the gravitational pull of visible matter alone. Zwicky proposed that some form of invisible matter must be present, something he called dunkle Materie in German, dark matter. His colleagues largely dismissed the idea. After all, how could most of the universe be made of something completely undetectable? Decades passed before anyone took Zwicky's dark matter seriously. Then, in the 1970s, astronomer Vera Rubin began studying the rotation curves of spiral galaxies. She expected to find that stars farther from the galactic center would orbit more slowly, just like planets in our solar system. Instead, she discovered that stars at the galaxy's edge moved at nearly the same speed as those closer to the center. This shouldn't be possible. Without some additional source of mass providing extra gravitational pull, these outer stars should either slow down dramatically or escape the galaxy entirely. Yet there they were, orbiting in perfect cosmic choreography, held in place by something invisible. Rubin's observations provided undeniable evidence that galaxies contain far more mass than we can see. Computer simulations soon revealed that visible matter forms only a tiny fraction of each galaxy's total mass, like foam floating on an invisible ocean. But what exactly is dark matter made of? This question has consumed physicists for half a century, and the answer remains as elusive as the substance itself. Scientists know what dark matter isn't. It doesn't emit light, absorb light, or reflect light. It doesn't consist of ordinary atoms like everything we know. It's not black holes, not planets, not clouds of gas or dust. It interacts with gravity, but seems to ignore the electromagnetic force entirely, passing through ordinary matter like shadows through glass. The leading theory suggests dark matter consists of exotic particles that were created in the first moments after the Big Bang. These hypothetical particles have names like WIMPs, weakly interacting massive particles, or axions, sterile neutrinos, and primordial black holes. Laboratories around the world have spent billions of dollars trying to detect these phantom particles, building increasingly sensitive instruments buried deep underground to shield them from cosmic interference. The Large Hadron Collider has smashed protons together at tremendous energies, hoping to create dark matter particles in the debris. Underground detectors filled with liquid xenon wait patiently for the telltale signature of a dark matter particle collision. Satellites scan the cosmos for gamma rays that might be produced when dark matter particles annihilate each other. So far, every experiment has come up empty. Dark matter remains stubbornly invisible. This failure to find dark matter has led some scientists to question whether it exists at all. Perhaps our understanding of gravity itself is incomplete. Modified theories of gravity, known as MOND, modified Newtonian dynamics, suggest that gravitational forces might behave differently on galactic scales than they do in our solar system. Yet dark matter explains more than just galaxy rotation. It accounts for the way light bends around massive galaxy clusters, an effect called gravitational lensing. When astronomers observe distant galaxies through these cosmic magnifying glasses, they can map the distribution of invisible mass based on how it warps space-time. These maps reveal intricate webs of dark matter connecting galaxies across vast distances, forming the scaffolding upon which all visible structure in the universe is built. Dark matter also explains the cosmic microwave background, the faint afterglow of the Big Bang that still permeates space. Tiny fluctuations in this ancient light match perfectly with computer simulations that include dark matter, but fail to reproduce observations when dark matter is removed from the equations. Perhaps most remarkably, Dark matter appears to be essential for our very existence. In the early universe, dark matter began clumping together long before ordinary matter could form the first stars and galaxies. These dark scaffolds provided the gravitational wells necessary for hydrogen and helium to condense and ignite nuclear fusion. Without dark matter's invisible architecture, the universe might have remained a cold, empty void. The implications are staggering. We live on a planet made of atoms that represent only a tiny minority of cosmic matter. The stars that light our night sky, the elements in our bodies, the very air we breathe, all of it exists as mere decoration on a vast invisible framework we cannot see or touch. Some researchers have proposed even stranger possibilities. Could dark matter harbor its own periodic table of elements? Might it form dark planets orbiting dark stars in a parallel universe that overlaps with our own? These dark worlds could be passing through Earth right now, their ghostly matter streaming through every atom in your body without leaving a trace. The strangest aspect of dark matter may be how perfectly it's calibrated for our existence. If dark matter were slightly more interactive with ordinary matter, it would have collapsed into black holes before galaxies could form. If it were less massive, structure formation would have proceeded too slowly for stars to ignite before the universe grew cold. The properties of dark matter seem fine-tuned to create a cosmos where complexity and ultimately consciousness can emerge. As we drift off to sleep tonight, dark matter continues its silent dance around us, binding our galaxy together with invisible threads, maintaining the cosmic order that makes our dreams possible, 5 times more abundant than everything we can see, yet completely beyond our grasp. The universe keeps its deepest secrets well hidden in the dark. The Resurrection of Ötzi the Iceman, September 19, 1991. 2 German hikers following a mountain path in the Ötztal Alps spotted what they initially thought was modern hiking gear scattered across the melting ice. Within hours, their discovery would rewrite our understanding of prehistoric human life and launch one of the most haunting forensic investigations in archaeological history. The body they found wasn't a recent mountaineering casualty. It was a man who had died 5,300 years ago, perfectly preserved in the alpine ice, clutching possessions that revealed knowledge we never imagined existed in the Copper Age. They called him Ötzi, after the valley where he was found. But this wasn't simply the remains of an ancient hunter caught in a storm. This was a murder victim whose final moments would be reconstructed with disturbing precision, whose possessions would challenge everything we thought we knew about prehistoric technology, and whose very presence in those mountains would raise questions that continue to perplex researchers today. The initial examination revealed the impossible. Ötzi carried a copper axe with a U-handle, crafted with techniques that wouldn't appear in archaeological records for another 1,000 years. His clothing was a masterwork of prehistoric engineering: leather leggings, a grass cloak, waterproof bearskin hat, and shoes stuffed with grass for insulation. This wasn't primitive survival gear. This was sophisticated mountain equipment that would be perfectly functional today. But the real mysteries began when scientists looked closer at his body. Tattooed across Ötzi's skin were 61 deliberate marks, thin lines and crosses placed with surgical precision at specific points on his back, legs, and wrists. For decades, researchers assumed these were decorative or spiritual markings. Then medical imaging revealed something extraordinary. Every single tattoo corresponded exactly to acupuncture points used in traditional Chinese medicine. The implications stopped specialists cold. How could a man living in the European Alps 3,000 years before the documented development of Chinese acupuncture possess identical knowledge of human pressure points? The tattoos weren't random. They weren't decorative. They were medical treatments. X-rays showed Ötzi suffered from arthritis in the exact locations where he bore these mysterious tattoos. He had been treating his condition with a form of therapeutic medicine that wouldn't officially exist for millennia. His equipment told an equally unsettling story. The copper axe blade contained arsenic, creating an alloy that shouldn't appear in European metalworking for centuries. His arrows were crafted with precision-balanced points and fletching that demonstrated advanced understanding of aerodynamics. Most disturbing was his medicine kit, a leather pouch containing birch fungus known to have antibiotic properties, and other plants with specific pharmacological applications. This wasn't a primitive hunter-gatherer caught unprepared. This was a man with sophisticated medical knowledge, advanced tools, and apparently urgent business in the high Alps. The manner of his death only deepened the mystery. CT scans revealed an arrowhead lodged deep in Ötzi's left shoulder, just below the collarbone. The wound would have severed major blood vessels, causing massive internal bleeding. He died within minutes. But forensic evidence painted a chilling picture of his final hours. DNA analysis found blood from 4 different people on his possessions, on his knife, on his arrows, and on his clothing. 2 different blood types appeared on a single arrowhead. This wasn't random violence. This was warfare, and Ötzi had been in the thick of it. The forensic reconstruction suggested he fled to the mountains after a violent confrontation in his village. Perhaps he was pursued. Perhaps he was seeking something specific in that remote location. His stomach contents showed he had eaten 2 separate meals in his final day, one in a valley village, another at higher altitude. He was traveling with purpose. What business drove him into the mountains during what must have been a dangerous period? His equipment suggested he was wealthy, possibly a leader or specialized craftsman. The diversity of materials in his possessions indicated extensive trade networks: copper from hundreds of miles away, flint from various regions, wood from different ecological zones. But here's where the mystery becomes almost supernatural. Since Ötzi's discovery, 7 people directly involved in his recovery and study have died under unusual circumstances. The media dubbed it Ötzi's curse, though scientists dismiss such notions. Still, the pattern remains unsettling. Helmut Simon, one of the hikers who discovered the body, died alone in the same mountain range where he found Ötzi. Dieter Warnecke, head of the rescue team, died of a heart attack at age 45, shortly after the discovery. Rainer Henn, the forensic pathologist who examined the body, died in a car accident while traveling to give a lecture about Ötzi. The statistical probability of so many connected deaths occurring in such a short time frame raises questions that pure rationality struggles to address. Recent analysis has revealed even more disturbing details. Isotope studies of Ötzi's teeth and bones indicate he spent his childhood in one valley, but lived his adult life in another, suggesting significant migration or displacement. His final journey took him through at least 3 different geological regions in his last few days. Perhaps most unnervingly, pollen analysis from his digestive tract shows he died in spring, when crossing the high alpine passes would have been treacherous and unnecessary for normal travel. Whatever drove him into those mountains was urgent enough to risk death from exposure. The questions multiply with each new discovery. How did prehistoric Europeans develop medical knowledge that paralleled Asian traditions by thousands of years? Why did Ötzi possess technology that appeared to be centuries ahead of his time? What circumstances forced a clearly important individual to flee into the deadly alpine wilderness? And why does his perfectly preserved presence continue to generate such unease among those who study him? Ötzi remains on display in a specially constructed museum in Italy, viewed through a small window by thousands of visitors each year. His possessions are meticulously catalogued, his body continuously monitored at carefully controlled temperatures. Yet for all our scientific analysis, the essential mystery of who he was and why he died remains as frozen as the ice that preserved him. The resurrection of Ötzi the Iceman has given us our most intimate glimpse into prehistoric life, but it has also confronted us with knowledge and technologies that challenge our most basic assumptions about human development, forcing us to consider whether some forms of ancient wisdom may have been far more sophisticated than we ever dared believe. The curiosity of Circlestone. When archaeologists first stumbled upon Circlestone in Arizona's Superstition Mountains in 1969, they found themselves facing a perfectly circular stone structure that defied every assumption about ancient construction in North America. This wasn't just another Native American ruin. This was something else entirely. Built at an elevation of 6,000 feet on a nearly inaccessible mountain plateau, Circlestone consists of 426 individual boulders arranged in a precise circle 427 feet in diameter. The stones, some weighing over a ton, were placed with mathematical precision that rivals the great stone circles of Europe. Yet according to conventional archaeology, the indigenous peoples of this region never built anything remotely similar. The structure predates European contact by at least 1,000 years, possibly much longer. Carbon dating of organic materials found within the circle suggests construction occurred somewhere between 1000 and 1200 CE, during what archaeologists call the late prehistoric period. But the people living in central Arizona during this time were primarily hunter-gatherers and early agriculturalists. They built pit houses and simple dwellings, not monumental stone circles requiring sophisticated planning and enormous communal effort. Dr. Mark Elson, an archaeologist who has studied the site extensively, admits the construction techniques are unlike anything else found in the American Southwest. The builders selected and positioned each stone with deliberate intent, creating what appears to be a complex geometric pattern. Some stones are natural granite boulders found on the mountain, while others show clear evidence of human modification and transport from distant locations. The precision becomes even more remarkable when you consider the terrain. The Superstition Mountains are notoriously rugged, with steep cliffs and treacherous paths that challenge even experienced hikers today. Moving hundreds of massive stones to this remote location would have required not just physical strength, but sophisticated organizational abilities and a compelling reason to undertake such an enormous project. Local Apache and Pima communities have no oral traditions or legends that explain circle stones' origins. This absence of cultural memory is particularly puzzling, as indigenous oral histories in the Southwest typically preserve knowledge of significant sites across many generations. The silence suggests either the structure predates the arrival of current tribal groups in the region, or its original purpose was intentionally forgotten. Several theories attempt to explain circle stones' function. The most popular suggests it served as an astronomical observatory, with stones positioned to mark celestial events like solstices and equinoxes. Preliminary astronomical alignments have been documented, including sight lines that correspond to the rising and setting positions of certain stars and planets. If accurate, this would indicate the builders possessed sophisticated knowledge of celestial mechanics. Another theory proposes circle stone was a sacred gathering place, perhaps for ceremonial purposes that required the specific energy believed to emanate from circular stone arrangements. The remote location would have provided privacy for important rituals, while the elevated position offered commanding views of the surrounding landscape. The circle's interior shows evidence of fires and human occupation, supporting the idea that people spent significant time within the structure. A third possibility is that circle stone served as a kind of ancient calendar, with different stones marking various seasonal transitions important for agricultural or hunting activities. The builders' descendants would have used the structure to determine optimal times for planting, harvesting, or migration patterns of game animals. This practical application might explain the enormous effort invested in its construction. However, each theory faces significant challenges. The astronomical alignments, while intriguing, are not precise enough to definitively prove the structure's function as an observatory. The sacred site theory lacks supporting evidence in the form of ritual objects or ceremonial deposits typically found at such locations. And the calendar hypothesis doesn't explain why ancient peoples would build such an elaborate timekeeper when simpler methods were readily available. Recent archaeological investigations using ground-penetrating radar and other non-invasive techniques have revealed additional mysteries. Subsurface anomalies suggest the visible stone circle may be only part of a larger complex, with possible underground chambers or buried structures extending beyond the current site boundaries. These discoveries hint that circle stone may be far more complex than initially understood. The construction methods themselves remain enigmatic. How did the builders achieve such precise circular geometry without modern surveying tools? How did they transport and position stones weighing thousands of pounds? And perhaps most puzzling, how did they coordinate the labor of so many people for such an extended period in an era when large-scale social organization was supposedly unknown in this region? Some researchers have drawn comparisons to similar circular stone structures found in other parts of the world, from the stone circles of Britain to the medicine wheels of the Great Plains. These parallels suggest that circular stone construction may represent a universal human impulse toward creating sacred or significant spaces through geometric stone arrangements. Yet the specific techniques and purposes varied dramatically across cultures and time periods. The Superstition Mountains themselves add another layer of mystery. This rugged range has been associated with legends of lost gold mines, supernatural occurrences, and unexplained phenomena for centuries. Native American traditions speak of the mountains as a place of spiritual power, while later European settlers reported strange lights, unusual sounds, and other anomalous experiences. Whether these reports relate to Circle Stone is unknown, but the correlation between mysterious sights and mysterious experiences is worth noting. Modern visitors to Circle Stone often report a sense of profound tranquility within the stone circle, as if the arrangement creates a unique acoustic or energetic environment. While such observations are subjective and scientifically unverifiable, they echo similar reports from other ancient stone circles worldwide. The psychological impact of standing within such precisely arranged stone monuments appears to be a consistent human response across cultures. Today, Circle Stone remains largely as the original builders left it, protected by its remote location and the challenging terrain of the Superstition Mountains. It continues to puzzle archaeologists, astronomers, and anyone willing to make the difficult journey to experience this ancient enigma firsthand. The stones keep their secrets well, standing as silent testimony to human capabilities and intentions that conventional history has yet to fully comprehend. The Roswell Incident. In July 1947, something fell from the sky over Roswell, New Mexico. What that something was depends entirely on who you ask and when you ask them. The morning of July 8, 1947, the Roswell Army Airfield issued a press release that would haunt the American imagination for decades. They had recovered a flying disc from a ranch northwest of the city. By that same afternoon, military officials retracted the statement. What they had found, they now claimed, was merely a weather balloon. Yet the story refused to die. It festered in the desert heat, growing more complex with each passing year. William Mac Brazel, the rancher who first discovered the debris, had been checking his property after a night of severe thunderstorms. Scattered across his land were strange materials unlike anything he'd encountered. The pieces were lightweight, but impossibly strong. Some witnesses later described metal that couldn't be cut, bent, or burned. Others spoke of materials that would return to their original shape after being crumpled. Brazel initially thought little of the discovery. It wasn't until he heard radio reports about flying saucers being spotted across the region that he decided to report his find to the local sheriff. The sheriff contacted Roswell Army Airfield, and Major Jesse Marcel was dispatched to investigate. Marcel, an intelligence officer with years of experience identifying aircraft debris, was puzzled by what he found. In later interviews, he would describe materials that defied conventional explanation. The metal was paper-thin, but couldn't be damaged. There were I-beam structures with hieroglyphic-like markings. Most unsettling of all, Marcel couldn't identify the origin of any of it. The military's response was swift and thorough. They cordoned off the crash site, collected every piece of debris they could find, and transported it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. Brazel was detained for several days. When he was released, he refused to discuss the incident, telling his family only that he had been advised to keep quiet. Major Marcel's initial assessment reached Colonel William Blanchard, commander of the 509th Bombardment Group. The 509th was no ordinary unit. They were the only nuclear-capable bomber squadron in the world, having dropped the atomic bombs on Japan just 2 years earlier. Blanchard authorized the press release announcing the recovery of a flying disc. Within hours, the story had reached General Roger Ramey at Fort Worth Army Airfield. Ramey immediately flew to Roswell, then held a press conference displaying what he claimed was the actual debris. Photographs from that conference show him posed with the scattered remains of what appears to be a standard weather balloon and radar reflector. But Marcel, who attended that press conference, would later claim the debris displayed was not what he had collected from the ranch. The switch, he alleged, had occurred between the time the materials left Roswell and when they were presented to the media. For 30 years, the incident remained largely forgotten. The official explanation satisfied most inquiries, and the few who questioned it were easily dismissed. Then, in the late 1970s, UFO researchers began tracking down the original witnesses. What they found was a web of conflicting accounts, military secrecy, and testimony from people who claimed to have seen far more than weather balloon debris. Some witnesses described seeing bodies recovered from the crash site. Others spoke of a second debris field, larger and more scattered than the first. Glenn Dennis, a mortician in Roswell, claimed the military had contacted him requesting child-sized coffins and information about preserving bodies exposed to the elements. A nurse at the base hospital allegedly told him she had assisted in the examination of 3 small, non-human corpses. Rancher Brazel's neighbors reported seeing unusual lights in the sky on the night of the crash. Some described a craft that seemed to skip across the desert before impact, leaving multiple debris fields in its wake. The military's explanation grew more elaborate over time. What had crashed, they eventually revealed, was equipment from a classified program called Project Mogul. The project involved high-altitude balloons carrying sensitive acoustic equipment designed to detect Soviet nuclear tests. The secrecy surrounding the program explained why officials had been reluctant to discuss the true nature of the debris. Project Mogul was indeed real, and it was classified in 1947. The balloons used in the program could explain some of the unusual materials witnesses described. The radar reflectors were made of a foil-like substance that was remarkably durable. When crumpled, it would return to its original smooth state. Yet questions remain. Why was an intelligence officer of Marcel's experience unable to identify balloon debris? Why was the rancher detained for days? Why were military personnel who discussed the incident transferred to distant bases? The witness testimonies present their own puzzles. Many came forward decades after the fact, when memories fade and details blur. Some accounts appear to have been influenced by the growing mythology surrounding the incident. Others contain specific details that seem to corroborate the official explanation. Dr. Jesse Marcel Jr., son of the major who first examined the debris, maintained throughout his life that his father showed him pieces of the wreckage at their home. He described the same unusual properties others had mentioned: metal that couldn't be damaged, strange markings, and materials unlike anything in conventional use. The timing of the incident adds another layer of complexity. The summer of 1947 marked the beginning of the modern UFO era. Kenneth Arnold's sighting of 9 disc-shaped objects over Mount Rainier had occurred just 2 weeks before the Roswell crash. The nation was primed for stories of flying saucers and extraterrestrial visitation. Military officials were equally primed for secrecy. The Cold War was intensifying, and new technologies were being developed at unprecedented rates. The atomic age had begun, and with it came a culture of classification and compartmentalization that would define American defense policy for decades. Whether the debris that fell near Roswell in 1947 came from a weather balloon, a classified military project, or something else entirely, the incident reveals something profound about the intersection of secrecy, speculation, and the human need for answers. In the absence of transparency, imagination fills the void. The desert around Roswell keeps its secrets well. The truth, whatever it may be, remains scattered somewhere between official denials and impossible possibilities, waiting for someone brave enough to piece together what really fell from the summer sky all those decades ago. Deciphering the Antikythera mechanism. When Greek sponge divers descended beneath the Mediterranean waves near Antikythera in 1901, they expected to find the familiar treasures that ancient shipwrecks often yielded: bronze statues, pottery shards, coins worn smooth by centuries of salt water. What they pulled from the depths instead was a corroded mass of bronze and wood that would challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient technological capability. The artifact sat in storage for decades, dismissed as navigational equipment or perhaps an astrolabe. It wasn't until 1951 that physicist Derek de Sola Price began to seriously examine what would become known as the Antikythera mechanism. His initial observations were unsettling. The device contained gear trains of extraordinary complexity, with tooth counts and ratios that suggested a sophistication no one believed possible for ancient Greek craftsmen. The dating was unambiguous. The shipwreck occurred sometime between 70 and 60 BCE, making this mechanism over 2,000 years old. Yet the bronze gears, when finally examined using X-ray tomography, revealed a level of precision engineering that Europe wouldn't see again until the astronomical clocks of the 14th century. 13 centuries of technological amnesia separated this ancient computer from its next evolutionary step. Dr. Tony Freeth, who has spent decades studying the mechanism, describes it as the world's first analog computer, but that clinical description fails to capture the profound implications of what Greek artisans achieved. The device could predict the positions of the sun, moon, and known planets with remarkable accuracy. It tracked the 4-year cycle of the Olympic Games. Most mysteriously, it predicted solar and lunar eclipses decades in advance, a calculation that requires understanding of the complex elliptical orbits that govern celestial mechanics. The precision is what unsettles modern researchers. The main drive gear contains 223 teeth, corresponding exactly to the Saros cycle used to predict eclipses. This isn't coincidence or approximation. The ancient craftsmen who cut those teeth by hand understood that every 223 synodic months, the sun, earth, and moon returned to approximately the same relative positions. This cycle, lasting roughly 18 years, was known to Babylonian astronomers, but seeing it mechanically represented in bronze suggests knowledge transfer and technological capability that Orthodox history struggles to accommodate. Michael Wright, a former curator at the Science Museum in London, has attempted to reconstruct the mechanism based on the fragments recovered from the seafloor. His work reveals additional layers of complexity. The device appears to have tracked the movements of all 5 planets known to the ancients, requiring additional gear trains and what Wright describes as a level of mathematical sophistication that we're still working to fully understand. The implications extend beyond mechanical engineering. The Antikythera mechanism suggests that ancient Greek civilization possessed computational abilities that have been systematically underestimated. The device required not just the mathematical knowledge to calculate planetary positions, but the metallurgical skills to create precise bronze gears, and the mechanical insight to translate celestial observations into a working analog computer. What disturbs historians is the isolation of this discovery. No other mechanism of comparable complexity has been recovered from the ancient world. No contemporary text describes such devices, though fragments of references exist. Cicero mentions a mechanism created by Archimedes that could demonstrate the movements of celestial bodies. Pliny the Elder references astronomical instruments of extraordinary precision. But these are shadows, hints at technologies that appear to have vanished without trace. The craftsmanship required to create the Antikythera mechanism implies an entire industry of skilled artisans working with mathematical precision. The gear ratios alone suggest access to astronomical data of remarkable accuracy. Yet we have no evidence of the workshops, the training methods, or the knowledge transmission systems that would have made such complex engineering possible. Recent analysis using advanced imaging techniques has revealed inscriptions on the mechanism that function as a user's manual. The ancient Greek text describes how to operate the device, referring to color-coded pointers and complex astronomical calculations with casual familiarity. This wasn't experimental technology. The inscriptions suggest a mature understanding of both the mechanism's function and the astronomical principles it embodied. The bronze itself tells a story of sophisticated metallurgy. The alloy composition and the precision of the gear cutting indicate manufacturing capabilities that required generations of accumulated expertise. The smallest gears in the mechanism have teeth measured in millimeters, cut with a precision that wouldn't be exceeded until the development of modern machine tools. Perhaps most unsettling is what the mechanism suggests about lost knowledge. If Greek artisans could create analog computers capable of predicting celestial events, what other technologies might have existed and vanished without record? The device implies a level of scientific and engineering sophistication that creates gaps in our understanding of ancient capabilities. The Antikythera mechanism forces us to confront the possibility that technological development isn't always linear, that civilizations can achieve remarkable sophistication in specific areas while leaving barely perceptible traces for future discovery. The bronze gears, corroded by Mediterranean saltwater, represent a pinnacle of ancient engineering that we're still working to fully comprehend. Modern attempts to recreate the mechanism using traditional techniques have proven challenging even with contemporary tools and knowledge. The precision required to hand-cut gear teeth that mesh perfectly across multiple levels of mechanical complexity suggests artisans whose skills approach the level of art. Yet these craftsmen worked without modern measuring instruments, relying on accumulated knowledge and techniques that died with them. The device continues to reveal secrets as analysis techniques become more sophisticated. Each layer of investigation uncovers additional complexity, additional evidence of capabilities that orthodox archaeology struggles to accommodate. The Antikythera mechanism stands as a bronze testament to ancient minds that comprehended the cosmos with a precision that wouldn't be matched again for over a millennium. The Oracle of Delphi. For nearly 1,000 years, the words spoken in a rocky cleft on the slopes of Mount Parnassus shaped the course of Western civilization. Kings crossed continents to seek counsel from a peasant girl who sat over a crack in the earth, breathing vapors that transformed her into the voice of Apollo himself. The Oracle of Delphi didn't just predict the future, she commanded it, one cryptic phrase at a time. But what if the divine inspiration that guided empires and toppled dynasties had nothing to do with the gods at all? The sanctuary at Delphi operated under a deceptively simple system. Once a month, when Apollo was said to inhabit the temple, a woman known as the Pythia would descend into the inner sanctum called the Adyton. There, seated on a bronze tripod above a fissure in the bedrock, she would enter a trance-like state and deliver prophecies in fragmented, often incoherent utterances. The attending priests would then interpret these divine pronouncements, crafting them into the famously ambiguous responses that made Delphi's reputation. The Pythia herself was always an ordinary woman, typically a local peasant chosen for her moral character rather than any special abilities. She would serve until death, living a life of celibacy and ritual purity. When she spoke as the oracle, witnesses described her behavior as violent and disturbing, thrashing about, her voice changing pitch and timbre, foam gathering at her lips. Ancient sources are remarkably consistent in their descriptions of these sessions. Plutarch, who served as a priest at Delphi in the 1st century CE, wrote detailed accounts of the Pythia's state during prophecy. He described her as being overcome by a sweet breath that rose from the earth, transforming her into an instrument of divine will. The historian Strabo noted similar phenomena, as did numerous other contemporary observers. For over 2 millennia, scholars dismissed these accounts as mythology or religious theater. The consensus held that the oracle's pronouncements were either carefully crafted political responses designed to maintain Delphi's influence, or elaborate performances staged to impress gullible visitors. Then, in 2001, geologist Jella de Boer and archaeologist John Hale published findings that changed everything. Their interdisciplinary team had spent years studying the geological foundations of the Delphi sanctuary. What they discovered was a precise intersection of 2 major fault lines directly beneath the temple's inner sanctum. These limestone fissures, created by seismic activity, ran deep into the Earth's crust. More significantly, they found evidence of light hydrocarbon gases, ethylene, methane, and ethane, seeping through these cracks. Ethylene, in particular, proved fascinating. In controlled laboratory conditions, exposure to ethylene produces effects that match ancient descriptions of the Pythia's behavior almost perfectly. Subjects experience a euphoric, trance-like state, accompanied by disorientation and a sense of floating or levitation. They become highly suggestible while maintaining the ability to respond to questions. Most remarkably, they often speak in altered voices and display no memory of the experience afterward. The geological evidence was compelling, but it raised as many questions as it answered. If the oracle's abilities stemmed from natural gas intoxication, how do we explain the uncanny accuracy of many Delphic prophecies? Historical records document numerous instances where the oracle's guidance proved not just correct, but strategically brilliant. Consider the prophecy given to Croesus, the wealthy king of Lydia, when he contemplated attacking Persia. The oracle told him that if he crossed the river Halys, he would destroy a great empire. Croesus interpreted this as encouragement and launched his invasion. He did indeed destroy a great empire, his own. The Persians crushed his forces, and Lydia fell forever. This wasn't merely a lucky guess disguised as divine wisdom. The oracle's response demonstrated sophisticated understanding of the geopolitical realities of the 6th century BCE. The priests at Delphi maintained an extensive network of informants throughout the Mediterranean world. They knew that Cyrus the Great's Persian army was younger, larger, and more technologically advanced than Croesus's forces. The prophecy wasn't mystical, it was strategic intelligence wrapped in religious language. But the gas theory introduces a troubling paradox. If the Pythia was genuinely intoxicated by ethylene vapors, how could she deliver responses that required such precise political calculation? The priests claimed to merely interpret her incoherent utterances, yet the final prophecies often displayed remarkable sophistication. Recent archaeological work has revealed a possible answer. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of the sanctuary have identified a complex network of underground chambers and passages that weren't visible in earlier excavations. These hidden spaces may have allowed the priests to communicate with the Pythia during her trances, feeding her information or even speaking through concealed openings while she remained in her altered state. The discovery of these chambers suggests that the Oracle of Delphi operated as a hybrid system, combining genuine altered states of consciousness with carefully orchestrated theater. The Pythia's trance may have been authentic, induced by natural gas emissions, while the content of her prophecies was shaped by the priest's political intelligence and strategic thinking. This explanation accounts for both the consistency of ancient reports about the oracle's physical behavior and the remarkable accuracy of her most famous prophecies. It also explains why the oracle's influence waned so dramatically after the Roman conquest of Greece. As the Mediterranean world became increasingly centralized under Roman rule, the kind of distributed intelligence network that Delphi had cultivated for centuries became less valuable. The oracle's final recorded prophecy, delivered to the Roman Emperor Julian in 362 CE, carried a note of bitter self-awareness. "Tell the king that the fair-wrought house has fallen. No shelter has Apollo, nor sacred laurel leaves. The fountains now are silent, the voice is stilled." Today, scientists continue to monitor gas emissions at Delphi, but the concentrations of ethylene and other hydrocarbons have diminished significantly. Seismic activity in the region has shifted the fault lines, reducing the flow of gases through the ancient fissures. The Earth itself has fallen silent, yet the oracle's greatest mystery may not be the source of her inspiration, but the nature of that inspiration itself. Whether her words came from divine revelation, geological accident, or human intelligence, they shaped the course of classical civilization in ways we still struggle to understand. In our age of scientific rationalism, we tend to seek single explanations for complex phenomena. The Oracle of Delphi reminds us that some mysteries resist such simple solutions. Perhaps the most profound truths emerge not from choosing between competing theories, but from recognizing that reality itself might be more layered than we dare to admit. The mysterious stone spheres of Costa Rica. Deep in the rainforests of Costa Rica, construction crews in the 1930s encountered something that stopped them in their tracks. Perfect stone spheres, some weighing 15 tons, emerged from the jungle floor like ancient guardians of forgotten knowledge. These weren't rough rocks shaped by erosion or natural forces. They were mathematically precise, some accurate to within 2 millimeters of true spherical form. The United Fruit Company was clearing land for banana plantations when workers first unearthed these enigmatic objects. Local rumors spoke of gold hidden within, leading to the destruction of several spheres by dynamite. What they found inside was only solid stone, but the mystery had already begun to deepen. Over 300 of these stone spheres have been discovered across Costa Rica, ranging from a few inches to nearly 8 feet in diameter. The largest weighs as much as a small truck. They're scattered across the Diquís Delta, nestled in valleys, and positioned on hilltops with no apparent pattern that modern minds can decipher. The spheres are carved primarily from gabbro, a hard igneous rock, though some are fashioned from limestone and sandstone. Creating even one would have required extraordinary skill and tools that archaeologists struggle to identify. The precision suggests not just artistic ability, but sophisticated mathematical understanding that challenges our assumptions about pre-Columbian civilizations. Carbon dating of materials found near the spheres places their creation between 600 and 1000 CE, during the height of the Diquís culture. Yet no written records exist to explain their purpose or significance. The people who created them left no temples, no great cities, no obvious monuments to power, just these perfect spheres, silent and inexplicable. Samuel Lothrop, The archaeologist who first studied them systematically in the 1940s documented their locations with meticulous care. He noticed that some appeared to be arranged in straight lines, others in triangular patterns. A few seemed to point toward magnetic north with uncanny accuracy. Was this intentional? The jungle had reclaimed much of the original landscape, making it impossible to determine the sphere's original positions with certainty. The technical challenges of their creation multiply with each consideration. Ancient craftsmen would have needed to quarry massive blocks of stone, transport them across difficult terrain, and then shape them with tools that left no trace. The largest spheres were found miles from any known quarry site. Moving them would have required coordinated effort from hundreds of people. Yet no evidence of the infrastructure needed for such an operation has ever been found. Some spheres show evidence of being deliberately placed on prepared stone foundations. Others rest directly on the ground, as if positioned with casual precision. The variety in their placement suggests different purposes or perhaps different periods of creation spanning centuries. Richard Hoops, a researcher who spent decades studying the spheres, proposed they might have served as boundary markers for important territories. The Disappearances people were known to have complex social hierarchies, and the spheres could have marked the domains of powerful chiefs or sacred spaces. The energy required to create each sphere would have been enormous, making them potent symbols of authority and organizational capability. Another theory suggests astronomical alignment. Some groupings of spheres appear to correspond to star patterns or celestial events important to agricultural societies. The Disappearances people would have needed to track seasons for planting and harvesting, and these massive stone calendars could have served as permanent reminders of cosmic cycles. The gaming theory presents a more intriguing possibility. Could these spheres have been pieces in an elaborate game played across the landscape? Similar practices exist in other cultures, where large-scale games served both recreational and ritual purposes. The varying sizes might have represented different values or powers, with the landscape itself serving as the playing field. What's particularly unsettling is how many spheres have been removed from their original contexts. As Costa Rica developed, the spheres became prized lawn ornaments and status symbols. Dozens were relocated to gardens, hotels, and government buildings. Each relocation severed another thread connecting us to their original purpose. The spheres that remain in situ continue to yield subtle clues. Soil analysis around some has revealed unusual mineral compositions, suggesting they may have been placed in locations already considered special. Magnetometer readings have detected anomalous patterns beneath certain spheres, though what lies buried remains unknown. Modern attempts to recreate the spheres have met with mixed success. Using contemporary tools and techniques, sculptors have managed to produce approximations, but achieving the mathematical precision of the originals requires significant effort even with modern equipment. The ancient craftsmen accomplished this with stone tools and human labor, suggesting techniques that have been lost to time. The indigenous peoples of Costa Rica maintain oral traditions about the spheres, though these stories filtered through centuries of colonial disruption. Some speak of the spheres as gifts from the gods, others as markers left by a race of giants. The consistency of their spherical form across different creation periods suggests a tradition passed down through generations, each group of artisans adding their own interpretations while maintaining the essential mystery. Climate and time have been kinder to these stones than to most ancient artifacts. The tropical environment that destroys wood and fabric has left the spheres largely intact, their silent presence a constant reminder of human capabilities we've forgotten. They've survived earthquakes, floods, and the passage of centuries, as permanent as the questions they pose. Recent archaeological work has focused on understanding the broader context of Disappearances society. Excavations reveal a sophisticated culture with complex trade networks, advanced metallurgy, and intricate social systems. The spheres begin to make sense, not as isolated mysteries, but as products of a civilization capable of remarkable achievements. The Costa Rican government has recognized the spheres as a national treasure, establishing protection for the remaining intact sites and restricting further relocations. UNESCO designated them a World Heritage Site, acknowledging their global significance as windows into ancient human capability and intention. Yet for all our study and protection, the spheres keep their secrets. They remain as enigmatic today as they were to those first construction workers in the 1930s. Perfect forms holding imperfect knowledge. They stand as monuments to questions we haven't learned to ask properly. In their silent presence, we glimpse the vast territories of human history that remain unmapped, the sophisticated thoughts of people who chose to express their deepest meanings in stone. The Loch Ness Monster. When sonar equipment registered a massive object moving through Loch Ness in 2019, the operator stared at his screen in disbelief. 25 feet long, traveling at depths where no known fish of that size should exist. The data was clear, undeniable, and utterly impossible to explain. For over 1,500 years, something has stirred beneath the surface of Scotland's most famous loch, something that defies classification, evades capture, and continues to challenge our understanding of what inhabits the deep places of our world. The first recorded sighting dates back to 565 AD, when St. Columba encountered a water beast in the River Ness. The creature had reportedly killed a local man, and when Columba commanded it to retreat, witnesses claim it obeyed and vanished beneath the dark waters. This account, preserved in Adamnan's Life of St. Columba, remains one of the earliest documented encounters with what locals would come to call the Loch Ness Monster. But it was the summer of 1933 that transformed Nessie from local legend into global phenomenon. George Spicer and his wife were driving along the newly built road beside the loch when they witnessed something extraordinary. A massive creature, unlike anything they'd ever seen, crossed the road in front of their car and disappeared into the water. Spicer described it as resembling a dragon or prehistoric animal, with a long neck and bulky body. The Spicer sighting opened floodgates. Within months, dozens of witnesses came forward with their own encounters. Hugh Gray captured what he claimed was the first photograph of the creature in November 1933, a grainy image showing a long serpentine form breaking the loch's surface. Though skeptics dismissed it as driftwood or a swimming dog, believers saw confirmation of something far more significant. Dr. Robert Kenneth Wilson's photograph, taken in April 1934, became the most famous image associated with Nessie. The surgeon's photograph showed what appeared to be a long neck and small head emerging from the water. For 60 years, this image served as the definitive proof for believers, until Christian Sperling confessed in 1994 that he had helped stage the photograph using a toy submarine fitted with a sculpted head. Yet the hoax revelation didn't end the mystery. If anything, it highlighted how desperately we want to believe in something beyond our current understanding of the natural world. Loch Ness itself seems designed to harbor secrets. 23 miles long and up to 755 feet deep, it contains more water than all the lakes in England and Wales combined. The water is stained dark with peat, reducing visibility to mere feet. Underwater currents create temperature layers that can play tricks on sonar equipment. Ancient glacial activity carved a complex underwater landscape of ridges, caves, and hidden chambers. In 1975, Dr. Robert Rines and the Academy of Applied Science captured underwater photographs that appeared to show a large flipper attached to a massive body. Computer enhancement revealed what some interpreted as the diamond-shaped fin of an unknown aquatic animal. The images were compelling enough that Sir Peter Scott, renowned naturalist and son of Antarctic explorer Robert Falcon Scott, proposed the scientific name Nessiterus rhombopteryx, Ness monster, with diamond-shaped fin. Critics quickly pointed out that the name was an anagram of monster hoax by Sir Peter S., though Scott insisted this was mere coincidence. The scientific community remained divided. Marine biologist Dr. Denise Herzing noted that large marine animals could theoretically survive in Loch Ness if they had access to adequate food sources. The loch supports populations of salmon, trout, and eels, but whether these could sustain a breeding population of large unknown creatures remained questionable. Adrian Shine, leader of the Loch Ness Project, has spent decades conducting systematic studies of the loch's ecosystem. His research revealed that post-glacial populations of Arctic char had survived in the loch's depths, demonstrating that relict populations could indeed persist in this unique environment. However, Shine's extensive sonar surveys and underwater investigations have failed to produce evidence of large unknown animals. The 1987 Operation Deep Scan employed 24 boats equipped with sonar to sweep the entire loch. The expedition detected 3 large, moving objects at depths of up to 180 meters. These contacts were described as being larger than a shark but smaller than a whale, yet their nature remained unexplained. More recent investigations have embraced cutting-edge technology. In 2018, Professor Neil Gemmell of the University of Otago conducted environmental DNA studies, analyzing water samples for genetic material from all organisms in the loch. The results revealed DNA from numerous species: fish, birds, mammals, bacteria, but nothing that couldn't be identified as known wildlife. Interestingly, Gemmell's study found unusually high concentrations of eel DNA throughout the loch. European eels can grow to significant sizes, and Gemmell suggested that particularly large specimens might account for some sightings. An eel 6 feet in length, breaking the surface with an undulating swimming motion, could indeed resemble a serpentine creature to distant observers. Yet this explanation fails to account for the most detailed eyewitness reports. Tim Dinsdale, an aeronautical engineer who devoted his life to studying Nessie, filmed what he believed to be the creature in 1960. His footage showed a hump-like object moving across the loch, creating a wake inconsistent with known boats or floating debris. When analyzed by photographic experts, including those at the Royal Air Force's Joint Air Reconnaissance Intelligence Center, they concluded that the object was probably animate. The persistence of sightings continues to puzzle researchers. Modern witnesses, equipped with cameras and training in natural history, still report encounters that defy conventional explanation. In 2011, sonar operator Marcus Atkinson detected something unusual while working on the loch: a 5-meter-long object moving at depth, tracked for several minutes before it vanished. The Loch Ness phenomenon reveals something profound about human nature and our relationship with mystery. In an age where satellite imagery can map every square meter of Earth's surface, where deep-sea submersibles explore oceanic trenches, and where genetic analysis can identify species from microscopic samples, the possibility that something large and unknown might still exist in a Scottish loch represents hope. Hope that the natural world still holds secrets. Hope that our understanding remains incomplete. Hope that somewhere, in the deep places we haven't fully explored, ancient mysteries endure. Whether Nessie exists as a flesh-and-blood creature, a cultural phenomenon, or something between these explanations, the monster of Loch Ness continues to embody our deepest questions about what we know, what we believe, and what still waits to be discovered in the dark waters of our world. The Phoenix Lights, March 13, 1997. Governor Fife Symington was preparing for a quiet evening when his phone began ringing with reports that would fundamentally challenge his understanding of what flies through our skies. Across Phoenix, Arizona, thousands of residents were stepping out of their homes, pointing upward at something that shouldn't have been there. The first call came in at 8:15 p.m. A formation of lights, arranged in a perfect V-shape, was moving silently across the desert sky. These weren't the familiar blinking strobes of commercial aircraft or the predictable patterns of military jets. These were steady, amber orbs maintaining a formation so precise it seemed to defy the chaos of individual flight paths. What makes the Phoenix Lights extraordinary isn't just what people saw, it's how many people saw it. Over the course of 2 hours, witnesses across a 300-mile corridor reported the same phenomenon. From Henderson, Nevada, through Phoenix, and down to the Mexican border, thousands of people watched the same impossible formation drift across the Sonoran Desert. Dr. Lynn Kaite, a physician and health educator, was among the first to document what she witnessed. From her mountain home in Paradise Valley, she watched the lights approach from the northwest. What struck her wasn't just their size or their silence, it was their behavior. The formation moved as a single entity, maintaining perfect spacing while navigating the complex airspace above one of America's largest metropolitan areas. The official explanation came swiftly. The Arizona National Guard claimed responsibility, stating they had conducted flare-dropping exercises that evening. Military flares, they explained, suspended from parachutes and designed to illuminate target areas during training. The lights people saw were simply illumination flares drifting on desert winds. Yet the flare explanation immediately encountered problems. Multiple witnesses reported 2 distinct events that night. The first was the V formation of lights that traveled across the state. The second was a series of stationary lights that appeared to hover over the Estrella Mountains southwest of Phoenix. The military's flare exercise could account for the second event, but not the first. Tim Lay, a management consultant and aviation enthusiast, was driving north on Interstate 10 when he saw the formation approaching. He pulled over and watched as the lights passed directly overhead. According to his testimony, the objects were flying in perfect formation at what appeared to be a very low altitude. He estimated the span of the formation at over a mile wide, moving at approximately 40 miles per hour. The geometric precision of the formation troubled aviation experts. Military pilots train extensively to maintain formation flying, but the Phoenix formation demonstrated a level of coordination that seemed beyond conventional aircraft capabilities. The lights never wavered, never adjusted their spacing, never displayed the subtle variations that characterize human-piloted aircraft. Dr. Richard Haynes, a former NASA research scientist, analyzed the witness reports and concluded that the objects displayed flight characteristics inconsistent with known aircraft. The formation's ability to maintain perfect spacing while navigating complex terrain, combined with its complete lack of sound, suggested technology beyond conventional propulsion systems. The altitude question became crucial to understanding what occurred. If the objects were flying at high altitude, they could potentially be explained as military aircraft in formation. But multiple witnesses reported the formation passing between them and the nearby mountains, suggesting an altitude of less than 1,000 feet. At that height, conventional aircraft would produce significant noise, yet witnesses consistently reported complete silence. Luke Air Force Base, located west of Phoenix, initially denied any involvement in the events. Their official statement indicated no military aircraft were in the air that evening. However, this denial was later modified when the National Guard claimed responsibility for the flare drop, creating a contradiction in the official narrative that has never been resolved. The photographic evidence presents its own mysteries. Multiple witnesses captured images and video of the lights, but the footage reveals something unexpected. The lights appear to be single sources of illumination, not the chaotic flickering typically associated with burning flares. They maintain consistent brightness and color throughout their visibility, contradicting the expected behavior of magnesium flares burning at high altitude. Mitch Stanley, an amateur astronomer equipped with a high-powered telescope, claimed to have observed the formation through his equipment. According to his testimony, the lights were attached to a large triangular craft with a matte black surface. He described the object as massive, silent, and completely unlike any aircraft he had ever seen. The official response to the Phoenix lights became as mysterious as the event itself. Governor Symington initially called for a thorough investigation, but the inquiry was quietly closed without public findings. It wasn't until 2007, 10 years after the event, that Symington publicly acknowledged he had witnessed the lights himself and believed they represented technology beyond human capability. The timing of the Phoenix lights adds another layer to the mystery. March 13, 1997, was the same evening that the Hale-Bopp comet was at its brightest in the night sky. Some skeptics suggested that atmospheric conditions created unusual lighting effects, but this explanation fails to account for the structured formation and coordinated movement witnessed by thousands of people. Meteorologist Mike Conley analyzed weather conditions that evening and found clear skies with minimal atmospheric disturbance. Wind patterns were consistent and predictable, unable to explain the precise formation flying witnessed across multiple counties. The Phoenix lights remain unresolved, not because of a lack of evidence, but because of the abundance of contradictory evidence. The official explanation of military flares accounts for some aspects of the sighting, while completely failing to address others. The witness testimony is consistent in describing something that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of conventional aircraft. 25 years later, the Phoenix lights continue to challenge our assumptions about what flies through our skies. They represent either the most elaborate misidentification in UFO history